Welcome to the Friday card from the premier meet in the country. The Skidmore tops today's card, and the Alabama, of course, on Saturday. Wesley Ward, he is loaded for today's Skidmore. 3 chances to get his picture taken. 2 of those 3 are fillies facing the boys, including Averly Jane, who's already beat the boys in the stakes victory at Churchill Downs. Overbore, he's the colt of the trio for the Ward Barn. He too is a stakes winner, taking the Tremont at Belmont, when last seen in early June. And can the Kentucky Oaks winner Malathot avenge the sole loss on her resume and turn the tables on Maracuja in a monster rematch in Saturday's Grade 1 Alabama? All that, much more, coming up next on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. It's all brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful weather, tremendous crowd on hand for this Friday of Alabama weekend. And a pretty good crew on the desk here as well. I'm Greg Wolf, with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 2015 NHC Tour champion Jonathan Kinchin, of course, the star of Kart Talk as well. We're going to have another edition later on today. That feature later today, no matter what surface it wound up on, it's going to be wound up taken off the turf today. Wesley Ward looked like he was pretty loaded.
Well, I mean, at this point, the race has 2 more starters off the turf than it would have had on the turf, because there were 3 horses entered to only run if it came off the turf. So I think it's in a lot of ways a better race, Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we don't get to see too many, 5.5 sprint stakes on the dirt, and I'm excited to see that. I like those speed-laden races.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting betting race, as a matter of fact.
That'll be coming up in the 9th later today, part of that late pick 5 and the pick 6 as well. We got the first, though, coming up right now. I'm going to bring you the entire card. Starting off with this $50,000 claiming race, just one race, that 6th race remaining on the turf today. This was scheduled for the turf, now on the main track. Let's bring in Acacia Courtney for more on the opener.
Hey, Greg, and love that we do kick things off with the starting gate right outside the winner's circle for this mile and an 1/8 run, as when it comes off the turf does go to 9 furlongs. We'll start with the MTO to the inside for Todd Pletcher. That's Mr. Briggs coming in off a victory at Monmouth. He's been pretty sharp throughout. It is my first time seeing him in person, but he is a big, solid type of horse. Looks like one that wants to go 2 turns, and he will be the inside speed. Had a good warm-up underneath our leading rider, Louis Sias, who is aggressive early, has shown every indication that he'll be forward as well. As last time out, he broke well, got into position, then was kind of taken a hold of, but still had plenty left. I'd imagine we're going to see him on the engine early. So certainly no problems with him here. I think he appreciates this distance, but I loved what we saw from the 3 Fingal last time out. He was the standout for me in that race as far as just how he had progressed and as far as getting a chance to go that distance. This is what I think he's always wanted to do. I think he might have been a quasi-MTO in this spot as well, as he has run nicely on the turf, but it certainly handles the dirt, and especially a dirt with a bit of moisture in it. He has been sharp as he always is. He has been accompanied by the pony throughout, but again, I think he's really progressed coming along and looks much the same as he did last time out. As out of that July 30th race, he's the one of the 2 that I do prefer. The wild card in this field is the 550 Shades of Gray, who's never been on the dirt before, but East by Tiz now has one winning sibling who won both turf and dirt, and this guy doesn't look overly turf meant. He looks to me like he could go either way. He also has a lot of nice size to him, a lot of good substance as well. Really carried himself well. He moved well over the surface under Jose Ortiz. He does take a dropping class out of some stakes tries at Monmouth last time out. Would I prefer him overall on the turf? Yes, but he's, I think, one that certainly does fit with these and maybe an interesting wild card if he can handle the conditions today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. There's the 5 on our screen. 3-1, 50 Shades of Gray, but vying for favoritism, this one here, the main track only, Mr. Briggs, and meets leading rider. 44 wins and counting. Louis Sias will be aboard. Here's the maiden win. It came at Monmouth back on July 25th.
Jonathan, to me, he just looks like the speed in this race and the horse to beat, but obviously others were more impressed by the 3's win over the track here.
Yeah, look, that horse, Fingal, he got a nice figure that day, and Mr. Briggs' last figure was not as quick as I think I would typically like for a horse that I'm going to be choosing, but I think that figure was slow because the pace was slow. You can only come home so fast. He has back numbers that make him the horse to beat in here to me.
And, and Fingal obviously can win. It's a 4-horse off the turf race, and I think I've used 1 and 3 in the pick 5. You, on the other hand, you're more of a... The 3 has that last time was the time, right? You got him $8 in a 4-horse field last time, and this time I think he's a little vulnerable to the speed of the 1.
No, I completely agree. And you got Luis Saez drawn towards the inside, so you know what you're going to get from Louis. He's going to send away from there, go to the front. And like I said, I think there's a little bit of value here because I think the most important figures, the last figure just not very quick. But like we said, there's some hidden numbers back there in his past that make him the horse.
Right. It's not as though his number is that much slower. And I think you could also argue that a horse like Fingal's last Spire speed figure of 79 may be a little exaggerated by sort of running off on a wet track.
Absolutely, and he was facing a bunch of turf horses as well in an off-the-turf race, which I think also makes a difference. Got a comfortable trip that time. I don't think it'll be as comfortable this time.
Start off the day with a track good and harrowed for this opener. John Imbrial back on the mic. Here's the opener on this Friday card.
And they're off. City Magic is hustled out for the early lead. Mr. Briggs now moves up on the inside, and 50 Shades of Grey is on the outside as the 4 of them go into the clubhouse turn. And from that inside post, Mr. Briggs is right there to challenge City Magic for the lead. But City Magic is in front. Mr. Briggs is down at the rail in second. 50 Shades of Grey is on the outside in third, and Fingal trails in fourth, but is moving up now on the outside. The opening quarter over the good going in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it's City Magic on the inside and Fingal on the outside, and they are heads apart for the lead. They've got 2 lengths on 50 Shades of Grey, who now sits back in third, and Mr. Briggs, who at one point was on the lead, is now last of 4 as they race midway up the backstretch. City Magic leads here by a neck. Fingal on the outside in second through a half mile in 47 seconds. The front 2 have almost 3 lengths on 50 Shades of Grey in third, and Mr. Briggs is at the back. They start the run into the far turn. City Magic and Fingal, and they remain 1-2. And now Mr. Briggs makes a move and is right behind the front runners in third. 50 Shades of Grey runs in fourth as the field comes for the top of the stretch. 3 of them across. It's City Magic down at the rail. On the outside, here is Mr. Briggs and then Fingal. 3/4 in 1, 11 and 1. And Mr. Briggs has taken the lead as the field heads for home. Battling down on the inside is City Magic. So it's City Magic and Mr. Briggs with Fingal in third. And now 1/8 of a mile to the finish. On the outside, it's Mr. Briggs who has the lead as they pass the 16th pole. City Magic is second. It will be Mr. Briggs and Luis Saez to win the off-the-turf opener. City Magic was second. Fingal finished third, farther back 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, Saez, number 45 here at the meet. He was forward early, wound up dropping back to last and had no problem at all with his field in the end.
I'll take races that were not run in the manner you expected for 1,000, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, that was tricky. And here's the thing, Luis Saez is riding so confidently right now. He made that decision early to take out of that position, which is not typically a move I like very much. When you're down in there, then to take back and go around doesn't typically work out. But Luis making all the right decisions.
He is, and we were watching the race and comparing this race at a different level to the coaching club American Oaks and Maracuja. The rider made the right decision, as you say. Luis Saez making very few mistakes.
9 up on the next closest to him. That would be Jose Ortiz. Just keeps on pouring on the pressure. And that's the way you start this Alabama weekend card, with a win for the meet's leading rider here, Todd Pletcher. He gets his 16th winner of the meet, and the main track-only runner gets it done on a race taken off the turf here at 6-5.
Yeah, and that's a very rapid pace. 23.4, 47.15. I mean, for this quality of horse, Jonathan, they were flying up front.
Yeah, they were. They were really moving. That's why it really worked in Louis' advantage to take back out of there. If he stays in there, you got to think he probably gets tired and doesn't win this race. So, like I said, making all the right decisions, and that was a decision I think that's going to help him get his picture taken.
Do you think Johnny Velasquez watched that and said, you know what, I should have done that with Malathot last time?
Well,
then when he wants to get killed for losing, right?
He's going to get a redo chance coming up on Saturday. We'll preview that rematch with Maracuja and the Kentucky Oaks winner coming up tomorrow. We can't wait for it. We also can't wait for the Skidmore later today. Of course, Skidmore College right in town, about a 10-minute walk from Skidmore to all the hot spots in downtown Saratoga Springs. This college consistently acclaimed in national rankings, recognized as one of America's most entrepreneurial colleges, and a hidden Ivy as well. Liberal arts college situated on a beautiful 1,000 acres here in Saratoga Springs.
Oh, it's a great school. It really has become a really, really good school. And it used to actually be located very close to here, close to where we're living, actually, down the sort of Regent Street area just off Union Avenue.
I don't care where my son goes to school. He just must go to summer school at Skidmore.
And did I miss something? You guys rooming together? You said where we're living.
We're Jonathan and I are in very close proximity. The real friends on this show live near each other, Greg.
Oh,
You've isolated yourself, probably for good reason, from the rest of us.
Hey, it's all I could find. Property was hot this year with everyone allowed back in, and we're glad to have them. But Skidmore, again, we talked about it at the top of the show. Wesley Ward's got 3 in the race. He's got 2 fillies as well. But these 2-year-olds, lightly raced, they can all step up and surprise you. Averly Jane, of course, she's undefeated coming in. She's won on a good and sloppy track in her 2 tries at Keeneland and Churchill.
I'll tell you what, Jonathan, I have a lot of trouble differentiating all the Wesley Ward horses as well as the 4 back in the woods for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I ended up kind of leaning with Averly Jane just because she's done it twice. She's undefeated. I like how she passed a horse here. She's got tactical speed. Looks like she's been working with Golden Bell in the morning. I just went with Averly Jane as the edge here. Her speed figures, I thought, were a taste higher than the rest of them. And look, I know what I'm going to get from her down on the inside. She'll break away from there and be able to control this thing up front, I believe.
I look at these horses, and I feel like Wesley Ward could be like a horse alchemist. You're not really sure who these horses are in the barn. They all look sort of the same to me on paper, and certainly she can win. I don't disagree. I picked her second.
They're all usually incredibly quick. They all break great.
right. They all have speed. They're all sprinter types. He's really kind of amazing. So,
he's amazing at it, and that's why he has so much success. A lot of it coming with his 2-year-olds, and he is well stocked to be on top in that Skidmore later on this afternoon. That's coming up in race 9. Back in the opener, Mr. Briggs Saez on the fence. Hustled early, got position, then dropped back to last, and in the end, did not matter. Easy time of things.
Yeah, much the best. And I think it's time to say Luis Saez is now a real favorite to win this riding title.
Yeah, you got to think that Irad or Jose got a couple of 3-win days in them at some point.
So does he.
But Louis just doesn't. He keeps winning. It's like one of those horses on the lead where it's not like he's slowing down at all. He's still running.
Saez again, number 45. Let's go to Acacia, standing by with Jack Wolf of Starlight Racing.
That's right, Greg. And Jack, a nice way to kick off the day. Of course, you always hope you're on the turf, but when you have a main track only, worked out well for you today.
Perfect, thank you.
Now, this horse had run well at Monmouth last time out. Was it always kind of wanting to get a little bit more distance for Mr. Briggs?
Yeah, I think so. And Louis just did a real good job of, finishing up, and which he's sort of had problems with before. So good ride.
Yeah, this race didn't pan out how we thought it might have on paper, given the pace. When he was kind of off of it, did you kind of say, wait a minute, what's happening here?
Yeah, when he got squeezed over here, I was just talking to Louis, but Louis said he was confident, took him back in the 3/8 pole. He thought he had it won.
Such a big horse, too, galloping on afterwards. And it's always exciting to see your Silks in the winner's circle. Even for you, what's a win at Saratoga?
It's everything. I don't care what, claiming race, stake, it's all tremendous.
Well, congratulations. Here's to many more.
Thank you, Casey.
Jack Wolf of Starlight Racing. Greg, and you heard Jack say they've won on some of the biggest stages, but Saratoga, very special.
Indeed it is. Mr. Briggs, of course, has some upside as well. I mean, relatively lightly raced. Comes off a maiden win and then follows it up with a win first time in against winners. Granted, it was a race taken off the turf, but back to back.
I think Todd Pletcher is as sharp as any trainer I've ever seen at taking advantage of main track onlys. And one of the reasons in situations where maybe his barn wasn't as loaded as Chad Brown in past years, he's won or been competitive, and I think you would agree, Jonathan, is because he's ready for these off-the-turf races.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chad's got a lot of good dirt horses as well, but Chad's majority of his good horses are turf horses. And so when we have situations like this, when we have weather, I agree with you. Todd is probably a little bit more equipped to handle those situations.
Look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Up next, we got 2-year-old fillies sprinting on the dirt. Started the late pick 5 in that 6, that feature. This Skidmore taken off the turf. That 6 race does remain on the grass. It's the only one that does. That's coming up, that feature, in the 9th later on this afternoon. You can play all the action, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus with that promo code right there, SPA200. Play with us all summer long and beyond and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all the action today and on Alabama Saturday from here at Saratoga, where we're going to have this rematch coming up. Maracuja, the upset of the meet so far. The surprise on Malathat, the Kentucky Oaks winner, the first loss of her career. Can she get revenge on Saturday? We'll meet the field for the Alabama when we come back.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Live money Saratoga contests are available online through Naira Bets every Saturday during the Saratoga meet. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the $100 goes to the prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabet.com/contests.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. How do the tractors manage to do that and keep that sign intact? It's incredible.
Beautiful.
It's impressive.
Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin. We're getting set for a huge weekend ahead. It's one of the races we always look forward to here at the meet. Grade 1 Alabama, 1.25 miles for 3-year-old fillies. And we're going to meet the field right now. Of course, everyone talking about the rematch, but there are some others in this group as well. As we look at the field that will line up, Malathat, the Kentucky Oaks winner, the even money favorite to get revenge in the rematch. Let's start with the rail and crazy beautiful Kenny McPeak, who comes in off back-to-back graded stakes wins.
One of 2 horses in this race coming out of good races against slightly lesser horses, they'll step up and try the big one, a race that Ken McPeak won last year.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Will's Secret next door. Dallas Stewart and John Court.
Look, Will's Secret ran extremely impressively in the Kentucky Oaks. I didn't think she would run that well. Then she comes back in the Indiana Oaks and doesn't run as well. She feels like a horse that might appreciate that added distance. I don't think she can win, but I think she can get involved in the number.
Clairiere going to get a third chance at Malathot for Steve Asmussen.
I think she's the biggest threat to the favorite Malathot in this race. Tried aggressive tactics given the dynamics last time. They blew up in her face. You'll see a different race from her on Saturday.
Irad Ortiz Jr., he's back on board. He was aboard in that Coaching Club American Oaks. Maracuja, she sprung that upset in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Rob Atras, Ricardo Santana Jr., masterful ride.
She feels like one of those classic last time was the time type of horses. I think she was fortunate to win that race because of the way the race was run. I think she's going to be a little bit overbet tomorrow.
Played hard. Phil Bowers, a big step up. She comes in, though, off back-to-back wins.
Love that Phil Bowers taking a shot with this filly. Ran very, very well here, bottoming out of field, and she may not win, but she'll be in front.
Big price, and yeah, she's got a rider who knows how to take advantage of speed. The meets leading rider Malathot. Here's the Kentucky Oaks winner. I don't think she lost anything in defeat last start.
I don't think so either. I think the way that the race was run, she was run at about 3 times in that race. I think she's going to appreciate the added distance of 1.25 miles, and I like where she's drawn. She's in a comfortable position opposite of where she was drawn last time.
And Army wife Mike Maker, the outside post here, comes in off back-to-back wins at Pimlico and Prairie Meadows.
Interesting bookends with Crazy Beautiful on the rail and this horse on the outside. She's been very successful in lower level races. She'd have to improve a bit, but she is improving for a trainer whose horses are running lights out.
You know, Mike Maker, 24% at the meet. He's leading the way right now in the trainer standings. It is going to be a terrific edition of this historic race that, of course, last year was won by Swiss Skydiver. Kenny McPeak just won 2 of the last 3 running. Songbird back in 2016, Royal Delta, Blind Luck, Proud Spell, Silver Bullet Day, Banshee. I mean, what an incredible list.
It is. It's like so many stakes in NYRA. You see those lists. Go for Juan, one of my favorite horses. I saw all of those races. The most exciting one might have been Proud Spell and Music Note dueling down the stretch.
I like the Blind Luck. I thought that was fun
that was
when she won. It's one of my favorite races. And I think the best part about it is the fact that they're going 1.25 miles for the first time and probably the last time in their careers. And I think it's always an added dimension to the race.
It's effectively the female version of the Travers.
Indeed it is. And we're going to have it for you tomorrow. We hope you join us. Let's take a look at that matchup and that upset of the Kentucky Oaks winner in the Coaching Club American Oaks back on July 24th.
John, this is one of my favorite races, maybe of the meet, because it kind of looked a little boring going in, and it was thrilling.
Yeah, it had so much going on for a 4-horse race. Malathot was used aggressively early to hold that position. Clairiere and Irad Ortiz made a decision to run at Malathot early because that was Clariere's only shot to win. That didn't work out. And then Ricardo Santana with a brilliant ride to take back when all of that was happening, circle the field with Maracuja, and to get the upset.
And it had sort of everything that Saratoga is known for, right? The ultimate upset. But as you said, Malathot may have gained in defeat. I agree with Jonathan that Maracuja will be overbetting here, but I don't want to underrate her. She's a very talented filly.
Just from a pure standpoint of the extra ground, who do you think is going to appreciate, maybe move forward the most because of that?
I don't know. That's a good question, Greg. I don't think any of these 3 fillies will be hurt by it. How's that?
No, I think Clairiere and Malathot will definitely appreciate it. I don't think that either one of those is going to have a problem with the added distance.
1.25 miles, we don't see it often for 3-year-old fillies, except in the Alabama. And it's going to be a fun one. We hope you join us tomorrow. It's going to be a terrific day of racing, as is today, as we get on into better and better action throughout the afternoon. The Skidmore are featured later today. You can continue to build money to Travers Day with our Travers Bankroll Builder. Your last chance to earn that $20 bonus for the Run Happy Travers. Coming up, qualified bet 50 to win on any one horse in the Alabama and score a $20 bonus, whether you win or lose. Got to opt in, though. Don't forget to do that. Go to NYRABets.com to get involved and play that Travers Bankroll Builder. Pick 4. It starts in the second coming up. 6 furlongs. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career. And there's just a couple with experience in this group. The rest are all first-time starters.
Yeah, a lot of money for the 4 Empire Lily, Jonathan, as well as the 6 Make Might Move.
Yeah, Empire Lily by Jorge Abreu, trained by Jorge Abreu. 24% with first-time starters in his career. That's a pretty impressive number.
We're going to take a timeout. will be back. Luis Saez, right off the bat, got his 45th winner of the meet. He continues to lead the way in chase mode. Jose Ortiz is now 9 back. This could go down to the wire between these two. Irad's in the mix too, of course.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside, and Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Tap it. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5. Come down to the line together. It is Temperate in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes the lead.
This is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tap it, standing strong at Gainesway.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
We're back on Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on a gorgeous Friday afternoon. Skidmore later today, Alabama on Saturday. Right now we got the Pick 4 coming up. The early Pick 4, the second race, 6 furlong sprint with a ton of inexperience, including this one here, Trinity Titoli for Rudy Rodriguez. Let's bring in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, an interesting race where I know a lot of connections like their horses. We see a multitude of these firsters taking some money, and there are some that have pedigree. I'll look at 2, though, that actually don't have much pedigree, beginning with number 1, Trinity Titoli for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. The dam was not much, and she is out of the first season sire in Lord Nelson, who's only had 1 2-year-old debut winner so far. But she did sell for $60,000 at the OBS April sale after working 10-1. And what I liked most about this filly is how well she pushed off from behind. And it's evident here in the paddock how much strength she has behind the saddle. She's really well muscled, really solid, and you can see it in her walk too. She has that very powerful overstriding walk, and you hear several of these screaming in here. She has not done any of that. She has been so professional, so focused. Now, she's not taking as much money as some of these others on the board, but I like her, and I like that workout, and I know she breaks from the inside, but look for her to possibly show a bit of early speed. And then we'll move on to another one that doesn't have much pedigree, at least as far as production on the bottom side, in number 4, Empire Lily. But the dam of her toasting, she was a multiple stakes winner, kind of in that middle distance range. And looking at her here in the paddock, she's got some leg. She's got some size to her. And Jorge Abreu is always a guy I pay attention to with his first-time starters because he can fire with them. And she comes in here, she looks incredibly fit. She lacks maybe a slight bit of focus, as we do see her wearing a short cheater cup blinker upon debut here, and I actually got to watch her workout on XBTV a few works back, on a while ago, actually, 3 starts back out of the gate, in which she didn't break that alertly, but she quickly found her stride and really decimated her unraced stablemate. So I like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. Physically, we'll see if mentally if she needs one, but for more on some of the more well-bred horses, we'll check in with Acacia Courtney. And Maggie, the one that was taking the early money was a firster for John Kimmel, yet another example of the Chester and Mary Broman breeding program, and that is the number 6, Making My Move, who is out of a mare who was a good dirt sprinter. She's by Carpe Diem herself. The mare was a multiple stakes winner, was precocious as well. The other foal she's produced, though, Gotta Go Mo, is stakes placed, and he's good sprinting on turf. However, I think that Making My Move is well suited here. Her most recent workout, which you can watch on XBTV, she was keen outside of company, drifted a little bit on the turn, but finished up really well, and she has been the ultimate professional here in the paddock. Another interesting first-time starter is the 3, Speranza, filly by Into Mischief, who is out of a mare who's been a very good producer, though largely on the turf. March Express, Harlan's Honor, they have been precocious, but maybe a little bit more turf bent, and I wouldn't be surprised if this filly down the road could be that as well. She's also got some good size to her, and just maybe not completely clued in as of yet, saddling with the pony close by. She does lure a Route Ortiz for her debut and does look fit to start. We'll see if these are the right conditions for her, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Riders up, as we'll have our post-parade coming up here in a moment. Favorite, Andy, it's still the 6, Making My Move.
And an interesting note about the 6, Making My Move, David Aragona from Daily Race Form pointed out, this horse sold for $190,000, or didn't sell, RNA'd for $190,000 at the March OBS 2-year-old sale after working a very rapid 9 4/5. And so that's kind of an interesting fact about this horse that maybe some people don't know.
2-1 on the board. She just went by us here in the background. We're situated right in the paddock. She is impressive.
She's apparently been working very well for a race. I mean, obviously, when you're getting bet like this, especially for a barn that, to be honest, is having a pretty cold meet here at Saratoga, but this horse is obviously working well, and that's what really makes the horses the prices they are in these races, John.
Yeah, this horse being favored for a trainer who's 1 for 27 at the meet and wins at 11% with first-time starters, they're betting this horse despite those poor stats.
There was a time in the early 90s when John Kimmel was as dangerous with a first-time starter as any trainer in the country.
We'll see if he's got a good one here coming up. The public seems to believe that she is. Daughter of Carpe Diem as they come down Champions Way and onto the track for our post parade here. Great energy on this track this afternoon on the eve of the Alabama.
A lot of pent-up frustration after yesterday's downpour kept the crowd down, but they're here today.
Here's Trinity Titoli. First time out, Rudy Rodriguez.
I like this horse's work at the 2-year-old sale. Apparently, I'm the only one.
11-1 for E5 Racing Thoroughbreds. Beautiful Banks, one of just a couple with experience.
Yeah, debuted on the turf. The workout report didn't have great things to say about the last work.
Daughter of Into Mischief coming onto the track here, Speranza.
Maggie liked that work too, by the way. She's half to a very nice turf horse named March Express. We'll see how much dirt pedigree, but Into Mischief, a terrific sire, obviously one of the best.
9-2 on Speranza for St. Elias Stable. The 4, Empire Lily, Jorge Abreu.
Another first-time starter taking some money here, Jorge Abreu, 24% in his career with a first-time starter.
Next door, 9-1 on Silver Fist for Chuck Lawrence.
Interested to see Farron Peterson coming up to ride. We haven't seen her since back in November at Aqueduct. This was taking a little bit of money for Chuck Lawrence with some nice works out of town.
Still the favorite, the Kimmel filly here, Making My Move.
Yeah, the sibling Gotta Go Mo was very, very fast early. I expect this horse to show good speed early in the race.
Here's a Bellamy Road filly for Charlie Baker debuting.
Always a fan of Charlie Baker's horse, and actually 3 of the 4 runners from this dam got buyer figures in the 60s, which is okay, but taking no money.
And here is Succulent Phil Gleaves, the other with experience.
Yeah, this horse did stumble badly last time, but I don't think that the horse took any money.
8-1. Pick 4 pool, 127,000 and growing as the 6 Making My Move remains the one to beat on the board here.
I want to remind people also the 8 Succulent, part owned by Steve Christ, of course, the ex-publisher of the Daily Racing Form.
I would say Steve Christ is an absolute handicapping horse playing legend, and I don't feel like I'm exaggerating at all.
No, I agree. I think the game really suffered when both Steve and Andy Beyer retired at very similar times, and I think we all missed their writing so much. Steve had a way of sort of seeing through the haze very clearly.
Usually you get both of them on it at some point during the meet, right?
Well, Andy was actually going to come the last week like he does and was supposed to be talking horse with me. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it. But Steve's around. He was here. Took a tough beat in the last race. He and his partner Ken Durrett with the 12 will finish second, but they're back to try with Succulent. They've been having some fun owning the horses, and they have that nice New York bred.
That horse ran great, by the way.
I know. That was a brutal loss. I felt so bad for them.
9-5 here on Making My Move. Trained by person standing by with Acacia Courtney.
That's right, Greg. And John, Making My Move, she seems to have kind of tipped her hand in the mornings from those workouts. What have you been seeing from her?
Well, she's a lot like her sister, half-sister, Gotta Go Mo. She has one speed, and that's fast and forward, and she's worked that way in the morning, and we really have had a hard time, like, taking her back, and she's pretty much outworked most of the 2-year-olds she's worked with, and Louis had a chance to work her one time, and he was impressed by her, so, you know, she doesn't stub her toe or do something that these 2-year-olds might do on their first show. Hopefully she'll come out and give us a good run.
How much of a benefit is that to have a jockey worker and give some feedback?
Well, I think if any horse has a little quirk here or there, having a guy that's going to ride her in the afternoon is obviously beneficial. So he told me that I'll ride her wherever you want to run her. So that's a good sign when he says that.
She is Gotta Go Mo, who you also train, but she's a turf runner. What made you choose the dirt for this one?
Well, really, I had her earmarked. The first time I had her in was on the grass, the 5.5, and she didn't get in. So when he worked her on the dirt, he said, you know, she handled the dirt fine. So I'd much rather have a dirt horse than a grass horse any day of the week. And if it rains off on the grass, you always have another option to stay in. So I was thinking grass all along, but the way she's worked on the dirt and the way the program's set up, there are some really nice 2-year-old New York bred races on the dirt come the fall. So hopefully she's good enough to maybe make it in that direction.
Thanks for your time, John. Best of luck.
Okay, thanks.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. John Kimmel, all smiles right now. We'll see if he still is after this race.
Easier to smile before the race than after, quite frequently, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, the dream is still alive. Right. In about 6 minutes, it could be the other direction. But I think this horse is going to run well. You know, I think one of the clues, Andy, and I know you look at when it comes to siblings is I want to see a siblings that had speed for these young horses. I don't even so much care that they were good. I just want to know they have some speed that they can hopefully get this horse out of the gate and moving quickly in these 2-year-old races.
And the horse that John is referring to is a horse named Gotta Go Mo, who took a tough beat in a turf sprint the other day when some of us felt maybe they didn't use her speed as much as they should have. But I agree with you, Jonathan. She'll probably be quick.
And do we have a horse coming out? 4 is coming off the... No. The 3's coming out.
Let's wait and hear for sure. But they are moving the 3 off, so perhaps there will be an announcement.
That looks like that would be fun to get up there and climb on that thing.
No
for
thanks.
Who? For who?
Let's go to Maggie.
I'm going to be happy to have you go down there, Jonathan. Feel free to volunteer at 3:30.
Let's go to Maggie for the latest.
Watching number 3 warm up here, guys. Speranza. We haven't heard official word from John Embrial, but looking at her, it was not the smoothest warm-ups as we do hear John Embrial announcing that Speranza will be a late scratch here. So talking about some other warm-ups, I love the warm-ups that I saw from the 1, the 2, and the 4 here. Ultimately, I will land on the 4. Still very interested in number 1, Trinity Totoli as well. But looking at your current favorite at 8-5, holding strong in number 6, Making My Move. Watching the XB TV workouts, and you can catch her last workout here, which was with company, and 3 back, in which she was by herself and worked that 47 and 4. She seems like a bit of a runoff type. Very difficult to control, as you heard kind of John Kimmel, her trainer, alluding to. Now, Luis Saez, understandably kept her with the pony. Really not aggressive. Doesn't have the most appealing stride, at least to my eye. I could be totally wrong. She could zip away from this field and take them gate to wire. But for me, there were things that I just didn't necessarily love upon watching her here on race day. And two, I thought she looked as though she is one that could strengthen up across her top line and would just benefit from getting a start. We'll see what she does here, guys, but I'm going to opt with the second choice here in number 4. That's Empire Lily.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 3 comes off the board.
I stand alone. Well, I don't quite stand alone. And even money, I've got a lot of company. Well. They're just not on the show.
And if
in
you
spirit, they are.
If you play that early pick 5 with us and you use the 3 Speranza, you'll obviously get the post-time favorite, which will be Andy's selection, the 6, Making My Move.
I agree.
Who, well, for a moment was even money, now back to 6-5.
Yeah, this horse was favored in the double, for what it's worth, but a double pretty generous when you think a 6-5 won the first race. It was effectively a 2-horse race, at least on paper. Double is $7.80. It's around $10 for a dollar with a number 4. Nobody really taking any money in this race. Well, the 3 was bet a little bit, but nobody really taking any money in here besides the 4 and 6.
Yeah, public making this a 2-horse race.
How smart has the money been at this meet so far, Jonathan, 2-year-old races in your estimation? I'm trying to think about it. Pretty good overall?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to think of some of the... I feel like there hasn't been any like crazy prices in these 2-year-old races. I guess the one I'm thinking that comes to mind is that Diodoro horse that won.
Right, 38-1.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've seen any like those 3-5 Todd Pletcher fastest horses in the world yet, right?
No,
you know,
we heard about one last Saturday, but that horse didn't.
Oh, I heard the Asmussen best horse, 2-year-old he had. Yeah, after he'd had like 8 stake winners already, he'd had the best one in his barn.
Well, we know where the money's been truly, truly bad in the grade 1s. Only one favorite has won a grade 1 at this meet. That was Nick's Go.
I thought you were going to say in my betting account, but appreciate that, Greg.
1 left to move in. That's Succulent to the outside. Making My Move the 6th, the favorite. First time out for John Kimmel with Luis Saez. Trying to start off the day 2 for 2 with the early double. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 8, Succulent, and she trails. Out for the lead is Silver Fist. And down on the inside is Trinity Totoli. And on the outside, it is Making My Move. Making My Move with a head in front of Silver Fist. Trinity Totoli's down on the inside in 3rd. Empire Lily is 3 lengths back in 4th. Then it's another 5 to Beautiful Banks, who's followed by Bells on Her Toes. And after that slow beginning, Succulent is the trailer in 7th. And the opening quarter was run in 21 4/5 seconds. And Making My Move steps away from the field here to lead by 2.5 lengths, now by 3 lengths. Silver Fist runs in 2nd. Empire Lily now up to 3rd. Trinity Totoli is back running in 4th. The half in 44 4. It is Making My Move with the lead into the stretch. Making My Move in front here by 5 lengths. Silver Fist runs in 2nd, then Trinity Totoli and Empire Lily. This is an impressive debut here for Making My Move. She's going to win by as much as she wants. Making My Move wins her debut by at least 10 lengths. Silver Fist was 2nd, and then a photo for 3rd. And the time was 1:10.4.
That was as easy as could be. First time out for Making My Move. John Kimmel has a nice filly here. Now we know why he's smiling.
This filly left this field in shambles, Jonathan.
Yeah, at the half-mile pole, she opened up, and I kind of looked like, whoa, she might do something special here. I love when we see races like this. It gets you excited of what's to come with these horses. It's why these 2-year-old races at Saratoga are so much fun, because of performances like this.
And I'll tell you something. Looking at the 2-year-old maidens we've seen, obviously Echo Zulu opening day comes to mind for Steve Asmussen. I think 3 of the most impressive debut winners we've seen at this meet have been New York breds. We saw those 2 a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week. And this horse, I mean, wow.
This was
rocking chair.
Just a walk in the park. So professional, too. It's 6-5. Luis Saez, early double. He's got 46 now at the meet, but I think the only thing in his mind right now is I want to stay on this filly for John Kimmel.
Yeah, this is an impressive effort by her, and we'll see if John Kimmel you know, if he's going to run her against New York breds in a stake at Belmont, or if he's going to opt for a race like the Frizette. You want to see what the figures come back. This horse is fast.
Big effort, 1:10.4 the final time for the 6 furlongs.
Man.
It wasn't even asked for much. There's John Kimmel.
He barely asked her.
No, she's enjoying what she's doing out there. Farron Peterson, who came up and rode Silverfish, she must have felt for a second like, well, I came up here to ride a good horse. Oh, there was a much better good horse in front of me. But a nice second place finish for her, which I'm sure was exciting. I'm going to guess this is her first mount at Saratoga. It's kind of cool.
6-5-1-8. But the story here, this ultra impressive daughter of Carpe Diem for trainer John Kimmel. And the early dub for Luis Saez. When we come back, the story of a big race tradition that is continuing on, thanks in part to Susan Garrett, who had a local flower shop in town. Stick with us. More Saratoga Live on the way next.
Run up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini on the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but run up, running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run up, and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on Saratoga Live on this Friday of Alabama weekend. Our program brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app to get started. And the first 2 races on the card, they go to the meet's leading rider, widening that advantage. Luis Saez now with 46 wins at the meet. He's 10 up on the next closest pursuer. This was an impressive debut for this filly making my move.
As you were saying, Jonathan, it's one of the things we enjoy about Saratoga.
Yeah, look, when you wake up every day and you get to see these 2-year-old races, you're hoping you see performances like that, and because she could be any kind of horse.
Ultra impressive. So has the man aboard been Luis Saez. He's with Acacia.
Sweeping the early double, too, as Louis making my move. John Kimmel told us beforehand that you had a chance to work her and said that she'd worked well on the dirt. She certainly didn't disappoint, did she?
No, I really love this filly. When I worked it that day, I was very impressed. I was pretty happy how she worked, and she did it easy, so I know she had a lot of talent, and today she showed off. She just break from there, and she just did it pretty easy. You know.
Seems like she has so much speed, too, and she had shown that in the mornings. How do you save enough for the end with a filly like that?
Yeah, she have a lot of speed. She break from there. I just tried to let her relax, and she did it. When she came to a straight Swiss lead, she took off. She was pretty nice filly.
Obviously, the big stakes, those are exciting, but a promising 2-year-old, that has to really be meaningful for a rider, too, and to be with a filly like that from the beginning and hopefully on to more things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm pretty happy with her, and we just hope she keep sound and all the best. And I'm so glad to be riding her, so it's a blessing for me to be here.
Congratulations. I know Mr. and Mrs. Broman waiting to talk to you, and congratulations on the first 2 here, Louis.
Thank you so much, Jesse.
Greg?
Keeping it going. Luis Saez, what a meet he has had. 46 wins, the early double. And if you're out in the parking lot, too, I mean, he's standing tall at them. He's got the biggest truck you've ever seen in your life. Belongs at a monster truck rally.
He really does. I saw it one day. I was like, whose is that? And I saw Louis jump up in it.
I saw David Price's truck at Fenway once. I bet it's bigger.
This might give it a run for its money. $4.50 for the win, making my move. This was fun to watch, and she's going to be a lot of fun to watch next time out. This was impressive from making my move.
And I think
at a racetrack that has it all, Susan Garrett, who owns a flower shop in town, realized that something was actually missing at Saratoga. So many important races with so much prestige and history here, Garrett noticed that in the Travers, there's no blanket for the winner. So she proposed with Nara. She, in fact, gets started on that. And ever since, her creations have continued to bloom here in the New York racing circuit.
I had a flower shop next door to the Wishing Well called Susan's Flowers back in 1990. And about 93, I started thinking why we didn't have a flower blanket for the Travers race. So I called New York Racing Association and what do you think about it? And they said, why don't you make one? Holy bull. So I was in the winner's circle with the blanket, which was this big 7x3 rectangular blanket that we made with mini carnations instead of standard carnations to make it different, and then of course red and white for the colors of Saratoga, which were the old awnings. One of the things that we really tried to work on, shaping it, making it look better. You know, we now have an emblem where before we had that big white T, and that was just basically because those things were not available back in '94 when we were trying to put something together. It would have cost, you know, thousands of dollars to have an emblem made like we have now, which, you know, they can do because it's computer generated. I think doing the replica blanket for Will's Way for his birthday celebration was special. Doing a sash for a retirement horse that was an Olympic gold medalist, Justify, obviously. My first Belmont blanket ever, and it's a Triple Crown blanket. So that, to me, obviously, is very special. Mike Smith throwing those flowers up in the air, that's something I'll never forget. I am, first of all, honored and so blessed to be able to make these blankets, starting out with that one and then working on developing it and making it light and making sure the horses don't mind it on their backs, you know, trying to shape it so that it fits the horse better. It took a lot of trial and error, so I'm very blessed to be able to be here in Saratoga and be able to do blankets from here to be sent to Belmont. It's an ideal job to have. There's no better honor than having your handiwork put on the back of a champion.
Well, we saw Susan Garrett's incredible work right off the bat at the meet in the Diana. We're going to see it again tomorrow in the Alabama as well. It takes about 400 to 800 flowers to put those together.
I love the blankets. I think it just sort of, it adds to the allure of the races. I enjoy seeing the blankets happen.
And I love it when the riders pull them out and throw them up in the air. It's always a lot of fun.
I was surprised. Susan said she loves that too. I'd be like, what are you doing to my creation? But no, she loves seeing that too. And we're going to see one again tomorrow in the Alabama, whoever will be wearing that. I think differing opinions up here.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of us don't think that Malathot is the horse to beat, whether you ultimately pick her on top. I mean, she is the one to beat.
Yeah, but I also agree that I think the horse to beat her is Clairiere. I think Andy agrees with that as well.
I do.
Meanwhile, we may agree, may not, in the Travers who the horse to beat is going in. Leader of the division right now, it's Essential Quality. Took the Jim Dandy as well. And let's take a look at what he did in that race. Covered a lot of ground.
Oh, I think he's a little bit more vulnerable, perhaps, than some of the others might believe, but I have no illusions that he's not the horse to beat.
Yeah, I think he's going to take a step forward off of that effort. Obviously, the Jim Dandy wasn't the goal. He was wide around there. He was a little bit closer than I thought he would be. He had to be asked from the half-mile pole. I think he'll be better going a mile and a quarter. So I think there's a lot of things that are in his corner, but he's going to have to deal with the horse that seems to be improving in Dynamic One.
And he's not a flashy horse. That was one of the reasons I loved his Belmont. That was such a thrilling race, the way it was run. But for the most part, he's sort of a lunch pail type horse that shows up, but he shows up every single time he runs.
He does. He's been magnificent. He is, as you said, no question, the horse to beat going in. Who could potentially beat him? Well, Todd Pletcher's going to be in the race after Dynamic One scored a victory in the Curlin Stakes with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, Dynamic One is the horse that I have always thought the more ground, the better. His win in the Curlin was kind of a breakout performance. And as we take a look at a recent work from his in company with Dr. Jack, who's, while he's also a talented runner, is on the smaller side. Dynamic One is pretty big. And you may notice in this workout that he is a little bit high-headed. That's typical of Dynamic One in the mornings, but he started behind Dr. Jack, came and got him, and just has that big loping stride and bested his mate, certainly. I loved the gallop out that I saw from Dynamic One, and I love how this horse is coming along, too. Not only the physical maturity that we've seen from him on the track, but the mental maturity, too, in that he's really starting to figure things out. Off of that Curlin, I think he really showed us that he deserves to be in the mix back in with this 3-year-old crop and take a shot at the Travers. So looking forward to seeing what he has to offer, because I think the distance should really suit him. And he's one that's always been a strong workhorse. He has worked in company with Malathot, but I really liked what I saw from this most recent workout, Greg.
So you got a big race like that. You want to see Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli in it, and we will after that victory in the Curlin. And a horse who, look, he got caught by a stablemate in that Wood Memorial. He ran a huge race that day.
I agree. I thought his Wood Memorial was sensational. You look at Trackus, he traveled far than the other horses. He moved early into a race that ended up collapsing in the late stages. And I think his Wood Memorial was the race where the light went off. Who knows what happened in the Kentucky Derby, but after the Curlin, obviously, he is a much improved horse, and I think he has to be considered the biggest threat to Essential Quality, though Midnight Bourbon could be a very interesting competitor as well.
Absolutely. I liked Midnight Bourbon quite a bit in the Derby, and he obviously didn't run poorly there, but I think he could continue to improve as well.
I thought his Preakness was very good, and he's a horse that's better when they're forward with him, and that could really help him in the spot.
You're going to see it live on Fox. You don't want to miss it. Run Happy Travers, Saturday, August 20th. We're almost there. It's unbelievable. This meet has flown by. A week from tomorrow, the Travers live on Fox. So we hope you join us for the Midsummer Derby with Essential Quality, leader of the division, back in action. Right now we got the third coming up. Race taken off the turf, 5.5 furlongs in this New York bred condition where everybody's taking money in here.
Yeah, I mean, by post time in all likelihood, the number 3, the MTO Market Alert, and the 5 Sacciatorio has a solid dirt race here last year. They'll separate themselves. They're significantly lower in odds in the multi-race bets.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. There is Market Alert. Jose Ortiz will be aboard the main track only runner, who now is your favorite at 2-1 for Jimmy Ryerson. Stick with us. Post parade coming up next.
West Coast champion 3-year-old colt and multiple Grade 1 winner with over $5 million in earnings. He dominated the Pennsylvania Derby by more than 7 lengths and went wire to wire in the Travers, defeating all 3 classic winners.
I would say the Travers was his best performance. He just got out there with that big frame of his, and he just galloped away from a fantastic field of horses.
A descendant of the AP Indy sire line, West Coast stands to continue that legacy at Lane's End.
You
don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
I call this the back 40 because nobody knows it's here. And everything's always a work in progress.
The owners of Shamrock Hill Farm consider themselves lucky to have produced Derby starter Brooklyn Strong,
And they're off.
who earned his trip to Kentucky by earning Derby points in the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes.
And it is the New York bred Brooklyn Strong.
But retired chemist Cheryl Prudhomme and her husband Michael Gallivan, who was a retired dentist, don't count on luck to keep their farm going. They develop systems for everything and are guided by one philosophy.
The horses come first. Actually, all the animals on this farm come first, and then it's the people. Come on.
They're proud of the fact that so many of the horses they breed make the races. They believe that's because they plan the matings for their broodmares by matching up the physical looks of the stallion with the mare.
We look at the phenotype of the stallion and the phenotype of the mare in question. Try to match them up. And we go to Kentucky and look at the stallions, see which stallion we think will complement a certain mare.
While Brooklyn Strong sold as a weanling for $30,000, Shamrock Hill hopes his yearling half-sibling will reward them in the sales ring this summer at the Fasig-Tipton New York Preferred Sale.
We have a gorgeous practical joke colt out of Riviera Chic, the dam of Brooklyn Strong. It's a really nice colt.
Cheryl and Michael put up all the fencing themselves and finished the inside of a barn without outside help. The only time the two of them left the farm at the same time was to watch Brooklyn Strong in the 2021 Derby. In spite of working 24/7,
it's a labor of love, but it's labor.
For more information, you can go to nybreds.com on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. We got a New York bred race coming up here in this third, and 2-1, 9-2 separates the entire group. Although the main track only runner has become your favorite. That man there on the left will be aboard. Jose Ortiz going to try and get back a little ground here on the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez, as he is 10 back.
He's telling Irad, don't worry, Irad, I'll save us. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Can we combine our win? They might have to catch Luis right now. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, that could make things very interesting, Greg. But we'll start down to the inside with this race off the turf with a horse I have not seen before in person, but that is the number 1 Alfalfa, who has run well on both turf and synthetic. That doesn't always translate to the main track. That said, he is such a striking horse. He bowed his neck beautifully. He's been touting himself here in the paddock, and he ran pretty well, I thought, in his last race coming here from Arlington, albeit on the turf. He does kind of strike me of more of a type of turf and synthetic runner, in that he's a little bit more angular behind. He's very, very fit. He does have a bit of a flatter hoof to him, but just his overall presence and the way that he is making an appearance here, love what I'm seeing. So wondering wondering if he does handle the main track today, which he hasn't as of yet, but overall, he looks like he is just a horse that's doing really, really well in his second start here at Saratoga. Main track only is the 3. Market Alert did not like him on the turf last time out, so he gets back to his preferred surface. I understand being a New York bred, a lot of money available in those races, like that New York Stallion Series race last time out. Every time I've seen this guy, my notes have been that he's been very sharp, energetic before the race. And while now that he's been tacked up, he's been really forward in his energy. He's much more composed, much more professional than he has been in the past, off a little bit of a freshening since mid-June. I like how he's been coming along for Jimmy Ryerson. Finally, the 5, Saratoga. Not only does he have some good dirt races to go back on, including here at Saratoga last summer, he has a pedigree that could actually say that he would run well on the dirt. The best sibling is Mr. Online, who's multiple graded stakes placed, but actually 6 siblings were all dirt horses. And if anything, this guy tends to carry his weight a little bit more. He looks a little bit more tucked up today than I have seen. And I love the turn back after he tried a mile last time out. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here coming up in a moment. Sam's not leaving, is he?
I don't know. He just left.
We've not heard the call to post yet. It'll be coming up here shortly. So, look, we expect, I think, Market Alert deserves to be the favorite in this spot, no?
I think so. I've always been a fan of this horse. He's an improving 3-year-old, so he may have some more blue skies than these horses. He's not a horse, though, Jonathan, with a ton of early speed. And I thought Scacciatore, the 5, who I picked over him, he's obviously improved a lot on the turf, but his one dirt race was a scheduled dirt race here. It wasn't an off-the-turf race, and I thought he ran very well in a hot-paced race that kind of collapsed, and he's improved as a racehorse since then, so I thought he was the biggest threat, and I think the public at the end of the day will agree.
There's the call to post from Sam as they come down Champions Way. And there is the man who is dialed in right now.
It's funny with Luis Saez. His horses aren't taking the kind of money we've seen Irad take when he's winning a lot, you know? He's not one of these riders getting bet the same way. It's interesting.
No, that man right there actually has been, especially before we came here at the Belmont meet, it was to the level of ridiculousness that his horses were getting overbet, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. We'll see if that changes as we go forward, if Luis holds on to win.
We'll kick things off of this post parade with Alfalfa and Luis Saez. Can he take the early pick 3?
I'm concerned that his one dirt race, albeit at the distance of a mile, wasn't a very good effort. He seems to be better on turf or synthetic.
5-1 on the 5-year-old by Alpha, who's a Travers winner here. Market Alert, main track only runner.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he has the best resume of main track races in here, and his last effort on the dirt in the Mike Lee was a good one.
Jose Ortiz aboard there, his brother on New York's finest next door.
Yeah, this horse has some speed, and 3 races back was a very impressive race, but was really pretty poor last time.
Eric Cancel on Scacciatore for Chris Engelhardt.
Mile was too far for him, especially around 2 turns last time out. We'll see if getting back to the dirt, he can run as well as he did last year.
And here's Scuttlebuzz, 7-2, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this is a horse I just feel like it's a turf horse. And Andy, you talk about it all the time with people just seem to struggle with how to bet these races, and I think Scuttlebuzz made sense if this race was being run on the turf. Doesn't make sense to me on the dirt.
He's a really cool turf sprinter because he can close into slow paces, you know, and I think he's really interesting because this is a horse that will perform well even when the dynamics aren't in his favor.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. There is Scacciatore for Chris Engelhardt. 5-2 second choice on the board. The third is next on Saratoga Live.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you where you can play all these races, Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and get involved. Coming up on Saturday, Naira Bets, of course, every Saturday, the meet hosting that live money handicapping contests. $300 buy-in, cash prize pool, as well as seats into the next week's contest. Registration, it ends today. 5 p.m. Eastern. Go to naira.com/contest to get registered, to be involved. Good luck to everybody.
Jonathan, if you weren't working with us, what are the chances that you would not be playing in that contest?
If I wasn't working here, I would play in every single one of them.
So be part of the action. Test your handicapping skills and get rewarded. So we get set for this third here coming up. So market alert now, solid 9-5 favorite here.
Look, this horse is taking money. You know, the MTOs always do. This horse has back races that make a ton of sense. My biggest concern is that this race is at 5.5 and doesn't have a ton of early speed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to know how the track is playing at all. And I think, for the most part, we've seen a fair track most of this meet. The first race, a horse did make a run from behind. It was a 4-horse field. The horse was the favorite, and it was a fast pace. The second race, the first-time starter blew it out. But I agree with you, Jonathan. I think, for me, that was one of the reasons that I picked Sociatore. I thought that the number 5 Sociatore could be much more forward than that horse. The speed of the race, though, looks like the 4 New York's Finest, and that is a very hard horse to make the winner. So maybe if you don't think that horse is good enough, does that not help a horse like the 3 because it brings the closers into the race?
It should. My only issue is if this race was at 7 furlongs or 6.5, I would love market alert in here. I just worry that they're not going to be able to get there going the 5.5.
He did win at 5 to break his maiden. At Belmont, obviously, totally different scenario with who was in that race, how it was run, how the track was playing and everything. But for what it's worth, he's 9-5. So pace-wise, what does he need to happen?
Well, I mean, I think it obviously depends. It always depends, Pete. You don't really know. I mean, you can look at him. I think you will agree that the 4 is supposed to be in front in this race. The question is whether or not he's competitive. I worry less about less distance because I think the market alert shouldn't have a problem with it. I don't really worry about going back. And I also think that market alert is a horse that even a little bit better than he looks on paper because he's got some trips buried in some of those recent races. I always thought he was pretty good. But you're right. The MTOs are just by their very nature are overbet because they're the only horse entered in the race to run, specifically if it was run in the dirt.
Absolutely. And I like the 1 Alfalfa a little bit as well. I think this horse should be able to work out a trip from the inside, and who better to be riding and making those decisions than Luis Saez?
Minute to post. Coming up, let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on a horse that I agree will likely be the early pace in here, and that's New York's Finest, who has been on his toes and very sharp throughout, as he always is, to be fair. But the curious thing about this horse was when Rudy Rodriguez had him during the winters, he'd go down to Florida and go to Louis Ramirez's barn, which was the typical move, as Rudy doesn't keep horses full time at Gulfstream in the winter. And it seemed like that was because this horse wanted turf and wanted to be a turf sprinter, and he handled that Gulfstream turf course quite well. Remember last year in one of those off the turf races, it was a soft field and he just didn't run a step that day. So I just can't trust him in this spot on the main track. However, again, he's been very sharp. I think he's very quick out of the gate, and he has had a race up here at Saratoga. That speed is his best weapon. For me, he's just a tough one to trust in this spot on what is definitely not his preferred surface, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thanks. Look, with Market Alert, you go 2 starts back. I mean, he was second to River Dog, who's pretty highly regarded.
No, River Dog's a nice horse. He didn't run that well in the Amsterdam, but that was against Jackie's Warrior. And, you know, we've been talking about how the CAW players not betting at the end, and we're not seeing those drops. And I think that's one of the reasons we're not seeing both the 3 and 5, maybe as low as 6 to 5 in this race. It's ending up providing, if you like those horses, potentially a little bit of value.
We're set for the third. Market Alert to 3, the favorite. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Number 4, New York's Finest, had to steady just a bit right after the start. From the inside, it is Alfalfa, and from the outside, Scacciatore, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. They've opened up a little more than 2 lengths on Market Alert, who's down on the inside. Alongside is Scuttlebuzz, and the trailer is a New York's Finest in 5th. Scacciatore on the outside now pokes ahead in front of Alfalfa. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Scuttlebuzz, Market Alert in between horses. Farther back, it's New York's Finest. And they are all chasing Scacciatore, who has the lead, coming for the top of the stretch. Alfalfa dropping back, being asked for more. Then comes Market Alert, Scuttlebuzz, and New York's Finest. They are in the stretch, and it is Scacciatore who has opened up here after a half in 45 1. Scacciatore pouring it on here in front now by 7 lengths, and the battle will be for second. Scacciatore and Eric Consell, and it is going to be very tight for second between Market Alert and New York's Finest.
Scacciatore won by a country mile here.
Starting to see a trend so far in today's races. And, you know, Jonathan, you'll see this in some off-the-turf races because you've got a couple horses out of the 5 that just, they can't run on the surface. Scacciatore sure can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to take anything away from the winner, but I think the complexion of the race was changed a little bit when the 4 New York's Finest that you mentioned in the pre-race was likely to be the speed in here didn't end up on the front end after stumbling at the start.
Right, I agree. And he actually may have won the photo for second, which is impressive for him, though it was a blowout victory. And give Eric Consell the credit. When he saw that happening, he didn't allow Alfalfa to get away with it. He made sure to be on top of that horse. It may not have mattered, but at least he did the right thing from the start. It's a good sign for Eric, who struggled a bit at the meet.
7 of 5 in the end. Scacciatore, let's go back to that beginning.
You'll see the 4 who figure to be the speed, and that horse, it's rare you see them stumble behind like that, Jonathan.
Right, and that was a significant stumble. I think sometimes they can look like they're a bigger deal than they are. That was a significant stumble. I thought the horse ran well despite that, especially for a horse who's used to running closer to the pace. A lot of times they get in these situations, they don't really know what to do. I thought this horse ran well to get second. To get third. I missed the photo there.
Oh, he did not get second, actually. But, you know, I think one of the reasons it doesn't look as bad watching the head-on, we're so used to horses usually stumble in front, and you can see it. This horse actually stumbled in behind, which you don't see that often, or as often.
5, 3, 4. I gotta say, disappointing effort from Market Alert, being the main track only with the form on dirt.
Market Alert's performance a little disappointing?
Yeah.
Yeah, very disappointing for him. I mean, he never really looked like a winner, right? He was between horses, and he was sort of struggling to sort of assert himself to get ahead of the others in this race. He did not run well, but that man, Chris Englehart, very quietly is having a tremendous spring and summer, Greg.
A great meet at Belmont. It's continuing that here from limited starters at Saratoga. Scacciatore, 7 of 5 with the win. Eric Consell aboard for the victory.
on the 4-year-old son of Central Banker. Much the best here in this third on this Friday card from Saratoga. We'll be back, prices from this one, and we'll have the latest edition of Kart Talk. Graham Motion, the guest of JK on the road on the grounds of Saratoga this week. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Their track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! And Nyquist is still unbeaten!
Our track record.
Street Sense will need some running room at the wire! Natalia Duro wins!
Here comes the Stern, and the Colt is letting rip with a big run!
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just a Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Global Campaign is not done. He is resilient on the inside, and he wins the Monmouth Cup.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as race number 3 is in the books. It went to Scotchatorre, piloted to victory by Eric Cancel, who joins me now. And Eric, it seems like he's kind of your horse. You've ridden him in a lot of his recent races, and it seems like he really just adapts to anything.
Yeah, to be honest, he's a really cool horse. You know, I've ridden him already about 6 times. Got along with him pretty good, you know. He's in great form, so coming into this race, the trainer and I knew that we had a really big shot to get the win, so it worked out well.
And obviously the pace changed at the start. New York's Finest stumbled to your inside, and you were able to take the lead. Tell me about that decision and how your horse seemed to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, when I spoke to Chris on the paddock, I told him, look, I'm just going to come out of there running, you know. If the one on the inside goes, I'll sit right next to him the whole way, you know. If not, I'll just take the lead and try to have them come to it, you know.
How fun is it when you win by open lengths like you did today? Do you enjoy that more over a photo finish, just knowing that you've got it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't get that pressure like, oh, did I get it, did I not? It feels wonderful. I'm just very grateful, you know. Chris has stuck with me the whole winter, you know. I really appreciate it, you know. I appreciate all those people that have given me a shot, you know, to be able to win races for them. And he's one of my main customers now, and I feel very happy to be able to win a race for him.
It was a nice win today. Congratulations, Eric.
Thank you.
Scotchatorre picking up another one, Greg.
Eric Cancel, good for that young man. It is tough to get wins at this meet with the best of the best coming here, and as competitive as this jockey colony is.
And, you know, obviously this horse was much the best, but I like that Eric was alert to the 4 getting left and made sure to be forward with his horse. And it may not have mattered, but I think those things matter, Jonathan.
Absolutely, and I'm very happy for Eric to get a win here, but I'm glad he didn't take this one's speed away. Right. A lot of times they'll break on top, they'll try to get cute and sit in a comfortable position. I joke about it all the time. It's like not letting Steph Curry shoot threes. That's his weapon. Let him roll out there.
$4.90 for the victory.
ABR, one of our great partners here on the program. You ready?
Ready for what?
What's new at ABR?
What's new at ABR? Everyone's still talking about Got Stormy and her win in the 4-star Dave. It was an outstanding performance. On AmericasBestRacing.net, Bob Ehalt and Mike Curry have a couple of really good pieces on Got Stormy and her targeting the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. ABR also has a preview of Saturday's Alabama Stakes written by Keeler Johnson. Some of the country's top 3-year-old fillies will be in action. Check out who Keeler's going with in his analysis. And then finally, the Fan Choice Awards. Voting is ramping up. This week's category, it's a good one, guys. Always a hotly debated one. Favorite racing TV personality, of course. Semifinalists include several of us. And then voting continues throughout the weekend, so be sure to cast your ballot.
Should I say who I'm going to vote for?
I don't think anyone could have nailed that the way Jonathan did. You know, Greg, just sitting here, I was in awe of you.
Thank you very much.
It wasn't over the top. I mean, you're excited about it, but it was sincere.
Yeah,
you know,
I felt the sincerity.
I'm a professional.
You are. Nothing if not a professional.
He's won a Kentucky Derby, a Dubai World Cup, and multiple Breeders' Cup races, including 2 Breeders' Cup turfs. So what's left to conquer for Graham Motion? Well, he reveals that and much more in this week's edition of Kart Talk.
Graham, I feel like I let you down. You've got this great shirt on, and I got on a hoodie.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed.
I gotta save them. It's running out of shirts. We've got 3 weeks left, and so I gotta save the shirts. I can't. I gotta have them for the shows in the afternoon.
I really stepped up my game today. I mean, this is my dancing shirt.
Well, let's not waste any time. Let's talk about the most important horse you've ever trained. Let's talk about Shake the Bank.
Classic. He was the best. He was a game changer, Shake the Bank. And we just got so frustrated with Better Talk Now, who had to have pace. You know, the guys got together, Brent and the guys, and decided that's what we need to do, is go out and get a rabbit. And it really worked. I mean, I think it won him a couple of races, and actually Shake the Bank almost pulled off. I can't remember which race it was, but the United Nations at the top of the stretch. We thought he might get there.
You talked about Better Talk Now. It's funny. That was my first Breeders' Cup I ever went to. I grew up in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Well, we have that in common. That was my first Breeders' Cup. So is that crazy? And Ramon.
Absolutely.
All of us, it was our first Breeders' Cup. I think Ramon would probably agree for him too. It was kind of changed both of our careers, you know.
I've always remembered a certain workout, and I'm assuming that it was an important workout for you as well, that really let me know that there's some hints in the morning on when a horse is going to run really well, and that's Animal Kingdom's work right before the Derby.
We had really left everything down to that work, because you got to remember, he'd never been on the dirt, so I didn't even breeze him on the dirt very often. And we'd had him over at Keeneland. The weather was terrible. Every weekend I said, we'll take him to Churchill, and it would rain, so we kept him at Keeneland. And then that day, you know, Robbie worked him, and I remember right after he breezed, I mean, it looked good to me, but right after he breezed, somebody said, you know, Bob Baffert picked him out as the horse to beat off his work, and that really kind of got my attention. The horse was doing really good. I probably didn't realize how good he was, to be honest.
I've always wanted to know, was it the plan to go to the front in the Dubai World Cup, or was that just Joel being Joel?
You know, I think we thought it was a paceless race. I mean, to be honest, I thought Joel maybe, you know, he was right up there. I was really nervous that night because the horse was doing so well, and I really wanted to sit down and go over it with Joel because the synthetic plays so differently. But, you know, we knew we had to be close. Maybe he made the lead a little early, but he was good that night.
Another horse that I think maybe goes a little bit under the radar of yours that I thought was outstanding and had a heck of a run of wins was Main Sequence.
Yeah, he was a little bit of a tricky horse because he had this tendency to break a step slow. And every race, we kind of worried that he wouldn't come out of there. We worked on it quite a lot. It wasn't something I've ever dealt with before with an older horse.
What's that one race that just kind of sticks out in your brain as one that you'd really like to get before it's all said and done?
Oh boy, I mean, maybe the Diana. It's been such a difficult race for me. I've had so many tough beats in it. I think a race like that, I think these races at Saratoga, they're so prestigious, there's so much history, and I'd love to win a race in Europe. I mean, that's for me a bucket list thing to do.
Your wife Anita and you were very involved in aftercare, and we've run that feature. Why is it so near and dear? I mean, obviously I understand why, but why do I feel like I hear you guys talking about it more than others?
Oh, I think there's plenty of people out there doing it. I think it's changed so much in the last 5 or 6 years. I think everyone's become very conscious of it. But listen, Anita's been so involved and getting more and more involved. I think it's just good for everyone to be aware of it, and I think it's so important for our sport, for our industry. The horses are why we're here, you know.
Well, Graham, I feel like I let you down. You didn't let me down. I bet Animal Kingdom, but so I owe you one on the shirt here. But that's a good shirt. This is a dancing shirt, huh?
Yeah, I just haven't been out dancing much this year.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, Jonathan.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Such a good guy, and of course, one of the great trainers in this game. All that he has accomplished, the great Graham Motion. But, and you touched on it in the piece, JK. I mean, one of the great things is how much they do for aftercare.
Yeah, it's such an important part. I mean, and look, they're not the only ones. A lot of people are in this game are involved in that. But I think when you get to that high level that the motions are, and you continuously talk about it, it just brings it to the forefront, makes people more aware.
The game talk now, main sequence, shared account, some good ones.
I would say the game's a lot better for having people like Graham and Anita Motion involved in it, for sure.
No question. Got the 4th coming up next here at Saratoga on this Friday card. Meanwhile, coming up tomorrow, technical analysis. Already a graded stakes winner at the meet, looking to add another technical analysis. Going to line up in the Lake Placid for Chad Brown and Klarovich. We'll have a preview next.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the buyer. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 as we move along on this Friday card. 4th race coming up, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. Beautiful weather, terrific crowd on hand. As we move along into this card, feature later today for those just tuning in, that's a Skidmore, that one taken off the turf. 6th race remains on the turf. That's a really, I thought a really intriguing race.
Well, I mean, there's 2 Chad Brown runners in there that will probably dominate the betting action. Both of them stakes quality runners.
Yeah, look, I thought that, that those were the 2 that you needed. La Dragonetta, I thought, made a little bit of sense as well.
Speaking of Chad Brown, the Lake Placid coming up on Saturday in technical analysis, who won the Lake George back on July 23rd. He's going to wheel her back in this spot at a mile and 16th on the Mellon turf course. Went off at almost 8-1 in this.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of missed the wedding with her last time, but one of the reasons this race, the Lake Placid, came up seemingly so much weaker and not as deep on paper as Lake George is Chad Brown ran 4 last time. Second place finisher Fluffy Socks is heading to Del Mar to try the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks. And I think John and I have the same idea for maybe the possible upsetter, but technical analysis, aggressive ride last time, Jonathan, she really dominated.
She really did. It was an outstanding ride by Jose. I remember we were sitting next to each other, and I said, what's Jose do? Oh, okay, I see what he's doing. It was an outstanding trip. You know, it's hard to take horses off of really good trips, but she's a good horse, so I think she kind of makes her own trip. But yeah, you're right. I think we agree that the possible upsetter in here, if there is one, is the Maiden. That's a 3 Ego trip.
Yeah, and technical analysis has won all the races she didn't have lousy trips in, frankly.
That helps, especially on the turf. You guys agree on a Maiden as an upset potential in here for Brendan Walsh?
Well, I like that Brendan's running her, because you imagine he was thinking if she won this Maiden race, he would take a shot in here. Well, Jonathan, she did everything but win this race. She ran a winning race.
Oh, absolutely. She missed the break. The pace was not fast in this race. She was flying late. I thought she was really, really good. And she's got an opportunity to take another step forward. That was her first start with Brendan. So now he's more familiar with her. And Tyler Gaffleone's more familiar with what he's got underneath her, underneath of him. And I think she's a definite horse that could upset technical analysis.
Rastafaro won this race, a nice runner for Peter Brandt. You know, she's okay, and this filly should have won. And I think I'm assuming what Brendan's doing is he's saying, I wanted to be aggressive had I won that maiden race, and you know what? She didn't win it, but I feel like she won it, so I'm going to take a shot in here, and I like that move.
Ton of work to do in that stretch after that wide trip early, and still with a monster finish. So we'll see. She'll be 6-1 on the morning line. Think she's going to get sneaky attention?
I think with the 2 idiots liking her up here, she could be the wise guy horse in there and be a bit of an underlay. And I'll tell you something, she better break in tomorrow's race. She has no chance to be technical analysis coming south slow.
Absolutely, and I think Tyler will be more aware that's a problem. When he's sitting in there, you know, the first time you're on him and they break slow, you weren't really expecting it. He'll expect it this time. I think he'll get her out of there pretty clean.
That is coming up on Saturday. Let's take a look at the schedule. Smart and Fancy, that's at 2:15. On our Alabama card, then the Lake Placid in the 9th, and then it's the biggie, the rematch, Maracuja, Malathot, and a tremendous supporting cast at the Grade 1 Alabama, 6:13 Eastern. Post time, we will have live coverage tomorrow. 4th is coming up next, $40,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs coming up in this entry. Looks doubly tough in here. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
The entry looks tough, and you have the 2 Ortiz brothers on them as well. So we'll start with the 1A Recidivist, who made his first start for Kelly Breen last time out. Immediately caught my eye in the paddock, was up on top of that pace, and all of the horses that sent last time out were run down by Wicked Mad in that race. And I think that the speed is a good weapon of this colt by Into Mischief, who obviously is by the hottest sire in North America right now. Second Dam is shine again, too. He has a big pedigree, such an attractive individual, and I think he looks even stronger today, even more muscle definition, which I like. And he's been very composed here in the paddock, as he did get a bit hot last time out. So I like what I see from him today, as it is a pretty humid afternoon. The 1 Abdon, definitely think that the turn back should suit him. One thing I'll say, though, is that I remember covering several of his races when we had Churchill on the America's Day at the Races shows, and I've kept notes on the horses that we've seen on those shows. And one thing about Abdan is that he was always on his toes, always fired up before the race. And I didn't see him last time when he was going longer, but he's been really laid back in the paddock today. So I'll be curious to see what he shows out on track. It could just be a maturity thing as he's improving, but he's smaller. He's a little bit more compact type. I think that the turn back in distance should really suit him, and the entry is a pretty strong foe. Wild card is the 5 Hoopla, who debuted at Belmont for Belmont, going a distance of ground on the turf. Complete makeover today. He is massive. I can see why he was running longer. And while it doesn't immediately look turf, it seemed like he tended to move over the grass pretty well. Given just how big he is and how much weight he carries, I'm guessing that that's why he didn't debut until he was a 4-year-old, and why he debuted as a gelding. And sometimes gelding can really help with heavier type of bigger boned horses to lighten them up a little bit. We'll see how he handles it. He doesn't strike me physically as a dirt sprinter. He looks like he wants to go longer, but he has gotten a little bit more forward and into the bridle now that they've gotten riders up. So curious to see what we'll see from this one, who did show a little early interest going longer, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thanks. We're going to get to our post parade here coming up in a moment. Odds on the entry, and there a look at one of the all-time greats. Super slow start. Had to be frustrating to this meet for John Velasquez, who's won more races here than anyone in the history of this racetrack, but he's really picked it up.
He could go 0 for 200 at the Saratoga meet, and it wouldn't make any difference as far as his reputation. He's already done it all, and he's got to be really looking forward for a chance for revenge with Malathia tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I think if he gets that win tomorrow, all will be right in Johnny's head, for even though, like you mentioned, he had the slow start. But he's starting to pick it up a little bit here. But he also understands it. You know, this is a tough colony, and I would argue with anyone that this is the toughest colony in the entire world.
And he's not out to ride every race like he was back in his heyday. He's the accomplished Hall of Famer veteran who can pick and choose his spots.
If anybody isn't aware of the kind of rider John Velasquez is in his career and has been, find the Diana that he won for Bobby Franco on Starine, who won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare later, and watch that ride. That's one of the all-time great rides,
Well,
especially
also,
the big race.
by the way, swept the Oaks and Derby this year.
Yeah, his career isn't quite over yet. You know, I mean, listen, obviously he struggled here, but so what? You know, it's just, I mean, I'm sure it's frustrating to him, but on the other hand, it doesn't diminish what he's accomplished by any stretch, in any way.
A win here, he's into double digits at the meet, so he's really started to kind of pick things up. 4 to 5 on the entry in this spot, and Abdan Recidivist. I mean, either half of this entry could win.
I
right?
agree. They may, either one would probably be favored. I think the 3, My Cousin Rich, and I'll see what Jonathan likes in a second, is probably the biggest threat. Did you use any other here? How about the money the 5 Hoopla's taking?
5 to 2 right now.
Yeah, the thing with the 5, I just felt like it was a turf horse going long and then trying the dirt.
Here's Abdan, 4 to 5.
I prefer Abdan of the entry. I like the cutback second off the claim.
The other half of the entry, Recidivist.
Recidivist is fine. Second off a layoff, second time for Kelly Breen. Lost to an Asmussen horse who blew the field out and ran well.
The rail to the 2, blame it on Brutus.
Yeah, this is a horse that hasn't been working particularly well. Mark Hennig only 9% in his career with first-time starters.
Class drop, but a horse who actually debuted at this level at Parks.
I think this horse is a clear-cut second likeliest winner here. Surprised this price right now. Lost to a good horse in Newbaum who won a nice allowance here recently.
Ricky's Revenge for Ray Handel, blinkers on.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. This horse broke a little bit slow last time. The pace was fast in front. Didn't really pick up any horses late.
And the 5, Hoopla, Bill Mott.
A lot of money for this horse. I wonder, it probably blows out. Does have a better pedigree for dirt and did try turf first time.
Some sharp morning works as well, including a bullet draw over at the Belmont training track. And then here's Private Code, Dylan Davis, Roy Lerman outside.
Yeah, this horse has never been on the dirt before, so Roy Lerman trying a couple of new things, shorter and different distance, different surface.
You can win your share of $2,000 when you hit the Saratoga late pick 5 on Fridays with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Don't forget, you got to opt into the promo. Play the late pick 5 at Saratoga. If your ticket wins, you win a share of $2,000. Go to nairabets.com for promotion details, and do not forget to opt in. So Abdan, half of the entry in here. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for Diodoro. I'm going to show you this horse in action back on June 25th.
This is 2 races back when Al Stahl still trained him, and I just thought this is kind of a race. If he runs back to it, Jonathan, he's much the horse to beat.
Yeah, and the other thing about this race is although he didn't win, he was the best of a speed duel. And I give horses credit for that. When they can stick around and the other ones that were involved in that pace start to stop, I think it's kind of a hidden upgrade for a horse like Abdan. And I think he'll run well in here. And Diodoro, look, he can really improve a horse. He tried to stretch this horse out. It didn't work. Now cutting back to the 6.5, and this horse will be finishing.
But don't you assume that you just said it, in fact, that the other half, the entry, the 1A, should be more forwardly placed?
I would think so. The pace figures suggest that's the case.
And especially with Abdan coming out of a longer race, the speed that he did have probably going to dull that a little bit here. 3-5 now in the entry.
What do you do? I mean, are you trying to beat this entry, Jonathan? I did not.
No, I didn't either. And I thought the 5 Hoopla would take money, and that was a horse that I just felt like, Bill Mott starting this horse long on the grass, to me, that means kind of slow. And then now trying dirt shorter, I just don't think that's what this horse is going to want to do. I just think he's trying to take a chance.
A 4-year-old makes his first start in July, doesn't have any speed, now going 6 furlongs, dropping in for a tag first time. It's not that there are any killers in here. I think this horse is a massive underlay, his second choice. It's kind of like people said, the only way the entry can lose is if a Fuzzy wins this race. Why isn't the 4 Ricky's Revenge almost as good a Fuzzy as a second-time starter? And that horse a much bigger price.
Yeah, there's an excuse, right? Broke slow last time, second time out, puts the blinkers on. Didn't take a ton of money on debut, but took some money.
Yeah, I agree. To be 10-1 in that field, I think Ray Handel's having an excellent meet. I mean, to me, I am shocked that My Cousin Rich, and I didn't look at the morning line, but I would have thought that My Cousin Rich would be the second choice. David Aragona had this horse a slightly shorter price than the 5.
Yeah, look, the horse ran fine last time, got third. Just the figure was just like it wasn't where I felt great about it, but this horse can win.
I guess the feeling might be the 3 is kind of not supposed to beat both halves of the entry. If somebody does, maybe it's a second-time starter like the 4 or 5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the entry's going to be tough. I think both, like you said, both sides of the entry or both halves of the entry would be favored in this race if they were in here alone. And that's one of those entries that it's really easy to lean on because you got 2 of the best horses in the race, and you can have them both for the price of 1.
As a player, the only way you can potentially, not only, but you're looking to find value, you have to evaluate the favorite and say, is the favorite vulnerable? And we all do that when we look at a race. But the last thing you want to do is say the favorite's vulnerable simply because you want to be somebody that says, I'm betting against the favorite. As a horse player, you have to know when the right times to not try to beat short prices.
But by the same token, we continue to look at this 5. This 5 looks great on the track, by the way. Recidivist finally dropped in class start number 3 last time out. Didn't get it done. Abdan's had plenty of opportunities.
No, I agree. Abdan has had plenty of chances. I agree. Recidivist, not so many. Only 2 times on the dirt, 1 time for Kelly Breen. But you're not wrong about that. Listen, this horse is a wild card. The problem is this horse is 2-1 Hoopla. Now, maybe there's a gigantic tip on this horse. And you pointed out the fast workout down at Belmont, 47-2. There's got to be a bit of a story on this horse, don't you think, for it to be that short?
Maybe, but it also could be that it's Bill Mott, and it's the only real on-paper alternative to this entry. We see that very often where people want to, like you mentioned, people want to try to beat the entry. There's so many people that are allergic to taking favorites, allergic to taking 4 to 5 shots, 3 to 5 shots, so they just go to the next thing that they feel like makes sense, and I guess that's Hoopla.
I do want to say that I think it's less than 3 to 5 that our friend Lee Einseidler is betting a big bet on Hoopla. Would you like to take 1 to 5 on that?
I'll take 1 to 5.
Maybe the biggest supporter there is of Bill Mott. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I don't mind Hoopla on the dirt. I just don't like him sprinting. Very interesting horse for me. I preferred the entry. But the other one that I thought made the most sense besides the entry was the Parks Invader, and that is the number 3, My Cousin Rich, who last time out didn't break that sharply in that race at Parks, and it really seemed to kind of best the rest. He kept on well when it kind of looked like he was done, as it looks like we have a Yep, a late scratch of the one Abdan out there on the track right now as Irad Ortiz takes the tack off of him. Abdan, a late scratch after the warm-ups. As always, if a rider feels something or a horse not just reacting well in the warm-up, a rider will be able to tell one of the attending veterinarians that he doesn't like what he's feeling, so that will leave Recidivist as the only part of the entry to run today. But back to the number 3, My Cousin Rich. He did debut for 40, albeit at Parks, but I thought that was a solid effort. I'm wondering now with Abdan out, as I thought that there would be some pace on. We'll see what Hoopla does turning back. The 7 Private Code had an aggressive warm-up out there, but I thought My Cousin Rich could potentially get a good trip. He was very fit, looked the part in here for Juan Vasquez. Ooh, to be fair, his horses always look the part, but I thought that he fit the conditions really well and had a lovely warm-up out on track under Ricardo Santana. Greg?
Artication, thank you. So the one Abdan comes out. What does that mean for the 1A?
Well, it means the 1A is running for purse money only. The odds board has not been updated for that yet. So if you have the 1 entry in the pick 4 or the pick 5, you're going to go to the post-time favorite, who is very, very likely to be the 5 Hoopla.
Who could run second and win?
He could run second to the 1A and win, and they have not updated the odds board yet. So the 1A is running for purse money only in this race. Ignore those odds right now. Hoopla will be a very short price. I'm going to tell you something interesting. I think the 3, personally, is the second likeliest winner of this race. Behind the 1, assuming the 1A's out of there, to run second to the 1A, maybe.
Right.
Put it that way. And now this horse is going to be the same price in the pick 5 and pick 4 it would have been with the entry in there.
Look what just happened here.
Well, sure, the 5 goes to 3 to 5 because the 3 to 5 shot came out. And keep in mind, the 5 is now closer to about 1 or 2 to 5 in the pick 4 and pick 5 because they have all the money in the 5 and all the money in the entry, whereas a horse like the 3 is 4 to 1 to 5 to 1, and a horse like the 4 is closer to 10 or 15 to 1 in this race. So if you spread and you have those horses, it could work out in your favor. If you didn't, it's a tough break all around.
What about in terms of just straight value now on the 3?
I think the 3 becomes value in this race at 2 to 1, Jonathan. And keep in mind, if the 1A wins and the horse who runs second becomes the official winner.
Right, right. And, you know, the interesting thing to keep in mind is that the pace scenario isn't going to change much. I mean, I think, you know, the 1A will be on the lead. Like you said, the 1A is still running, although it's listed as scratch running for purse money only. You just can't wager on the horse. So I think that there will, you know, I think the pace won't change much. But, yeah, I think the 3 is value because I just don't get the 5.
I mean, could you imagine taking 3 to 5 on the 5 in this race, even to finish second to the 1A?
Unknown on the dirt.
Yeah, seems crazy. Now, listen, maybe something crazy happens. The 3 ends up the favorite. I doubt that's going to be the case, though, but you never know.
So part of the entry out, no more 2 for 1, no more betting on the entry at all. Running for purse money only. Recidivist. There is your now 4 to 5 favorite. Dirt debut after going long in the grass in his debut, the Son of Blame. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. Hoopla is going out for the early lead, and Hoopla is the betting favorite in here and is in front early. Recidivist, who is running for purse money only, now being passed by the rest of the field. Recidivist has gone to the back of the pack. Ricky's Revenge is running in second. Blame It on Brutus is down at the rail with My Cousin Rich alongside. And then it is a Private Code who is next in fifth, and being pulled up is Recidivist. So on the inside, it is Hoopla with the lead here after a quarter in 22 and 3. Ricky's Revenge is on the outside in second. Then it's almost 4 lengths back to My Cousin Rich and Blame It on Brutus, and then Private Code. Up front, Hoopla has the lead. It's Hoopla in front by almost a length. Ricky's Revenge. Here's My Cousin Rich now making a move on the outside. The half was running 45 and 3. It is Hoopla, the one to catch as they come into the lane. Hoopla's in front and is in front here by 3. My Cousin Rich is giving chase in second, then Blame It on Brutus in third, and Ricky's Revenge in fourth. It's Hoopla with the lead, less than a 16th to the finish. My Cousin Rich, a clear-cut second. Hoopla, a clear-cut winner. My Cousin Rich was second. Blame It on Brutus finished third.
Hoopla taking just fine to the dirt here in start number 2, and you saw that remaining half of the entry just taken up early in the race.
So you got even money on the put over of the meet, and I'm glad, Jonathan, I think you'll agree how this worked out for people, the bettors, because in the pick 4 and the pick 5, you end up getting the winner, the 5. And with the 1A being eased in this race and the way this horse ran, this horse was probably winning anyway, so I'm glad for the people who used the 1. In this particular case, they got this result.
Yeah, I tell you what, when they broke away from there, I felt like this horse was guaranteed to win, because I thought the horse was slow, didn't have much speed, but when they broke on top, you knew the horse was going to finish, because obviously a quality animal is very impressive in all fairness. I thought My Cousin Rich was going to make a small run at Hoopla for a second, but that only lasted for about a second.
Yeah, this was quite a they knew, and this horse gets the money. But once again, if you use the 1 in your pick 4 or pick 5, you end up with the 5 Hoopla. So at least in that case, it worked out.
There's Bill Mott, Hall of Fame conditioner. This horse ran to his looks. Son of Blame, bred and owned by Adele Dilschneider. Impressive against this group. In the dirt debut with John Velasquez, who now is into double digits at the meet. His 10th winner here at this Saratoga meeting. 5-3-2-4. Hoopla. Easy time with this group here in the 4th. Pick 6, it is coming up next. It includes the man who just won this race here, Johnny V. He's going to be on one of the fillies for Wesley Ward. Golden Bell, but Averly Jane, she may be the one to beat. She's undefeated, comes in 2 for 2, including a win against the boys at Churchill. Stay with us.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Run up, asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but run up, running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run up, and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind sprinter. The champion Run Happy never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. Hoopla, Son of Blame, easy time of this field here in the 4th. Trained by Bill Mott. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with the winning trainer, Belmont, as Bill Hoopla started out going a distance on turf, switched to sprinting on dirt today. Tell us a little bit about the change for today's victory.
Well, we got the race in him, and it looked like he backed up a little bit on the turf, so we put him, sprinted him. His works were pretty good on the dirt, so we got him in a spot that he looked very good. He ran very well. I mean, I was pleased with his race.
I noticed that he didn't start till 4. He is a big, solid horse. Was that one of the reasons that he was just a little bit later developing?
A lot of soundness issues. I mean, we gave him a lot of time, and finally at 4 he made it to the races. So it just took a long time. A lot of baby issues, and finally he's here.
And he certainly showed it off on the track today. Tomorrow on the Lake Placid, though, you have Love Struck. Wanted to ask about her. How is she coming into the race?
Pretty good. She's been training well. She's doing everything right. We were, over the course of the summer, we've been trying to get a little more weight on her and get her to probably carry a little bit more flesh. But that, we've done all kind of research, and it just seems to be her. So her works are good, and she seems to be happy on the racetrack. So we're going to give it another shot. Her first race wasn't very good. We had the blinkers on her, and she was a little rank leaving the gate. A little bit of a wrestling match the first part of it. Nobody's fault, but she was just a little anxious, not having run in a long time. Hopefully tomorrow she'll relax a little better and maybe be able to finish up a little better.
Well, looking forward to seeing her. Congratulations, though, on the win here with Hoopla.
Okay, thank you.
Always enjoy getting some excellent insight from Hall of Famer Bill Mott. And Greg, also just wanted to give an update on the 1A recidivist who was pulled up by Jose Ortiz shortly out of the gate. I did get to speak to his trainer, Kelly Breen, who said at that point they still weren't exactly sure why he'd been pulled up. But the good news is that recidivist was able to walk onto the equine ambulance on his own power and will be checked out. And both Jose Ortiz and Irad Ortiz coming back safe here to the winner's circle.
All right, that's great news. Thank you, Acacia. Hoopla debuted on turf, wins his dirt debut for Bill Mott. Now he just needs to win 15 more in a row. $4.10 for the win. Son of Blame, John Velasquez aboard for the winning ride. 5-3-2 in the 4th. We have a new audience joining us. They're joining us just in time for the start of a pick 6, which we will preview in just a moment. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports, Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live on Alabama weekend. Tremendous weather and crowd on hand for this Friday card. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin with you as we get set for the next race here. Coming up is the start of the Pick 6 today.
And you're probably playing the Pick 6 today. You've been known to play them.
Man, I can try to think the last day I didn't play the Pick 6. It's my favorite bet.
It's your favorite bet. Wow.
It is.
Overtaking the Pick 5, huh?
Oh, yeah. And I love the dollar minimum. I think it's adds a dimension to
Great change
to the wager.
I agree. I love that we're not doing the jackpot bets. I don't like those bets, and I'm really proud that we've gone back to the traditional Pick 6, and I think the players have responded in kind.
Well, we'll talk through this first leg of the Pick 6 coming up in just a moment. It's going to begin on a race that was taken off the turf. We're just on the turf one race today. That's the 6th. Let's go back to the opener on the card. And this was a main track only runner on a race taken off the turf for Todd Pletcher. And the meet's leading rider, Louis Saez, taking the early double.
It's a great ride by Louis in this spot. He was in there early, attending the pace, took back, circled around. A move that doesn't always work, but it did work for Louis today.
Mr. Briggs, back-to-back wins. 3-year-old. Some ability potentially here for Todd Pletcher. Who wins at Monmouth, now comes here to Saratoga, beats a group that was meant for the turf, but nevertheless impressive. Second race, making my move, Saez again, and this filly, ultra impressive first time out for John Kimmel.
Yeah, I think this was the most interesting results today, and it's always in Saratoga about the 2-year-olds, Jonathan. And this was a first-time starter that got bet like she was the goods, and she was the goods.
I liked your tweet, Andy. Making her move made her move.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Well, I tweet to please you.
Look how dominant this is. Saez peeked back. There was no one coming. That was fun to watch. Let's take a look at the recap of today's action here. So Saez early double, extending his lead to 10. over the next closest. Jose Ortiz, Johnny V, Belmont teaming up with Hoopla. They're in the 4th. And as mentioned, up next, the pick 6 that includes our feature today. Taken off the turf, that is the Skidmore. But still, you made the point, Andy, maybe more intriguing coming off the grass here.
Well, I mean, with one horse coming out, there are at least 2 more starters than this race could have had the race stayed on the grass. And I think it's a super competitive race.
No, absolutely. Wesley Ward obviously has a very strong hand. My preference goes to this horse. You'll see with the black blinkers, with the WW, yellow WW, Averly Jane. She's a filly facing the boys in here. Look, I just think she's a talented racehorse. Her 2 dirt starts have been impressive. She's done it on off tracks. She's done it passing horses. And her speed figures that she earned earlier this spring were very competitive with what some of these have been running now as older, more mature 2-year-olds.
Do you give any thought to the horse that I picked on top of here, Back in the Woods, a non-Wesley Ward horse for Wayne Potts? Because you talk about horses beating dynamics of a race. That was a race where this horse finished second in a maiden race, got a comparable figure, and the other 2 horses involved in the pace of this horse finished way back, including a 3-1 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, it's a confident move as well. You mentioned a horse that didn't win, the maiden, still a maiden, shows up here for Wayne Potts. It's a confident move, and confident moves should always be respected most of the time. I mean, sometimes they can be a little silly, but I do think this horse makes a little bit of sense.
You and I have been known to make some pretty stupid confident moves in our day.
It's the race.
Not you, Greg.
These are the race to take shots in if you do have a maiden.
Yeah.
2-year-olds, they can improve by leaps and bounds start to start. That's our feature later today, pick 6. It begins next. 7 furlongs down the main track. Whiskey Gent, one of many you can make a case for in this one coming up. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Bloodhorse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Bloodhorse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Bloodhorse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Bloodhorse Plus today.
In about 2007, we bought Curlin, or a part of Curlin. So that's where my love of horses started, because you couldn't not love horse racing when you went to the races and you had Curlin racing, because he was so exciting. and so predictably good all the time. It was great to race with Curlin. We went to Dubai with him. We won the Dubai World Cup. That was really fun. The Breeders' Cup in the Slop at Monmouth Park in 2007 was unbelievable. That was really good. And then, of course, Rachel. First buying her, we bought her on our anniversary on May the 4th, right after she'd won the Oaks by 20 lengths. And Jess said, well, you know, this will be great. We can breed her to Curlin, which we later did. But we had 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks, to get her to go to the Preakness, and she went and she won. So that was fabulous. And then, of course, homebreds like my Miss Aurelia winning the juvenile fillies, Good Magic winning the juvenile. Always fun to watch Cavorting or Terra's Tango, some of our mares, and then of course the great Lady Aurelia at Royal Ascot, because I'd never been to Royal Ascot before, so the first time I go I take her, and she's just a phenomenon. So she's amazing. And people ask me, how many times have you been trying to win at Royal Ascot? I said, once. I love to win, and winning is so exhilarating that you know, there's no feeling like it, and that's a great thing. But you also love the beauty of the horse and the heart that a lot of them have, like Rachel Alexandra. I mean, she's all heart. Winning the Woodward, I mean, she was challenged so many times during that race, and she had had such a long string of victories. She was undefeated that year. She'd been on many, many different tracks and surfaces, and it was very taxing to run against older males, and she still did it.
Rachel Alexandra marks her again. The time down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed.
I think I would want my legacy to be that I left the sport better than when I came in. So cleaner, stronger, more popular than when I came in. Those would be the goals. And of course, for Stone Street, that we have the best broodmare band and the best stallion roster, even though we don't stand them ourselves, in the business. So that's the goal.
Oh, those silks that we saw from Stone Street had so many tremendous runners over the years. Curlin, Rachel, Lady Aurelia mentioned, going to Royal Ascot, Cavorting. What a list.
It's pretty incredible that 2 of those horses are broodmares of the first and second or third choice in tomorrow's Alabama.
Outstanding.
Right, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Rachel is so, every time I look at those silks, I just makes me think of Rachel. She was so outstanding.
I've been to the racetrack many, many times in my life. Never a day like the day she won the Woodward here. An incredible day, a magical day.
When the rafters were raised. 2-1 favorite in this race that kicks off the Pick 6 coming up. The 8 Achilles heel. It's come off the turf. Now 7/8 on the main track. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at a few horses here in the paddock, Greg, that have the dirt experience, beginning with the second-time starter, the gray horse in here for Rudy Rodriguez. That's number 4, Sundays with Sandy, as this one actually had a shoe repair first time out in the paddock, left front. And you never know. I mean, the young horses, sometimes they just take it all in stride because they don't know any better, and sometimes it can unhinge him a little bit. I did not observe him, you know, being badly behaved while they fixed that shoe on him, but I just thought it was a little bit interesting as he did stay on his inside left lead throughout the running of the stretch while tiring. Now he comes back on a track that has been upgraded to fast now, and I do like that for him. I also like a little bit more ground because he is a big scopier type, and first time out he looked as though he would need one, and he's a lot more focused today too, so I think he makes a bit of sense in here. As we'll move on to your current favorite, that's number 8 Achilles heel, who ran well and just narrowly beaten in his second start, which was on the turf. I was dubious about his chances on the turf, but I definitely thought he'd want more ground. So the fact that he at least gets back to this surface where it actually looks physically like he's more suited to, and gets the distance to cover with the 7/8 makes a lot of sense to me. He was a private purchase out of that last race and now moves to the barn of Brad Cox. And if anything, in this third start, he looks that much more robust and strong. So he makes a lot of sense as your current favorite. But for more on this race, we'll check in with Acacia Courtney, and second-time starter, the number 6 in here, Acacia, for Mike Maker and McCart. That's right. We'll see how he handles the stretch out today, Maggie. And I can understand them wanting to try the turf with this horse, but I don't have any problems with him staying on the main track. I do worry a little bit about getting some added distance with this horse, as he is a little bit more short coupled, and he's very, very sharp. He was green in his debut, and he had been more professional until they took him on the walking ring just now, where he's really started to act up a lot. So you're going to keep an eye on him, especially with these young horses, as they're going longer distances. You want them to conserve a little bit more. Surface for me, fine. Distance, a little bit of a question. But the one Whiskey Gent will love getting more distance. I'm just bummed this race came off the turf, because my notes from his debut were he wants more ground and he wants grass. He definitely looks like a turf horse. I will say, though, he was much more green today, screaming and hollering when he came into the paddock. But now that they've gotten the tack on him, he has settled down, getting the call for riders up. He did show speed in that debut in sprinting. We did see the third-place finisher from that race, Big Scully, come back to win for Dallas Stewart yesterday. So he'll like some more ground. This is one I'm just going to follow, though, Greg, for next time when he does get to run on the turf.
Acacia, thanks. 7 minutes away from this fifth tier coming up. So puzzler here with the surface switch. Now at 7 furlongs. Public going with the 8 currently. Achilles heel.
I mean, it is first time Brad Cox, but it's going from Rob Atras. And I thought there were quite a few horses in this race that ran significantly better in their one dirt start, Jonathan. I thought this was a very dubious favorite.
Yeah, Achilles heel can win. I get it, but I just feel like this horse is completely overbet. And it's that happens a lot of times, I think, with first-time starters, a bunch of first-time starters in here. They don't really necessarily know who to bet, so they just kind of go with the trainer that everyone knows and the horse that's run a couple times, it has a second, and then they just make this horse the favorite. I don't really get this horse.
I don't get this horse at all. I thought the 2 Resilient Courage, the 6 Macart were more logical.
Post-parade coming up. As everyone scurries out of the paddock, we're going to see the 1 first, Whiskey Gent, who did debut sprinting on dirt and showed some speed early as well.
This is the Wise Guy horse near. We saw Jack Sisterson with a sort of Wise Guy maiden winner earlier in the meet. Maybe he can do it again.
The 2 Resilient Courage, Jose Ortiz.
This horse ran well on the turf last time. The dirt race on debut was not very good.
Johnny V on Kingham Hill at 8-1.
I really like this one on the turf. I'll be looking for this horse to come back on the turf. The dam has been a decent producer.
4 horse at 5-1 here. Sundays with Sandy, blinkers on.
Yeah, this horse didn't take much money on debut. When Rudy's got a firster that can run, they usually take money. I'd question this one's ability as well.
Excursioniste, first time out, Mark Hennig.
We'll see how the Little Bluebird stable does in today's race with a horse that was entered for the turf, but the pedigree's probably more dirt, even though it's a tourist.
Tyler Gaffleone here on the 6 at 5-1.
This horse ran okay on debut with a speed figure standpoint, but was 20-1 that day. It's taking a lot more money here today.
Here's the 7 at 12-1, Amalgamator, Matthew O'Connor trains.
In general, I shy away from first-time starters in these races that were entered to run on the turf. At least some of the ones that ran for turf that ran on the dirt ran a little bit.
There's the current favorite, has run over the dirt, didn't do much running though.
No, didn't do much running on the dirt, and actually kind of woke up while getting on the turf. It feels like they just kept this one in to get a race.
And here's the 9, Kingdom on pause, Joel Rosario.
Has done no running in the dirt races, but does get a significant rider upgrade to Joel Rosario.
4 minutes to post here. The race that kicks off our Friday pick 6. Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Dave Donk, who has a nice 1-2 punch in here. And Dave, let's start with Resilient Courage, who does have the experience on the turf last time. But what have you seen from this horse in the 2 starts so far?
Yeah, I had a full sister, Courageous Girl, useful filly. He's probably a little bit one pace, but blinkers on today. He was pretty unfocused in his races. But this is a pretty weak bunch. I don't think he's that quick. maybe like you be today over the track, but obviously he does have some experience.
You have a first-time starter as well. John Velasquez is riding Kingham Hill. What a good-looking horse he is.
He is. Presented himself well here this afternoon. Would have loved to run him on the grass. I did have half-sister to him that won on the grass. He's trained okay over the dirt, but my theory is, you know, it came off the grass. I need to run him, educate him. I'm going to try the dirt at some point. This is going to be as good a spot as any.
Well, that's certainly fair. And you mentioned having trained some of the siblings. How enjoyable is that when you have a horse, maybe a 2-year-old, and you're familiar with the family?
It means I'm getting older. Yeah, it definitely helps. That was the fun part working for Woody Stevens, is he trained a lot of generations, and so you can fall back and see what the kids looked like and their kids looked like, and you know, so yeah, it matters. It helps. Sometimes maybe it gives you a little confidence.
All right, Dave, thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see, Greg, how the little brothers that run today.
Pick 6 pool, 135,000 plus and growing. Tough race to start off this sequence.
It was really harmonious on the set all afternoon, and then Tom Amoss showed up. A lot of tension on the set right now.
You know what people ask me when I'm walking around town, these are the questions I get. First is, where do you get your shirts? And do Tom and Andy like each other?
We hate each other. What's to like about either one of us, frankly?
Tom has some redeeming qualities.
Not many. Maybe more than me, Greg, but that doesn't mean he has a lot. I think the key in this race, honestly, and listen, I say this, and if you're one of those people that wants to bet horses I don't like, I think you're supposed to bet against the 8 in this race. Achilles heel at 2-1. I think the 2 and 6 are more likely winners in here. I know I don't particularly love the 4, but let me ask you a question about the 4 Sundays with Sandys. Do you think this horse is particularly less likely to win this race than Achilles heel?
No. I mean, and to be fair, they basically have a similar figure. Their 2 figures on dirt are almost the same, so at 5 times the price.
I mean, this horse had no running in the 1 dirt race. I know it was 5 furlongs. This is 7. Has experience, and yeah, okay, it's switching to Brad Cox. This horse was in Rob Atris's barn, and Rob's a high percentage winning trainer, so I don't really see what the great, you know, it's not a low percentage trainer to Brad Cox. I could get that. I feel like people are confused, and they're going to one based solely on a turf race. And I think that's a mistake.
Really like the way the 6 is warmed up. I'll say that.
It's Mike Maker. I mean, I assume that one of the reasons that they were entering for the turf is it's a Klimt. And I think we've seen a couple of 2 Klimts so far win the turf at this meet as a freshman sire. But the way the Maker and barn is going in 3 Diamonds, I mean, they're all live.
And you hinted at it a little bit earlier. I think the 1 is interesting on the inside, Whiskey Gent. We talked about it the other day, that when you're looking at these young horses, I always just want to see talent so that I know there's some talent there, and I'm trusting that these trainers can get it figured out. Whiskey Gent showed a bunch of speed early last time, completely stopped, but showed some speed, so I'm just hoping that maybe Jack Sisterson could have figured something out. You get Ricardo from the inside. You know, he'll be aggressive, and I like my young horses to be forward. A lot less can go wrong when you're on the lead than when you're trying to pass horses or get out of trouble.
11-1, and yes, should be in front. We'll see how long son of Mr. Speaker could take him with Ricardo Santana Jr. talking about the 1 Whiskey Gent. Let's go back to Maggie.
And I gotta say, I do kind of agree with what Acacia was saying with Whiskey Gent. He looks like an exciting prospect on the turf. We'll see what he can do, though, second time out here on the main track, getting a little bit more distance. But checking in with a few of those first-time starters, we heard Acacia catch up with trainer Dave Dogg, and the first thing he said to me, too, in the paddock is, hey, I'm feeling a little confident, pretty confident with my horses. Not like there's any world beaters in here. Yes, I do think that number 3, Kingham Hill, is more of a turf horse, but as they both said, he's a good-looking type. He's incredibly well-balanced, and I love the way he's handled himself. He has not particularly wanted to link up with the pony, but it's not as if he's acting badly. He has just stayed really well-rounded, listening to Hall of Fame rider John Velasquez's cues. He's done everything right, and he warmed up beautifully over this main track. Now, let's see, though, if he's a true turf horse, and when he kind of comes off the bridle and he asks him, he might fall to pieces, so to speak, but a horse that I think should make a decent showing of himself as number 7 Amalgamator here. He sold for $100,000 after working 10 and 3. It was not a pretty workout. but he's a pretty horse. He's really good looking. I've been impressed with what I've seen from the American Freedoms, at least physically from them, but I do get why they entered this horse on the turf going long first time out. He is huge, and he does have a turf hoof, despite actually having more of a dirt pedigree. So we'll see what he does here. He's not taking that much money, but again, a bit more lower profile connections. One I'm not going to suggest, but I'll watch with interest, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Favorite remains the 8, though, 5-2. Pick 6 begins here. Wide open race.
And I will say this, as a horse player, I appreciate that we start pick 6s with these races so you can have some kind of an idea of who's taking money. When these races are in blind spots and pick 6s and multi-race bets, it makes it that much harder for the horse player.
Yeah, I know Keisha likes the 8, and I respect that. I just think this horse is bad value at 5-2 in here. I boxed the 2 and 6. I threw a couple others in. I threw your 1 in.
But that's okay, though, because bad value horses win all the time.
No, they can win, and I think it's bad value. That doesn't mean I'm right, but in my opinion, this horse is overbet at 5-2.
Loading up. There's Resilient Courage, Jose Ortiz, David Donk, blinkers on. Going to need better from what he showed in his debut. That was in the mud. Pick 6, good luck to all. We send it upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started here on this Friday afternoon card from Saratoga.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 9, Kingdom on Pause. And we are set for the start. And they're off. Achilles Heel and Kingdom on Pause from the outside. Now from the rail, there goes Whiskey Gent. Whiskey Gent is in front. Macart has moved into second. And then comes a Kingham Hill, who's in third. In between horses is Sundays with Sandy. And on the outside, Achilles Heel. Then a break of 3 back to Resilient Courage, who races in 6th position. And then we come back to a Kingdom on Pause in 7th. Followed by Excursion East in 8th, and way back is Amalgamator in 9th. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3. Whiskey Gent by 3/4 of a length. Macart is on the outside in second as they head for the far turn. It's Whiskey Gent and Macart, and they are 1-2. Achilles Heel is running in third. And down on the inside is Kingham Hill. Right alongside is Sundays with Sandy as Resilient Courage begins to gain some ground. Farther back, it is Excursion East. Now Achilles Heel has taken over the lead. Whiskey Gent has dropped back. It is Achilles Heel in front at the top of the stretch. The half went in 46 seconds. Resilient Courage is on the outside. Then Sundays with Sandy, followed by Macart as they move for the 8th pole. It's Achilles Heel with the lead. Resilient Courage is all out on the outside and in second. Achilles Heel in front. Resilient Courage giving one last try, but it will be Achilles Heel to win it here. Resilient Courage was second, and it was close for third between Excursion East and Sundays with Sandy.
Achilles Heel, the favorite, kicks off the pick 6. Runs much better than he did in his dirt debut.
This was a different horse than we saw, and I don't think, anyone's going to confuse this with an extremely stellar group, but this horse just dominated. I mean, it looked like the 2 Resilient Courage horse I like made a move in the turn, but nearly second best.
It's a great push by Acacia with this horse. Here's the thing. I think horse players become too results oriented. If you didn't think this horse was good value, whoever you are out there, and the horse wins, you can't change the way you play that. You have to play against horses that you don't think are good value. They're going to beat you all the time. I always say you're going to lose more than you win at this game. But when you win, you have to pay for the times you lost. You cannot win playing horses you don't think are good value.
I don't regret betting against this horse. I mean, I lost some money. It happens. Listen, I'm sure there were people who disagree with me and bet this horse, and that's also fine, and they were right and I was wrong in the situation. But I don't see what made this horse 5-2, but the horse won convincingly.
Dylan Davis aboard for the win, son of Fed Biz for Gaining Ground Racing.
Huge improvement in the third start. I ran a lot better on the turf for that second start as well, but maiden breaker here at 5-2, 8-2, 5-4, and a race that looks so wide open. The favorite kicks things off in the pick 6.
I feel bad for all the people that hit the all button. It seems to always happen that
I feel
way.
worse for myself. I was allowed with 4 horses in the pick 5, and I ran second, third, and fourth, actually.
So who did it to us? Who went all here?
Oh.
Who do we blame?
No, I didn't. Someone did.
You won't find me going all.
Achilles heel kicks things off of the pick 6. Got the late pick 5 coming up next. It is a very good sequence, including the only race that remains on the turf on today's card. That's going to be the race that kicks it off in race 6, where Chad Brown has a couple of runners in that race, but it's a wide open group.
I think it's very much the 2 Chad Browns
Really?
and everybody else. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't win this race. And frankly, we'll see who ends up being the favorite in here. I much prefer Capital Structure. I think she's the goods in here, and I think she'll prefer the distance.
You see it the
as
same
well.
way?
Yeah, I do. I think Chad will be tough in that spot.
It's got Flighty Lady, also got Capital Structure. We're going to sign off. Next group taking over. A lot more coming up, including that feature later today, the Skidmore. Stay tuned. Of course, they'll preview what's coming up on Saturday in the rematch. Miracuja, Malathaat go at it again in the Alabama. More Saratoga Live right after the break. Stay tuned.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
This season, make Friday nights Monmouth Park nights. Live racing starts at 5 p.m. every Friday, featuring big fields and 6-figure pools. Unwind from a long week and kick your weekend off early. Take advantage of ample opportunities to pad your weekend bankroll. Fridays start at 5 at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Now, 500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hofberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes.
Didn't we? We knew right then, didn't we? Golden Pal setting the Saratoga turf course on fire last summer in the Skidmore, now a Breeders' Cup champ and superstar. Of course, even superstars get beat from time to time. More on that later in the show. His trainer tried to tell us, Wesley Ward, before the Skidmore, he said, Golden Pal could be the best horse I've ever trained. For the most part, been hard to argue. Today at Saratoga, the 7th running of the Skidmore. And will a future star step up? It could be that filly, Averly Jane, 2-1 morning line favorite. Now that the Skidmore will be run on the main track, or Overbore, recent Tremont winner in the mud at Belmont Park, both trained by Wesley Ward, restocked and reloaded to defend his Skidmore title. Great to have you with us on a Friday on Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What a difference a day makes. Rain is cleared out. Gorgeous day in upstate New York. I promise not to complain too much about the humidity on this eve of the Grade 1 Alabama. Trackside welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. A couple of days ago, we watched a race called the Bolton Landing. It is the female equivalent of the Skidmore. It looked like a wide open race on paper, and in the end, it was the two Wesley Ward trained fillies dominating and running 1-2. So now the Skidmore and Wesley Ward is at it again. And even though you have the surface switch from the turf to the main track, and Wesley Ward chose to scratch the 8-5 morning line favorite, he still winds up with the morning line favorite in Averly Jane and two other serious contenders. Take a look at the field for today's featured event. The Skidmore, 2-year-olds, as mentioned, 5.5 furlongs on the main track, listed as fast. Fast main track today, and as mentioned, Averly Jane, number 2, 2-1, morning line favorite. I welcome in my co-host, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. Gary, you have known Wesley Ward like a long, long time. Back when he was an Eclipse Award winning apprentice. Like, how does he do it? How does he cornered the market on these young, developing, potential star 2-year-old sprinters?
He's just basically went back to what he did as a kid, breaking horses at a young age. He's been getting on young horses since well before he started riding, when he was 11 years old. And his consistency and being able to pick out the type of individuals he wants. Listen, his babies have already started school. Right now, the lineup for next year for 2022 are already in school. He gets a big rear end on them. They do a lot of groundwork on them. And they are going to be serious time at this time next year. And it's been consistent. He just does it year after year, and he has that sixth sense.
And Wesley Ward is in England with Golden Pal, who competed earlier in the prestigious Grade 1, Group 1 Nunthorpe Stakes at York. We'll recap the Nunthorpe a little bit later on in the show. As for his onslaught on this Skidmore, we start with Averly Jane, entered main track only, the morning line favorite. And this is in part why, Gary. Averly Jane proven on a wet track. Fast ground today, but in that victory and 2 straight wins.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter what kind of surface this filly runs on. Look, she's got the ability to sit and pounce. She's drawn down towards the inside. She is fast. She's got good gate speed, but she does have the ability to track and pounce.
Unchallenged, undefeated. Skidmore favorite over Bohr, having won the Tremont in the mud at Belmont.
Yeah, and look, Joel Rosario is going to have a lot of options with him. Again, another quick one from the starting blocks, and that's because of that groundwork I was mentioning earlier. They get that big rear end on him. A lot of Wesley's horses have the same build, and he's able to sit and pounce as well.
Another filly, Golden Bell, Gary, impressive maiden winner last spring at Keeneland.
Yeah, and she's fast, super fast. They took her over to Royal Ascot, gave her a try over there in a 16-horse field. Didn't work out. She was beaten 8 lengths that day. Getting back on the main track today, and I think she's going to enjoy it, and she's got a chance of taking them gate to wire.
Right after last year's Skidmore, Gary, you could tell the excitement, the enthusiasm for Irad Ortiz riding Golden Pal. Can you describe what that feels like, riding a young, developing prospect that good, that talented?
Well, they act like they're 4-year-olds. I mean, the mental set of Wesley's 2-year-olds, when they come over, it's almost as if they've run before. They handle the crowds well. They handle everything well, and that's because they've been handled since a young age and handled every single day, day in and day out. He's got a staff that's all they do is get on those babies at the farm, and then they continue down into Ocala during the winter time and continue their education.
Yeah, nobody's saying these 2-year-olds are Golden Pal, but always exciting when you're talking about 2-year-old stakes racing at Saratoga. That's the 9th race on the program, the Skidmore on the main track. And moments ago, the 5th race off the turf of the main track. We're talking 2-year-olds. How about Achilles heel for trainer Brad Cox? Dylan Davis, Achilles heel. Gary, how impressed were you?
Very impressed, and got away with 5-2 today, third out of his life, gets the job done. He was beaten a neck last time. Dylan Davis continued to have a very good, solid meet.
Riding very well, Dylan Davis, and getting to ride for Brad Cox. Brad Cox getting ready for that Run Happy Travers a week from tomorrow with Essential Quality. The results, Achilles heel, 5-2 at post time over Resilient Courage. 8-2-5 with 5 in the books. The payouts, and we're halfway home on this Friday program. But first, back to the winner's circle with Acacia Courtney and winning trainer Brad Cox.
Joined by winning trainer Brad Cox as Achilles heel breaks is made and impressively. And Brad, the first start in your barn, but I'm sure you weren't overly disappointed that this race came off the turf.
No, we weren't. I was a little surprised that everyone stayed in. I was hopeful there'd be some scratches, but obviously he didn't need them, and very proud of the performance he put in today.
Dylan Davis staying aboard, and it really seemed like he had a lot of horse underneath of him. What had he shown you as he made his first start for your barn?
Well, we hadn't had him long, and, the race came up. We thought it made the most sense to get a run into him at Saratoga. Tom and Brian Cutshaw own him, just recently purchased him, and, we thought Dylan had some experience on him on the grass, so we thought it made sense to, have him aboard this afternoon. I think it paid off.
We are, of course, 8 days out from the Run Happy Travers. Luis Saez told me the other day that Essential Quality is doing better than ever. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would. He's really happy. He's in a good spot right now, mentally and physically. So, that's the biggest reason I'm here all summer is because he's here, and, we watch him close, and we're right where we want to be. I'm very happy with him and looking forward to the challenge next Saturday.
You told me right after the Jim Dandy you thought he was carrying a little bit of excess weight, as many of us in Saratoga may too. What are you seeing from him?
His work last weekend was really good. He can be a little bit flat, not flat, but just, not show a whole lot in his work. So I thought his work last weekend was really good. Luis said galloping out. There's a horse just galloping. He wanted to go tackle him. He's just, on it right now, wanting to do more. So, all the signs are positive. We're excited about next Saturday.
Well, Brad, congratulations here, and of course, best of luck next week.
Thanks, Keisha.
Trainer Brad Cox Lafitte has a busy week coming up, but kicks it off with a nice maiden win here.
Achilles heel Acacia, 8 days in counting till the Run Happy Travers, and that crowd can't wait for it. Remainder of today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 about to get underway. Race 6, only turf race today, stays on the grass. Skidmore and race 10 are off the turf. Distance for the 10th now 1 1/8 miles. Main track fast, turf course yielding. Temperature around 84 degrees. And as we mentioned, the Run Happy Travers next week. Don't have a Naira Bets account, you kind of need one. New members, you can join now and use that promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. A couple of guys firing on their Naira Bets accounts this afternoon as we welcome in Tom Amis, Paul LaDuca on the handicapping / paddock set. Guys, if we could ask you for one bet this afternoon, our viewers need you, what would it be?
Well, it happened to be the same bet. Tom and I did not talk to each other this morning. We didn't talk about our attire at all, but somehow we came up with the same best bet. Road to Success in race number 7. And it's the number 1 horse for Rob Altrus, who's been unbelievable off the claim. He's 34%. The interesting thing I like about this Ridgeling is that first time out, the horse ran a 1-turn mile against main special weights and ran a pretty darn good race. And then next time, I think that, the trainer George Weaver at the time wanted to get this horse around 2 turns. They tried the turf for 25,000. Then they went for 30 around 2 turns. Actually, 1 turn at Belmont, and the horse ran a really good first. I thought it was a nice win, and I think it can come right back around 2 turns. The 6 horse in there, Give Me Some Mo, is going to take all the money, and I think that horse is going backwards, Tom.
Well, Paul, we did land on the same horse. And look, full disclosure, last time we were together, we each had a best bet. They were different horses. They both won.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think the fact that we fall on the same horse, actually, I like that. So I'm also on Road to Success. And, for Road to Success, a very good first start out the box, a failed turf experiment, comes back on the dirt after that, wins. I like this horse stretching out to the 2 turns, going 1 1/8, and I will reiterate what Paul said. This specific trainer, Rob Altrus, is so good first time off the claim that you have to respect anything he runs. Road to Success, also my best bet today.
Incredible with Rob Altrus right now among top 20 trainers at Saratoga, the highest win percentage. And you guys talked about the percentage first after the claim for trainer Rob Altrus. Could be a big Friday afternoon, and of course could be a very big Saturday, well represented in the Alabama. When we come back, much more on Saratoga Live, and it's more of this Rob Altrus story, the story of his trainer and his wife Brittany, a team in every sense of the word. Already been a summer to remember, and tomorrow a chance to win the storied Grade 1 Alabama together.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there.
Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Eclipse champion Blame. Among sires with less than 10 crops, he has more Grade 1 winners than any stallion standing under $100,000, including Grade 1 winners Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Singa, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and with yearlings bringing up to $400,000, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I've only complained about the humidity once, Gary. Now twice. Welcome our viewers on Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Horses in the paddock for the 6th start of the late pick 5 only turf race today. High quality group of allowance fillies and mares. And the current favorite, you're looking at her, number 2, Flight Lady. Strong 1-2 punch for trainer Chad Brown. And time now for the My Racehorse Paddock Report, as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale standing by in the paddock. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, and we'll take a look at that Chad Brown juggernaut here in this race, beginning with Flighty Lady, who will return off a bit of a break and stretch out in distance. Now, I've seen her in the past. I saw her in her first race in the States at Aqueduct, and I will say, I liked her a lot that day, especially relative to the field that she faced. And a lot of times when you're doing what I do in the paddock and Acacia does, it's sometimes a lot of relativity, who comparing horses to each other in the field that they face. And to me, that day she was a standout. And I will say today, she came in really, really revved up. She has since calmed down beautifully since they've gotten the tack on her. But does she look best in this field? No, not necessarily. And 2, I'm just not as convinced with her with this distance as I am with her stablemate, number 4 in here, Capital Structure, whom has done well from 3 to 4, but boy, she runs by appointment only, that's for sure. She is by Lope de Vega, whom his progeny do tend to be lighter framed individuals, and she's always one that struggles to carry that weight. But I did notice an improvement with that back on April 23rd, and while it's not quite as good here today, it's still better than what she was as a 3-year-old, and she was a good 3-year-old out on the racetrack. For me, though, she's just more convincing at this distance of 1 mile and 3/16 than possibly her stablemate, who is taking a lot of attention on the board. But I thought that the most interesting and viable alternative was right in between them with number 3, La Dragon T for Christophe Clement. She was wired last time out at Delaware by Delika in that grade 3 event over the soft course. She has shown she can handle a course like this and definitely has the pedigree to do so. And while she is a daughter of Lope de Vega, she's a little bit bigger, a little bit more elegant. She is accompanied by the pony here in the paddock, but I just thought 2 back, a mount of 16th was going to be too short for her. We'll see what they do with her. You know, she was able to control in that first race in the States on May 7th. Will they do that here again? They have kept her really quiet in the paddock, so she is not showing any signs of being that sharp, but I think the distance works very well for her, Lafitte.
See about the distance for her, how that works out. Riders up here. Paul, how about your pick 5, your approach and strategy this afternoon?
Exactly what Maggie was saying about La Dragon T. You look at the horses races back in Europe too. The 3 has shown speed before, so I'm going 2, 3, 4, 9. I actually think the 9 has got a big shot, and let's be honest, if you get beat by Mike Maker, you should probably go to the bathroom and just shed your tears. The 1, Road to Success, is my best bet, and I'm going to stick with that as my single. 4, 5, 6, and 9 in race number 8. I thought that was a wide open starter allowance race. I mean, listen, in race number 9, the 2 Wesley Ward horses in the Skidmore, I don't know which one's faster or which one's better, but I know they're both going to be flying out of the gate, those 2 fillies in there with Golden Bell and Averly Jane. And then the last race I thought was wide open, 1, 6, 8, 9, and 10, Tom.
Yeah, I like it. I like what you're talking about here. And look, Paul, in this leg right here, as we get ready to watch the horses come to the track, you'll notice that a number of the horses have the country they're bred in behind them, the Europeans. So the 2, 3, and 4 are all foreign bred. We'll talk about that in a second.
A European right there, Tom. Flighty Lady, really on her toes here.
Yeah, and a good effort first time out, and then last time in the Gallarette was 4th behind Mean Mary. Nothing wrong with that. Mean Mary is a heck of a runner. Now off a little bit of a layoff.
High quality mare, Mean Mary, Flighty Lady, and then La Dragon T pictured. Yeah, as Maggie mentioned, the distance a question.
Yeah, Great Britain bred. To me, I think the distance is just fine with this horse. Has to get out of the gate better than last time.
Capital Structure, 3 to 1.
You know, this filly's really done nothing wrong, and she seems like she can create her own trip. The issue you have with her, there's a lot of, you know, lines in between her races, so it's hard to get her to the racetrack.
Lightly raced indeed. Sister O'Toole, Louis Size in the Eclipse Thoroughbred partner colors.
Does have a win in 1.25 miles at Belmont last time out and has been pretty consistent, and Louis Size was able to get a little bit more speed out of her early to keep her in contention.
You saw Cat's Pajamas. We'll get back to her. Number 9, enjoy it while you can. Tyler Gaffleone in the 3 Diamonds Turquoise.
Yeah, blinkers in the last 4. They've put that equipment change on them. You see them right there on her head, and it's made a difference.
Enjoy it while we can. Number 10 pictured here, and here comes Jackie. 3rd start for trainer Orlando Noda.
Listen, Orlando's done a good job with this mare, but she's in a different ball game with the rest of these other fillies and mares in here. She's really going to have to improve.
Field for the 6th start of the late pick 5, post time 5 minutes. Also, you know, it's Friday at Saratoga. They've just gotten better. You can win your share of $2,000 when you hit the Saratoga late pick 5 on Fridays with Naira Bets. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in to the promo. Play the late pick 5 at Saratoga, and if your ticket wins, you win a share of $2,000. Visit NairaBets.com for promotional details and opt in. 5 minutes out, you're looking at the favorite, Flight Lady. Gentlemen, 2 to 1.
Yeah, 2 to 1, and deservingly so. One of 2 Chad Brown horses in this race. Paul, I was getting ready to say that a number of these horses, when they're not bred in the United States, they will show the country they're bred in after the name of the horse. And Flight Lady is an Irish bred. The reason I'm going to mention that is got some relationship to this race right here. She's going to swing out and wear down the rivals and get a nice win here. This is a first level allowance race. She's stepping up to the 2nd level, so it's a step up in class. But what I really want to talk about is the turf course today. This is the only race on the turf today. I raced on it on Wednesday afternoon. It's done nothing but rain. It was so soft that day. I want horses that are bred outside the United States for this race today because they're bred to like the soft turf. That's what they get a lot of in Europe. So advantage to the 2, 3, and 4, 2 Great Britain breds and an Irish bred that are in this race and are bred to like this kind of turf course today, I think it's going to be very, very soft out there.
Yeah, when you look at the two Flighty Lady, the credentials are right there in front of you. I mean, on October 6th of 2019, she was our long champ in a grade 1 on a soft turf course. She finished third in a grade 3. Second in the grade 3. So she had credentials coming over here already. Now to get to the 3 and the 4, you were talking about Law Dragon T in the 4 capital structure. Where does the pace lie in this race?
I think it might lie with the 4, believe it or not. Capital Structure is a horse that I think can lay fairly close, and on a turf course that's really soft like this, I wouldn't want to be the kind of horse to come from well back in here and try to make up a lot of ground if you can't get a hold of your footing very well. You're not going to miss this one. Big chestnut with a white blaze, the 4 horse is, Capital Structure, makes the lead at the top of the lane. I mean, this horse was loaded, but gets run down right at the very end. Look at the separation between the top 2 and the 3rd place finisher. Oh, by the way, that horse on the outside that's beating Capital Structure, that's a stablemate and a grade 3 winner and a grade 1 stakes placed horse there. So that's no slouch you got run by.
Yeah, and I think Jose Ortiz knows that she's such a big filly. You got to sort of get her going the 4 a little bit, and I think she'll be a big in play. Any of the long shots you like in here at all, Tom?
I'm sticking with the European breds, 2, 3, and 4. No long shots for me there, Paul. I know you like that outside horse. Enjoy it while we can.
2, 3, 4, 9 for me. 2, 3, 4 for Tom Lafitte.
Stakes caliber runners here, gentlemen, for this second 6th race in 2 minutes. Winstar jockey standings. The front runner is loose and strong on the lead. As you look at Luis Saez, the Ortiz brothers trying to stay within a striking distance. Joel Rosario, Tyler Gaffalione, a big meet rounding out the top 5, but the summer so far, Gary, has belonged to Luis Saez. Won 3 races opening day and hasn't looked back. And Saez, a date with Essential Quality next week in the Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, and I think he and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin, came here with a goal in mind. I know Kieran did, working double time. And he's been so consistent throughout this meet, and he's got ammunition in every division, and he doesn't care how cheap they are or how expensive they are. He's giving his all. He's making all the right moves. He's in the groove. He's seeing the ball, all of those adjectives you want to use. And I've been in the spot that Jose and Irad are in right now chasing, and sometimes it feels like you're chasing the shadow, and right now they are chasing the shadow because he won the first 2 races today. He's at double digits right now, and it's going to be tough for them to run him down when he's established this kind of lead. But all 3 of them riding exceptionally well. I've been enjoying watching the battle. Really enjoyed watching Luis. Some of the moves, the race, first race today, he was on the lead. It was going 1 1/8 miles. He was on the lead going into the first turn. Horse made a move on the outside, boom. Next thing you know, he's last. Swings to the outside at the 3/8 pole, runs him down, and winds up winning by daylight. So moves like that are happening time and time again.
2 grade 1 victories at the meet so far for Saez. Diana and Longines Test, 2 wins on the afternoon thus far for Saez. We check in with Maggie.
You guys were talking about the pace structure possibly in this race. For me, I think that Irad Ortiz on Flighty Lady, he takes advantage of that inside post, and with a little bit more ground, she was just so sharp in the preliminaries. It is still a bit of a murky picture as far as who's going to assume that early lead, but let's check in with some of the American-bred horses, and we do see that Sister O'Toole, one of 2 Grand Motion horses, is taking more money, but I much prefer number 8, Cat's Pajamas, on the appearance department. Granted, she is one of my pets and has been for quite a while now, but Sister O'Toole looked much better in her last start, winning down at Belmont. And Cat's Pajamas, yes, was a beneficiary of a great trip and ride by John Velasquez, but I do think she is heading into this race in the right kind of fashion and showed last time she can handle a little bit more ground. Enjoy It While You Can comes out of the grade 3 Modesty at Arlington Park. She got a great trip that day. The race was dominated a bit more forwardly, but she kept coming. You know, she's just kind of a little bit of that plotter, but boy, I love the way she was moving out there. We'll see how it translates over to this very soft and yielding course, guys.
Who will take to this soft, yielding course, the only grass race of the afternoon? Maggie, thanks so much. You saw Enjoy It While We Can. Horses crossing over to the turf course now. If Gaffleone's going to be effective with Enjoy It While We Can, what does he try to do from a post towards the outside? You do have the scratches, so it's not like she's parked.
Look, I think he's sort of up against it, just for the fact you don't know how he's going to handle this yielding ground. And look, when you're riding this yielding ground, you can't force a horse to do something that they're not capable of doing. But in saying that, you need to be forwardly placed if you can be, for the fact it's difficult to get a horse to quicken up. Flighty Lady, Tom talked about it already. She's had experience on this kind of ground in Europe, ran extremely well. She's going to be forwardly placed. She looked like she was really on her toes when she came out on the track. I think Irad bounces her away. I don't necessarily think she's going to be on the lead, but I think she's going to grind on this kind of ground. But it's really a crapshoot when the turf is like this, especially if they haven't run well or haven't run on it before. But you know immediately leaving the starting gate whether they're handling the footing underneath them, guys.
Tom, Paul, final thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to say you got to watch the 10, Paul. Here comes Jackie. So, look, as a trainer, when the field is drawn and you see a race like this, I think the only chance for the 10, Here Comes Jackie, is to be the pace setter here. I don't think on the square, Here Comes Jackie is going to beat these kind of horses. A big step up in class. Dylan Davis on the outside. I'm paying close attention to that horse to see if they're not going to try to make the lead right out of the gate and get over.
Yeah, that's the key. And I think the other key is going to be Lafitte, the 3. What does Joel Rosario want to do? He's taken this horse gate to wire. Last time the horse got dead left and made actually a really big move on the Delaware soft turf course. So I think the 3 is sort of the key to this race, what Joel's going to do with the daughter of Lope de Vega.
Watch her right from the start. La Dragon T, as Paul mentioned, that sluggish start last time needs to break quick. Filing into the gate. Best of luck with this late pick 5. It is post time for the 6 from Saratoga. John Ambriel standing by.
There in the gate. And the rough. Flighty Lady away well from that inside post. And now moving up from the outside is Enjoy It While We Can. Enjoy It While We Can has taken the lead. And right alongside is Here Comes Jackie, who is racing in second. Then it's Cat's Pajamas in third. On her inside is Flighty Lady next in fourth. Capital Structure now moves up on the outside from fifth. La Dragon T is in sixth. And Sister O'Toole trails the field in seventh as they race into the clubhouse turn. On the outside, Here Comes Jackie. On the inside, Enjoy It While We Can. The two of them are heads apart after an opening quarter mile over the yielding turf in 23 3/5 seconds. Capital Structure has advanced on the outside into third. Then Cat's Pajamas next in fourth. Flighty Lady down at the rail runs in fifth, and it's La Dragon T, who is alongside in sixth. Sister O'Toole is at the back as the field continues up the back stretch. And it is Enjoy It While We Can, the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Here Comes Jackie runs in second. Capital Structure in the clear on the outside in third. And then it is Cat's Pajamas towards the rail in fourth after a half in 48 3/5 seconds. La Dragon T is in fifth, but just 3.5 lengths from the lead. Then comes Flighty Lady and Sister O'Toole as they head for the far turn. 3 of them across the track. Enjoy It While We Can. Here Comes Jackie. Capital Structure on the outside. 3/4 up in 1:14 1. In between horses, Here Comes Jackie. Capital Structure on the outside. Enjoy It While We Can down at the rail. 3 of them across, and just in behind, La Dragon T is now gaining ground. Sister O'Toole has made a move on the extreme outside. Then comes Cat's Pajamas and Flighty Lady. The field is in the stretch. On the outside, here comes La Dragon T, and here comes Flighty Lady now. Flighty Lady, La Dragon T, extreme outside. It is Sister O'Toole. It's La Dragon T with the lead, then Sister O'Toole and Flighty Lady. They come on for the finish. La Dragon T by 2. Sister O'Toole finished second, and Flighty Lady was third.
No problem getting out of the blocks today, and no problem finishing La Dragon T in the first leg of this late pick 5, closing at 3-1. And for Tom, Paul, and Maggie winning selection, La Dragon T. Gary, how'd she do it?
Yeah, she was comfortable throughout the race, and Joel Rosario was very comfortable with her, what he was feeling underneath him. Bides his time, sets her down. Look at him, he's still motionless right now. Now he goes to work. You see those arms start pumping gradually, gradually, gradually. He's gonna ask for a best right now, a little pop on the shoulder there, a little reminder. Off she goes, and she's relishing in this ground, Lafitte.
3, 6, 2, 8, taken to this soft ground. Joel Rosario goes to work, closing on the outside, Sister O'Toole. Didn't you win a Breeders' Cup Classic for that gentleman?
Little mucho macho man, I sure did, and he loves this game. He loves to celebrate, and he loves the ponies, and he's excited when he wins.
He's fired up. Celebrate, had to be, and this is one of those stories, and you meant the jockey body language. all other riders encouraging their mounts, and as you touched on, Joel Rosario, still until that moment there when he asked La Dragantee to pick it up.
Yeah, he kind of looked over and says, "You really want some of this?" And I'll show you what I got. And I say that it's difficult to really quicken on this sort of ground. Well, you just witnessed it. One that likes the ground, she did pick up nicely.
This English filly by Lope de Vega. Tom touched on the English pedigree and a focal point when it comes to softer turf courses. La Dragantee, co-owner Dean Reeves pictured, like Patty there as well.
The better half.
As always. Driving finish for trainer Christophe Clement. Joel Rosario, guys, you're off and running winning selection right off the bat.
Yeah, Paul, we got 1 for 1. Wasn't our best bet. We got that one coming up in the next race. But, you know, it's interesting. I didn't really think the pace was all that quick, and I thought Capital Structure was in a great spot on the outside. And when they turned for home, Jose Ortiz looked over his outside shoulder. That was the international sign to tell everybody, I'm done. I got no more horse.
Yeah.
And it was the outside part of the turf course where they did the most running. And for La Dragantee, certainly maybe a bit of a firmer type of ground. Maybe it could get over the ground a little bit better. But these horses from Europe, they dig this.
Yeah.
They love this soft going.
They do. And let's give Sister O'Toole a little bit of love. The horse got bet, and just anything that Luis Saez is getting on is having a chance to win. But I'm with you on the 4 Capital Structure. She was 3 wide most of the way. It looked like she was not comfortable at all on the turf. And I give Jose credit. So many times when a horse is not really loving the stretches, you see Christophe Clement, is not really loving the ground, guys will still try to push their horse through, and it will sometimes block other horses. He looked right behind him. He made sure he stayed out of the way, because the 3 La Dragantee was rolling on the outside. And Sister O'Toole was way, way wide. Give that filly a lot of credit. She ran a good second, Lafitte.
Solid effort. And Gary, they touched on the surface preference, the footing, and you mentioned just before the race, these riders are going to know right away if their fillies and mares are going to handle this different type of softer turf course.
Yeah, and the way they telegraph it is you'll come away from there maybe 50 yards away, maybe sometimes the second or third jump, and you realize they'll take a misstep, kind of stick their toe in the ground, they'll pin their ears, and you can literally feel them shut down underneath them. And it's a bad feeling when you're on the back because you know it's going to be a long trip around there, and your job then is just to take care of them and make sure that you get them back home safe on a turf course that they like on a different day.
As Jose Ortiz did for Capital Structure, but for Dean Reeves, the lead-in, La Dragantee, Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement results when we come back. Also, the CCA Oak spoiler, Maracuja. Was it a fluke? Can she do it again? Don't sell her short. This filly is tough, and she thinks she's the Amazon. Just ask her trainer's wife. That story's next.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside and Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlotte. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live, as always. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. For the love of a soft turf course, the Dragon Tee. Paul touched on this pre-race. Like, watch her at the start. Didn't break well last time. She handled it beautifully today. And right here, Gary, Rosario, as you said, looking around like, that's it. Pushes the button. She responded, and she was gone.
Yeah, look, this filly's got a ton of talent, and I'm not going to blame the whole thing on the ground today. This filly, she's going to move forward. She's got some graded races down the road.
We said that going in, like this, not a stakes race, but featuring stakes caliber talent. The Dragon Tee, big run sister O'Toole, 3-6-2 in the 6th at Saratoga. You saw Dean Reeves leading the Dragon Tee into the winner's circle. Now you can see and hear him standing by with Maggie.
Lafitte actually here with his trainer, Christophe Clement, her trainer, I should say. Dean Reeves' trainer as well. But Christophe, a filly that we saw different tactics today, kind of relative to what we saw from her first time in the States, but she seemed to be one that was always handling the going.
No, absolutely. I think she's been a little bit unlucky. She was very impressive first time out. Second time, she had no racing luck whatsoever. She was buried, completely boxed in. Third time, I went up maybe a little bit further than what she wanted to do. But today, so it was an ideal distance. Great ride from Joelle, and she was much the best. I'm very happy.
And we also see your more famous brother in here, actually, Nicholas Clement, in for a family wedding. Your daughter Charlotte getting married tomorrow. Congratulations, Christophe.
Thank you very much. I'm a very proud dad, and I'm very happy.
And that is one thing you take a lot of pride in. Your children and obviously your son Miguel working with you. You're a real family man overall, and you look after your children very well.
Yeah, no, they've got a very good mother.
She is the real boss in the Clement family, but congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
That is right. Valerie Clement, always the boss, Lafitte.
Great line. Thanks, Maggie. Christophe Clement, the winning trainer. You bump into a stranger, Gary. You don't know anything about horse racing. I've heard of this Christophe Clement guy. Just won the last race at Saratoga. Why is he so good? What makes him such a special trainer? How would you respond?
Well, I think his background, for one thing. I mean, he had all of his training in Europe. He came here to America, and he's been able to use those training skills. Trains very European style. In the mornings, his horses are brought out in big sets. They train together, and his son now has
Miguel,
his own string up here, Miguel, during the off meets here at Saratoga, running his own show up here and taking a lot of the things he's learned from American racing and instilled that in what his dad's taught him as well.
And
Great
this
team.
filly, one to watch. Moving forward, La Dragon Tee in race number 6 at Saratoga. We push forward race number 7. Start of the late pick 4, $25,000 claimers. Non-winners to lifetime. Mile and an eighth on a fast track. Current favorite at 7-5 is number 6. Give me some mo. But take a look at number 1 drawn inside. Road to Success, trained by Rob Atris. Aptly named because it's been a summer of upsets thus far. 7 Grade 1 races. 6 favorites have been denied. And one of the biggest surprises was Maracuja defeating Malathaat in the Grade 1 coaching club, American Oaks. It was a memorable race, a memorable moment for Maracuja's trainer, Rob Atris, and his wife, Brittany, considering how far they've come together.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect. Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had zero interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. She helps me out with, the training to, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
You know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathot in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be third. All right, that's great. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside. Now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathot. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathot and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here. And it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there,
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was realized.
Just to have everything come together. It doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race just means a lot. It definitely gives you, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
Rob and Brittany Atras, there's Rob. Hearing them relive that first Grade 1 win with Maracuja, Gary, it's like watching it again for a first time. It's a completely different perspective.
Yeah, and it's so cool. And I think one of the important things that I picked out of this piece we just watched is the individualism towards every single horse. You can't train every one of them the same. He's dealing with all different kinds of classes of horses, from Maracuja, who is now future superstar, the monster outside of the stall.
That's the thing. Maracuja, you heard Brittany describe her, a lamb in her stall, let her out and she thinks she's the big monster, and she performed accordingly in the Coaching Club American Oaks, Gary. But if you push that sentiment aside, tomorrow, what's it going to take for Maracuja to upset Malathot once again?
Well, she really stepped it up. I think she benefited from a great ride last time from Ricardo Santana. Clariere in the race made a mid-move, and Malathot had pressure the whole way. But look, she's going to enjoy the 1.25 miles of tomorrow's race. You heard Rob say that she needed every ounce of that last race. So I think the added ground is going to help her, and there's a confidence level. She got led into that winner's circle, and trust me, they know the difference between the winner's circle and being led straight back to the barn or to the spit box. When they get their picture taken, getting all that praise, she's going to try and repeat tomorrow.
Thinks she's the monster. Maracuja, can't imagine there aren't a few new Maracuja fans after watching that feature, and be pulling for her in tomorrow's Alabama. And for Rob Atras, something to keep him occupied for now. Road to success, running in the 7th race. And by the way, have you seen the numbers he's compiled at the meet? Winning at a 33% clip, highest among top 20 trainers at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls. Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Horses in the paddock for the 7th. Updated odds, start of the late, pick 4, $25,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, mile and an eighth on the main track. Tom and Paul, best bet of the day, number 1, Road to Success, while the favorite, number 6, Gimme Some Mo. Ricardo Santana making his way into the paddock, where Maggie's standing by with this paddock report.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll take a look at Gimme Some Mo, who last time in that turf race I knew was likely to be up against it, having to break from the outside. And time again, we have seen on the turf courses here at Saratoga, you cannot lose ground. So he had to be used a lot to get up to the early lead, and it just didn't work out. And I think they're just landing in a race where they can win, and that is typically Todd Pletcher's MO up here at the Spa. And this horse looks fantastic. I thought he looked fantastic last time. Same thing rings true here again. I have no problems with him getting back onto the main track. He's run competitive figures on the dirt before. He makes sense. I can't really fault him whatsoever as the favorite, as we'll take a look at a horse who I would say could be forwardly placed, but it's highly unlikely. But that is the stretch out of number 4, Scotto. I know he's a son of Zevo, who was very proficient in these long dirt races, but he does not look like a horse who wants to travel the 9 furlongs on the main track. He is very small, very short coupled and handy, which I say that knowing that he can never seem to get out of the gate properly either. So right there, that's a problem with him. I just don't see where he is competitive at this distance. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, as we'll also look at a horse on the outside that looks to have some early speed, and that's number 8, Moonlight Now, who ironically, despite running over the mile distance frequently, has never been 2 turns, but I'm okay with that. He is drawn outside. Unfortunately, I wish he had a little bit more of an inside type of trip to him, but this is his 4th start off of a layoff. Last time I was dubious about his chances handling a wet track. He's a big, heavy horse, and sometimes they just kind of get stuck and mired down in that. So looking at him here, I know the recent form off of that extended layoff has not been good, but I love what I'm seeing here in the paddock, and I think he can be effective around this 2-turn mile and an eighth as we head across the paddock to Paul LaDuca and Tom Amos. Tom, I hear you have a late pick 4 ticket for us?
I do indeed, Maggie. And look, my pick 4, Paul, is based around 2 races. the 7th race coming up right now, I really like Road to Success, the one horse, and then our feature race. In our feature race of the Wesley Ward horses, I have a strong preference towards Golden Bell, more so than Averly Jane, who will probably be the favorite in that race. Watching the replays of that races, Golden Bell to me is the better of those two horses. So for some insurance, I threw in the 6 in this first leg, just to kind of give us a little chance to get off the ground on the right foot should Road to Success. This is a for sale race, claiming race. They don't always run as consistently as other races. So I'll take the top 2 choices here, the 1 and the 6, spread out in race 8 and spread out in race 10, and I really like Golden Bell as well in the 9th race.
Golden Bell, Tom, one of 3 for Wesley Ward in the featured Skidmore, the race that produced the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner last year, Golden Pal. Also, Naira Bet's hosting a live money handicapping contest. It's been every Saturday this meet, right? Featuring racing from right here at Saratoga. $300 buy-in and cash prize pool, as well as seats in the next week's $300 contest. But we're getting close to registration ending in about 40 or so minutes. 5 o'clock. Registration ends 5 o'clock. Visit naira.com/contest to register to play. Sam the Bugler doing his thing, calling the field front side. These $25,000 claimers, Tom and Paul and Maggie, had the winner in the last race. Tom and Paul, their best bet of the afternoon, and you're looking at them. The Ridgeling, Road to Success. First after the claim, Rob Atras.
Yeah, it looks good coming on the track. And remember, this is a for sale race. You happen to have a trainer on the desk here that participates in those kind of claiming races. Just tell you I liked him best of all today, Paul, so might be a claim slip in there for this one horse out of the Amos barn.
Breadcrumbs, clue, maybe a claim. You saw number 2, Chase Tracker, La Jolla Road pictured at 9-1.
Dropped down to the 16 non-2, now goes back up to the 25 non-2, which means they haven't won 2 races lifetime. It did not run bad. I'll go down and get the horse for you.
There you go, I like that.
Scoto, deep closer stretching out.
That's the 4-horse soda for Rudy Rodriguez. He's very dangerous in these kind of races.
That was Scoto. This is Scotty. Welcome back, John Ambriel, and have fun with that.
Yeah, there you go. First time gelding, getting the apprentice rider here, Paul, so a break in the saddle in terms of weight. They're searching to try to get it done. A Hail Mary if there ever was one.
This is not a Hail Mary. There's the chalk. Give me some Mo for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, the one to beat. The thing that you have against this horse, 0 for 4 on any kind of dirt surface.
And then Moonlight Now, and Maggie really liking what you saw in the paddock at 8-1.
Hard to tow Charlie Baker out. He's been on fire. His horse has been running, and this gelding by Tiz now drops a tiny bit of a notch, but at least showed interest. When you look at the body of this field, you look at the 2 was in for 16, the 3 was in for 16, the 4 was in for 25, the 5 was in for 16. You look, it's actually the 6 is the only horse that hasn't been in for this low of a claiming tag, and the 1, so that's why they're both favorites.
And we know Paul and Tom picked him, Road to Success. The question is, did Tom claim Road to Success? We'll find out soon enough. Field for the 7th, start of the late pick 4 in 5 minutes. And we check in with a training legend, a 2-time Kentucky Derby winner, Nick Zito, standing by with Maggie.
He is a legend, and actually my husband in your barn at Belmont, and the signage outside of that barn, Nick, I mean, you rival every trainer as far as how many Triple Crown races you've won in your career.
Well, I appreciate it. That's really nice of you to say. That's amazing. Thank you so much for saying it, and thank Tom too. That was really nice.
Well, too, your barn here at Saratoga, for those that don't know, you have a little slice of heaven in the back, corner of Saratoga on the Oklahoma track. Yep. Talk a little bit about what it's been like to train from that barn all these years.
Well, it was amazing because I had a neighbor for about 30 years almost, Wayne Lucas, and he and I are good friends, and he's a legend. He's a real legend. And it's just been wonderful back there, and we've been blessed, and a lot of great horses trained there. And Maggie, because you do this for a living and you're an historian. We trained a lot of great horses up here before anybody did. And we just said, hey, Saratoga's the place to train them. And a lot of those great horses came out of that barn, and it was cool. And a lot of people wanted to be at Belmont all the time, but we wanted to be here because the track was so good. The environment is so good. They say you're a product of your environment. So look at these people today. Look, they're a product of their environment. They love it out here.
They have big smiles on their faces. The horses have big smiles on theirs too. Talk a little bit about the horse you send out here in Chase Tracker. The last time was wired by a horse. Is there going to be any intention, do you think, from Tyler, especially with a more inside post, to get him a little more forward today?
Well, I think he's going to be outrun because they're quicker, but he'll do that because he's a pretty cool kid, and he'll come out of the gate good and get a good position. And I'm hoping, as you know, Maggie, the word mix it up. I'm hoping they mix it up, and then you know what? Maybe we pick up the pieces, because obviously, I guess the right word, my good friend Andy would say, ambiguously placed, which he is. But on the other hand, racing's racing. You know, he fits in this category. Let's take a shot. Let's see what happens.
I love it, Nick. You've won a lot of big races doing that. Thank you for your time and best of luck.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
It truly is always a pleasure catching up, as you said, Lafitte, with the legend, Nick Zito.
He is the best, Nick Zito. Hoping for a fast pace, like when Strike the Gold won the Derby, not a slow pace, like when Go for Gin won the Kentucky Derby, Gary, and your win with Nick Zito and the Whitney commentator. One of the more memorable Whitneys over the last quarter century or so.
One of the funnest races that I ever had the pleasure to win, in the way he did it here at Saratoga, winning the Whitney on him. And look, there was a horse named St. Liam with Rick Dutrow that was supposedly untouchable that day. I'd worked commentator a week before the Whitney, loved what I felt. It was the first time I'd been on his back, and I had a plan in my head, and he gave me a sense that if I got loose on the lead and they left me alone, if they took him for granted, that we could maybe steal it. And that's exactly how it happened. And Nicky said, look, he got the keys to the car. He said, go drive it fast. That was basically what he told me. And it was very exciting and a great opportunity for me. But Nick and I would go back so far. I'd fly in to ride horses, maybe for Wayne Lucas or whatever it may be. And Nick would always put me on a horse, and always a live horse. We won many a race that weren't just feature races.
Meanwhile, Tom's listening. He's like, I don't care about Kentucky Derbies. I don't care about Whitneys. He's like, I care about this $25,000 restricted claim race. We looked at Road to Success. Tom, did you submit a claim?
We did. So as you know,
Nice.
Lafitte, a claim is a purchase order. So we put a purchase order in on the one horse, Road to Success. We have to turn that in 15 minutes before the race begins. I am sure there are others that have put purchase orders in for the one as well. And it really comes down to basically luck of the draw. You draw straws basically in the racing office for the world to see, and someone will end up with the one horse. This is your horse once the race is over. You don't participate in any of the earnings he makes in this race, but no matter how he runs, he belongs to you after the race.
And let's be clear, too, to a lot of people. So if other people go into the race and 5 other people go into the race, it actually turns into, we told it yesterday, as in, basically you put straws in a hat, but actually it's a pill pull. You put pills into a bottle, you shake them up, and how does it go, Tommy?
Yeah, each of the pills has a number on it, 1 through whatever, however many, they look like dice, basically, with one side with a number on it. And they put them in like a little Yahtzee cup,
Yeah.
you know, and they shake them up and they pull one out, and they have the claim slips all marked, 1 through whatever. And so whatever they pull out, it has to match with the claim slip. They turn over that claim slip, and that's the owner-trainer set that gets the horse.
Will you know before the race how many claims are in for the horse?
Well, yes. You'll
Okay.
almost assuredly know. And it's not that they tell you, but everybody's standing around in anticipation. So you look over and you got Danny Gargan on this side of you. You look over and you got Linda Rice on this side of you. You know, you basically know how many people are in. And as a little side note, it's not unusual for the trainers to get together. I put up $100. Whoever wins the horse gets the pool.
I've got a question for you, Tom. So you're on the paddock set over there, and you got to have an eyeball of him as you walked into
Absolutely.
the paddock. So did you send a text off to somebody, any particular person, and say, go ahead and fire away?
I told Paul I'll be right back. I left the set. I went and took a look at him. I liked what I saw. And I did indeed send a text to my assistant trainers waiting in the racing office. And so, like I said, we're one of many.
So,
by the way, Paul, we watch these horses come to the gate. Everybody's hot. Everybody's a little sweaty. It's that kind of day. When they're all like that, it's not anything to be concerned about.
Well, we got so much rain yesterday, and the skies have finally opened, Lafitte. And what does that bring? Humidity.
I promise not to go over with the complaining of the humidity. I've already done it twice. So wait, Tom, this was like a game time decision with Road to Success. You haven't been like tracking him for a few weeks and thinking about this?
So I watch his replays. I know exactly what he looks like on the replays. I try to spot him in the mornings out there see if I like him, I should say, at a gallop. And And that has a lot to do with whether we're going to go for the horse. Obviously, the first thing is how talented is the horse. My best bet of the day, Paul's best bet of the day, obviously we both think this horse has a lot of talent at this level, and we're trying to purchase something that we think can win at a higher level next time the horse runs.
Good luck on all fronts. I thought the trainers stood around for moral support for one another.
Yeah, we're a real tight-knit group.
Road to Success. Let's see how it works out. Tom Amos submitting a claim. For Paul and Tom, best bet of the day, Road to Success. For Rob Atras, big day tomorrow with Maracuja, as you just saw in the Alabama. And love that angle with the big crowd on hand on this Friday afternoon. We are all set. Start of the late pick 4, race number 7. John Embrial, the voice of New York racing, standing by.
All in, set for the start. And they're off. Chase Tracker, Gimme Some Mo, and Road to Success down at the rail. Road to Success has the lead as they go into the clubhouse turn. Gimme Some Mo is on the outside, and in between horses is Chase Tracker. And then just in behind is Scotty. Down at the rail is Scotto. On the outside is a Moonlight Now. Then a break of 4 lengths to Lacoya Road, who trails the field in 7th. They're heading for the backstretch, and it is Road to Success on top here by almost a length. Gimme Some Mo chasing in second with Chase Tracker down at the rail in third, and the quarter win in 24 and 1/5 seconds. As they continue along, it is Road to Success leading Gimme Some Mo by a length. Chase Tracker at the rail in third. Moonlight Now on the outside runs in 4th. Scotto is in 5th. Scotty is in 6th. Then farther back is Lacoya Road, who continues to trail in 7th. Opening half mile in 48 and 3. Road to Success setting the pace here and holding on to the lead here over Gimme Some Mo. Down at the rail is Chase Tracker next in third as they begin the run around the far turn. Moonlight Now is running in 4th. They continue around the far turn. Road to Success. Here's Gimme Some Mo up on the outside now to challenge. It is Road to Success and Gimme Some Mo, and the two of them have opened up 4 lengths now on Chase Tracker, then Moonlight Now, Scotty and Scotto, and Lacoya Road, 3/4 in 1:12 and 4. They are at the top of the stretch. The front runners seem to brush there. Gimme Some Mo's on the outside, and Road to Success is down at the rail. It is Gimme Some Mo narrowly. Road to Success continues to battle on. Farther back, it's Chase Tracker in third. Now Gimme Some Mo gets clear from Road to Success. It's Gimme Some Mo in front as they come on for the finish. Gimme Some Mo, the winner here by a length. Road to Success was second, and Lacoya Road came from last to get third.
Favorite delivers. Gimme Some Mo, Irad Ortiz Jr. wearing down the stubborn Road to Success, but a hard bump, a hard clash at the top of the stretch, Gary.
Yeah, we need to take a look at it. I don't know if that was the inside Manny Franco and Road to Success coming out, which hit Gimme Some Mo in his hindquarters, turning him in coming off the turn. As we watch him approach here, and you see, yeah, I do not think that Gimme Some Mo came in on the one Road to Success. Road to Success, it kind of straightened out the turn coming into the stretch. Looked like he bore out into Gimme Some Mo, but until we see a different angle on it, so far, there is a steward's inquiry. They're announcing right now the steward's inquiry, so hold your tickets.
At first glance, I thought Gimme Some Mo cornered very well, and Road to Success didn't at first glance. Let's take another look from another angle. The head-on, what do you see, Gary?
I saw tight quarters. It's difficult to say. Listen, we can't tell off of that angle. I couldn't tell off of the pan shot. Like to see something from behind, but this is one of those deals where in today's day and age, I wish that we could get a different angle. If we had our helicopter here today above the view, it'd be very easy to decipher, but not so easy, guys over there.
Tom and Paul, what did you see from the first couple of replays?
Well, my thing is that Irad Ortiz, I thought, had the measure of the one, okay? And he put this horse in a really tough spot. I think there is a foul here with a 6, but like Gary says, when you're going around the corner, let's just be dead honest. Jockeys know that there's not really a good camera and you can get away with some stuff a little bit. He put the one in really tight quarters, and I still think the 6 was going to win this race. He really didn't have to do what he had to do, in my opinion, Tom.
Yeah, look, Irad, who's on the winner, the 6 horse, Give Me Some Mo, he's a very aggressive rider. I use this next term.
He almost put him in the rail.
In an admirable way, okay? He's a bully on the racetrack.
He almost put him in the rail.
It's his track, and he is a very aggressive rider, and he made it very, very tight on the 1 horse. And again, I say it in an admirable way because, you know, you can be an aggressive rider and be hugely successful. So the question becomes, did he take his path? This is a very, very difficult one for me to call, and quite frankly, you know, I wouldn't want to be a steward on this one. This
Tom,
is tough.
Paul, I'll tell you, if I am Irad Ortiz getting on the phone with the stewards right now, what I'm going to tell them, I'm going to put on my lawyer hat, and I'm going to say, listen, I had him outrun 3/4 of a length. He came out and bumped my hindquarters and turned my horse in. I was trying to stay out off of him. I was giving him room. His right shoulder, I had him outrun 3/4 of a length. He came out and hit my horse in his hind hip, and he got turned in. Turned my horse in. And that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, no, I
Whether
hear
it
you.
works out or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that's the right call. And I also think, like I said, Garrett, the 6 always had the measure of the 1. And actually, don't you think that Irad actually made the 1 a little bit more game after the bump?
Yeah, I do. I mean, road to success. I hope you did get him, Tom, because it was a gallant effort. Did all the dirty work up there with Give Me Some Mo just stalking him. He had the perfect trip. But, yeah, when he got the bump or delivered the initial bump, for my sake, that's what I'm saying. I'm still talking to the stewards. You guys are being the stewards. And when he came out and bumped me, yeah, he fought back, but I had him outrun, and I continued on to be 3/4 of a length in front of him, even at the finish line.
You were seeing
no
the
change.
Exact angle that the stewards were looking at. No change. No change at 6-1-3-2.
Let's be clear. We both had road to success. That's the right call. It was the right call. The 1 was always going to run second. But to me, it was a little bit unnecessary to put that horse tight in the thing. And I know Irad's trying to win championships. That's how you win. You got to keep on riding the way you're riding. But he had the 1 put away. That's my thing about it.
That's why you want that rider on your horse.
I get it.
That's why you want Irad on your horse.
He did not disappear completely. So, listen, this is the big boys. They let him play here in Saratoga. We've seen a couple of takedowns, but they let him play here. I think they made the right call. It was aggressive riding. I wouldn't have wanted to be in Manny Franco's spot, and I'd be a little upset right now. Like, bro, what are you doing to me? Why'd you put me in a spot like that where your horse wasn't going away? Why were you in there? There you go.
They're close. They're friends. There'll be a conversation in the jocks room after Irad Ortiz poses for pictures as Give Me Some Mo comes through in the 7th at Saratoga. When we return, you're going to meet the Alabama field. Maracuja, so much fun. You get to see her again. The favorite, Malathot. Pletcher's won with Princess of Silmar. Stop Charging Maria. Is she next? Crazy Beautiful. Nobody said this was a 2-filly race. CCA Oaks was supposed to be a 1-filly race. We'll be right back.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
DeMarshalier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubawi, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubawi and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, if you did bet, give me some mo. You got a little money in your account, as he did take race number 7 today, not without a little bit of controversy with Arad Ortiz aboard for Todd Pletcher. And Arad, we saw the steward's inquiry with regards to the move at the top of the stretch. You had Manny Franco and Road to Success kind of hemmed in on the inside. It seemed as though you always had the measure of your rival.
Well, I mean, I was going by, like, I feel like I got horse and I go by, but I make the turn, you know, I just make the turn and I always leave his room there. And I think he just touched me a little bit behind, so the look was a little worse. My horse going sideways. If you can see here, the contact was a little bit behind. I make it go sideways a little bit. I take a hold because I was going straight, and that was it. After that, just keep riding my horse. He go forward. He did everything good.
Staying in your path, and tomorrow we'll see you in the featured Alabama aboard Clariere again. And last time in the CCA Oaks, Arad, it turned into a bit of a rider's race. You made the move to kind of go after Malathat early on. What's going to be the tactics in tomorrow's Alabama?
Well, she's a really nice filly. Last time I thought it was not too much speed on the race, so I'm going to let him be forward. And she broke from the outside. I was going a little wide in the first turn, so I just let her in front to pick it up because honestly, I was like 5 wides in the first turn. And I don't like my position at that point, and let him run a little bit to get a better position in the backside. When I get close to Malata, then I sit right beside her because that's the filly I have to be. So I just rode to stay close of her, try to get the last run on her, but don't work out that way.
So tomorrow, post 3, what do you do?
Well, I will talk to Steve and Barbara Banker, whatever they told me to do, that's what I'm gonna do. Honestly, I handicapped the race, she looked good. Probably we break from the inside of those kind of filly, probably we take a little hole and wait a little bit.
All right, wishing you the best of luck with her tomorrow. Congratulations, though, here today with Gimme Some Mo.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, we'll see Clariere facing off against those rivals once again. Lafitte in tomorrow's Grade 1 Alabama.
Played a big role in that outcome of the CCA Oaks, Maggie. Arad Ortiz, the explanation for the 7th race. Gary, you buying what he's selling?
Absolutely. He pretty much said what I said up here on the set. Just in a different way. But I mean, that, in all honesty, that was exactly what I saw. And here we go with the
that was
3/4 of a length. That was after the fact. But look, the best horse won the race on the day. And how many claims were in on
13-way shake on Road to Success goes to Wayne Potts. 13-way shake. Gimme Some Mo, the winner here, claimed as well. Do we know where Gimme Some Mo is headed? The winner here, and it's not like you hear 13-way shake. I sound surprised because it is surprising, but we really shouldn't be. How many races have we seen that this summer at Saratoga? That was a 20-some-odd way shake last couple of weeks ago.
Yes, we've had multiples, and we'll have some more multiples before this meet's over.
Business is good. Turn the page, race 8. Starter allowance sprint. 7/8 of a mile extended sprint. 3-year-olds and older. Field and updated odds wide open with Jake Rocks, the current tepid favorite, at 7-2. Go ahead and cue that animation. Racing is serious when you see this. America's Best Racing's race of the week. Field for tomorrow's Grade 1 Alabama 3-year-olds. Fillies, American Classic Racing distance, 1.25 miles, 7 of them. Post 6 for Malathat, that's significant. Kentucky Oaks winner, even money morning line favorite. Let's meet the field for the Alabama. In post position order, starting with Crazy Beautiful, drawn inside Summertime and Delaware Oaks winner.
She is in great form right now. And then the Delaware Oaks, she wasn't even, never even had to go to the crop. Positions well, kicks home nicely. A very, very easy winner that day. That's the way you want to come into a race, with your filly having a lot of confidence.
Kenny McPeak seeking a third Alabama in the last 4 years, struck with eventual champion Swiss Skydiver last year. Number 2, Will Secret, Willis Horton homebred, 2-time stakes winner at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Johnny Court and Dallas Stewart. You know, Dallas Stewart has a knack running second or third in big races, 26-1 in the Kentucky Oaks. And this is a filly that ran an even race last time in the Indiana Oaks. I would throw in your supers and your tries.
Stewart pulled off the biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks years ago. Lemons forever. Number 3, Clariere, beautifully bred Stone Street filly for North America's all-time leading trainer.
Yeah, look, I mean, she was third last time in the CCA Oaks, and you just heard Irad talk about that ride. I mean, the big favorite that day, Clariere, got right up alongside of her. They dueled all the way around there, basically to their own demise. They set it up for a closer.
Maracuja, see that's peaceful, Maracuja. Brittany Atras told you what she becomes when she gets out.
Yeah, you know what, Lafitte, her last 3 races have just changed her career, and that's because she's gone around 2 turns. So I think I'm dead with Gary. She's going to love every bit of the 1.25 miles.
Number 5, Played Hard, quick filly, a tough spot to make a stakes debut.
Tough spot to make a stakes debut, but again, confidence. Won the last 2 for Phil Bauer, the trainer. And look, for a lot of these major players in this race, they want a target to run at. Played Hard is going to be the speed of this race.
Number 6, Malathot, dual Grade 1 winner, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country for now.
Yeah, she probably ran her best race last time in defeat, man. She was really giant, this filly by Curlin. She gets the best drop, because now she finally gets a target and Played Hard when she was the target last time in the CCA Oaks.
That post is key, drawing the rail in the CCA Oaks, and proved to be a detriment. Number 7, Army Wife. She's rattled off back-to-back Grade 2 stakes victories.
She sure has, and her last win in the Iowa Oaks was another one that was with the greatest of ease. 4 starts this year, 3 wins, and a horse that really probably comes into this race again with a lot of confidence off that easy win last time in the Grade 3 Iowa Oaks.
Something very uneasy about dismissing anything sent out by Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds these days. As the party goes on, the kids are out at the racetrack, excited about the Alabama tomorrow for 3-year-old fillies. The CCA Oaks was a fascinating race from a rider's perspective, Gary. Why was that assignment for John Velasquez Malathot such a challenging one, and why Ricardo Santana, when you described it as, quote, a thing of beauty on Maracuja?
Look, Johnny's hands were tied. When he drew the 1-post position in a 4-horse field, he didn't want to get stuck behind horses and be in a jam all the way around there. The way it turned out when Clariere made that big move, turning into the backstretch, and the reason I said a thing of beauty on Maracuja, when that happened, don't forget, Maracuja had been laying second, and all of a sudden he dropped back into third. He let her fill up with oxygen again, watched the battle that was going on in front of him, and he capitalized. That is Ricardo Santana. That's why I said it was a thing of beauty. I saw it unfolding, and I said, uh-oh, midway down the backside, Malathot's going to be in for the battle of a lifetime because she's being attacked early on. And I agree with what they said down in the that this was probably her best race in defeat because of the circumstances of the race. I know very few horses through my career that could have sustained the way that race happened. We've got a 7-horse field here tomorrow. She's drawn well. I know that Johnny probably let out a big sigh of relief when he looked at the overnight with the entries and saw where he had drawn.
Very different, the race shape on paper, and crazy beautiful. She's sharp, as the guys mentioned, having won back-to-back graded stakes races, Gary. She didn't have to deal with any Malathots in the Delaware Oaks.
No, she didn't. And listen, she was 8-1 in the Kentucky Derby, of which, or in the Kentucky Oaks, of which Malathot won, and won with these. Throw that race off. She's come back and fired 2 big races since then, and she's not without a chance, but she's going to have to step up. I'd say she's going to have to run 5 or 6 lengths better than she's run in her past races.
Yeah. All we talk about leading up to the Kentucky Derby is about these 3-year-olds. They've never run a 1.25 miles, and that's the big question mark. Same scenario here, right? The Alabama at 1.25 miles that none of these fillies have ever run at this distance.
No, but I see the 2 fillies that I know are going to relish this 1.25 miles distance, and they were first and second in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The rest of them, I think it's a little bit of a question mark, but like Will Secret is going to be a long shot in here for Dallas Stewart, but I think she's going to come running, and with Dallas Stewart, he seems to always be picking up pieces and sometimes throws in a surprise winner with these things.
Can't wait. Exciting race. Grade 1 Alabama is always the signature race for 3-year-old fillies. at Saratoga. And while you're watching, you got to build that Travers bankroll, right? Final week, Travers Bankroll Builder. Last chance to earn a $20 bonus for the Run Happy Travers. To qualify, bet $50 to win on one horse in the Alabama and score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and get your $20 bonus to bet the Travers. When we return, it's another important symbol of the Saratoga tradition, the Whitney Viewing Stand. What does it represent? Why the significance? The story of how the Whitney Viewing Stand came to be when Saratoga Live continues.
Run Up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out in the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but Run Up running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run Up and Horatio Caramanos Run Up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end. Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney Viewing Stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney Viewing Stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney Viewing Stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
About the millionth reason we have to say thank you, Mary Lou, the Whitney Viewing Stand. Gary, you've had a chance to watch the works there in the morning. What's it like, and what's the atmosphere like any given morning?
I went down. My son TC was working for Tony Dutrow. He had the Big Beast. Big Beast hadn't started yet, so I walked up there with Tony, and and it was peaceful. He wasn't working that morning, just galloping, and we just had a chat up there, and it was just the two of us, and it was peaceful, a great view of the course, but it felt good to go up there and watch workouts.
All part of the Saratoga tradition, the Whitney viewing stand. And we refocus on the live racing with this wide open 8th race. Horses in the paddock. You see the updated odds, starter allowance sprint for the boys as we send it over to Maggie for this race 8 paddock report.
Thanks, Lafitte. Want to start with number 5, Repo Rocks, who does come in here as a new gelding. And don't worry, that date on your racing form is not correct. Just a bit of a clerical error. And my husband did, Tom Worley, report as soon as his horse was gelded, which was, pretty sure, 3 days after he ran and blew the break up here on opening weekend. So he has been gelded for over a month now. And while it has not changed him much physically, it has brought him down maybe a notch in the way that he acts. I mean, this is a horse that as a 2-year-old, he acted up in the paddock at Belmont, broke the bridle and ran loose, and luckily made it unscathed back to Bill Mott's barn. So he has it in him to be a bit unfocused, to say the least. And before his last race, he actually got loose and fell on the road. So it was not a good couple days for Repo Rocks leading into that effort and then subsequently blowing the break. We'll see what he does here this time around. So far, knock on wood, he has been behaving himself here in the paddock. Moving on to number 9, that is Critical Threat. I think a real interesting proposition in this field for trainer Brendan Walsh. Did not take much money when he won on debut, but Brendan's horses never take money on debut, and frequently they will run well and win. We've seen it with several of his nice horses. I mean, even Maxfield comes to mind. This guy comes in here really fit as also a new gelding and getting Lasix. He's a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter coupled, so I'm not entirely thrilled with the 7 furlongs coming back for him, but he is feeling good. He's been on his toes. Look for him to be forward, I would think, in this comeback effort. And then number 10, Royal Realm. I'm not sure if we'll see him forwardly placed here, as he does go first off the claim for trainer Dave Donk. Don't see Dave claim many horses. He will wear a hood. This is a horse that his previous connections reported that he was a bad actor. Again, behaving well with that hood on, muffling out a lot of sounds with the blocking out from his ears with just a short cup cheater blinker. I don't necessarily love him going shorter, but I get it. I get why Dave is thinking this. He just doesn't physically look like one that wants less ground, Lafitte.
Let's see how Royal Realm handles the 7/8 of a mile. You have a chance to see him again in the post parade. We kick things off with a Wicked Indeed. First after the claim, Rudy Rodriguez coming off that win at Belmont.
Down on the inside, Wicked Indeed. And, you know, Paul, with a race that doesn't have a lot of speed and the inside post, I think Wicked Indeed's going to have to go.
Yeah.
Likeable first after the claim, Peter Walder.
They claimed this horse for 40. Go back and look at who this horse has run against. Yes, this time, drain the clock and essential quality.
Strength of schedule. FF Rocket first after the claim. Rob Atras sensing a theme. There's Jake Rocks, 1 for 24 lifetime.
Yeah, this horse was good last time with Louis Size. Getting on the dirt for the first time in 2021. 0 for 10, though, on fast tracks.
Repo Rocks, keeping a lid on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that got left his last start, had to race and get in a position. Didn't have a lot of finish on the end, but that's what happens when you get left.
Mr. Luigi doesn't have to tangle with Jackie's Warrior today.
Everybody knows him, Mr. Luigi. And this horse has got a big shot, I think, today, dropping in class.
Number 7, Full Court Press.
You know, a horse that's raising up after the claim. Ran a really nice race last time. I think a player in this race at a price.
Number 9, Critical Threat. Debut winner last fall at Keeneland. Unraced since.
Unraced since. Been gelded since. Hard to talk an owner to gelding one off a win, but I guess Brendan Walsh, the trainer, got it done.
And then Royal Realm, first after the claim, David Dunk. Maggie mentioned the distance question.
Yeah, pretty consistent, though. Blinkers will go back on off a 1 try with them off, so Manny Franco will be aboard.
There's Rocco Strong. Eric Cancel seeking a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, you know, Blinkers came off this colt by Shackelford, and he just improved. He won in a nice little $50,000 maiden $50,000 race, but we haven't seen him since January.
See how it all unfolds. Wide open 8th race at Saratoga. Of course, we'd love if you signed up and joined and play with us here at Naira Bets. If you do so, use that promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Tom and Paul, I just had a friend of mine, handicapper, plays every day, says this might be one of, if not the most challenging individual races to handicap all meet.
I'll give him that. I mean, Paul, I'm spread out here on my pick 4 ticket. I think there's a lot of directions you can go. We're going to look at a couple of those right now. Look, the last frontier, Paul, to me, is trip handicapping and watching old races and seeing what you can see. So we'll look at Jake Rocks here. Oh, excuse me, we're looking at Repo Rocks here. He's going to get left right out of the gate. So remember, each horse only has so much energy, only has so much gas in the tank. He's going to rush up, Paul, and get back into position after braking poorly. It's going to cost his finish in this race. It's going to kind of even out on the end of this race, but you got to forgive it because, after all, I mean, look at what he's done. Look where he is in the top lane. See him on the outside, laying third right now with the yellow cap. So he get a little tired at the end, but he's used a lot of that gas in the tank, a lot of that energy after getting left at the gate.
Yeah, and then Jake Rocks is grinding away, trying to get to the front end. And I think why, Lafitte, you're getting so many texts that this race is so difficult. The 2 horses that figure in here on numbers are the 4 and the 5. They're 2 for 36 lifetimes, so that is concerning.
That makes it that much tougher, Gary, when you look at a horse on paper, and if you're a speed figure guy, yeah, sure, that all makes sense, right? And then the overall lifetime record when you're seeing these horses that just don't win races very often.
Yeah, and you know, when they're picking up checks, it's frustrating for a trainer, a jockey. But listen, at the end of the day, the owner, these horses, they're paying their way, so it's not always a bad deal when they're picking up checks. It's just it's frustrating. You're constantly trying to figure out something. What's going to get them over the edge? What's it going to take to make this horse 2-3 lengths faster? Maybe it's an attitude adjustment, whatever. Well, he's getting the biggest attitude adjustment help he could possibly get being gilded last time after his last race. So, look, he's behaving himself out there. I'm sure that Maggie and Tom are happy with what they're seeing right now because he sure looks good out on the racetrack warming up by himself.
Keeping it together, Repo Rocks, Red Ortiz, guys, and then Royal Realm towards the outside picture with Manny Franco. Had to settle for that second place finish after that rough and tumble 7th race we watched about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that last race for Royal Realm back on July the 24th was a very interesting backtrack. So for Royal Realm, they're going fast up front, and Royal Realm is going to be constantly chasing the winner on the front end there. Ashar is going to win the race, go wire to wire, never able to catch up, gets a little tired in the end, but he's doing all the work to put his horse in position to catch that leader. Today's going to be a different story. Backing up in distance, going to the one turn, blinkers go back on for Royal Realm, and an outside post. I think that's key because even if he doesn't break all that sharp, he's got plenty of time to get his position before that first turn and save some ground on the turn. I think he's a horse that's going to enjoy being outside of horses rather than in close quarters.
Well, he did run his, I guess you could say his 2 best races were 1-turn miles. What I mean by that, some racetracks when you run a mile, you go around 2 turns. Belmont and Aqueduct is 1 turn, so it's sort of the same, not the same, but a furlong longer is 7 furlongs. So I think he's proven that he'll be off the pace a little bit and probably making that 1 run. Is that what you want to see?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. And so you just pointed out he's going a furlong less, basically 110 yards, a football field less than those mile races he was running in. And I think he's a logical choice.
Nearing post time. Royal Realm to the outside. Maggie, we're looking at Mr. Luigi. And again, the good news, if nothing else, he can look around and just be like thrilled he doesn't have to tangle with Jackie's Warrior this afternoon.
If I were a horse, I would not want to tangle with Jackie's Warrior because you know you're going to get run off your feet, that's for sure. As Mr. Luigi gets the ultimate drop in class out of a graded stakes event facing a really nice sprinter. But this guy makes a great impression, you know, and as he faces some older horses for the first time, he matches up well with them physically. And I think that's something you always have to look at with these horses that might be facing some older elders for the first time. So he's getting a little bit revved up as they make their way to the gates, and it's kind of close quarters back there in that 7 furlong shoot. But I also want to touch on number 8, who is the longest shot on the board, because he looks really slow on paper. I totally get it, but physically at least, he doesn't look like a 21-to-1 shot. This guy is huge. He's big and impressive and imposing looking. It just feels like now that he's a little bit more further along in his 3-year-old year that he could be capable of running a faster race. I'm just not sure if it comes at a total sprint distance. He feels like one where that mile is probably best. This might just be a stepping stone, Lafitte.
Very, very little should surprise us. As a result of this 8th race, Rocco Strong trying to pull up a big upset. Eric Cancel seeking a second this afternoon. You saw Jake Rocks. Gary, final thoughts as they move in?
Well, I'm looking at the selections, and I'm gonna agree with Maggie, and I like Critical Threat, the 9-horse in here with the outside draw, second for the outside with Gilding, first-time Lasix.
High-riding Tyler Gaffley on post time for the 8th, live from Saratoga.
Line. And they're off. A slow start for number 5, Repo Rocks, and he trails. There is Mr. Luigi going out for the lead. Down on the inside is a Likeable. Then comes Rocco Strong in 3rd. Critical Threat is next in 4th. Jake Rocks runs in 5th, 3.5 lengths. Back to Full Court Press in 6th. And then on the outside, it is Royal Realm in 7th after the slow start. Repo Rocks has now moved up into 8th, and it's FF Rocket and the gray Wicked Indeed trails the field in 10th. Long shot Likeable leads here by 3/4 of a length. Mr. Luigi tracking in 2nd. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds as they go into the far turn. Likeable by a half length. Mr. Luigi is on the outside in 2nd. Jake Rocks is down at the rail in 3rd. And then it is a Critical Threat along with Rocco Strong, who is now dropping back. Down at the rail, Full Court Press gains a spot. And on the extreme outside is Repo Rocks, the half and 45 and 1 as they come off the turn and into the stretch. And here is Mr. Luigi looking to split horses. There is Full Court Press. And on the outside, it is Jake Rocks as they move past the 8th pole. It is Mr. Luigi and Full Court Press with Jake Rocks in 3rd as they come down for the finish. Full Court Press at the rail, right alongside Mr. Luigi. Full Court Press by a head. Mr. Luigi was in 2nd. Then Jake Rocks and Wicked Indeed came from last to complete the superfecta. Stirring stretch drive in this 8th at Saratoga. Mr. Luigi looked like he had the measure of Full Court Press. Full Court Press with Ricardo Santana, resolute on the inside. Gary would not be denied.
Yeah, and both riders riding extremely hard. Ricardo Santana, he's been riding extremely strong here at this meet consistently. Battles back down on the inside. And when you ride a horse that likes a battle when they get in tight, a lot of horses intimidated, and not this one. The tighter it got on him, the better he liked it. You see Mr. Luigi and Jose Ortiz drifting over there, making it tight, and Full Court Press. It's like, you know what? I like it in here. Give me some more of that. And recovers and gets the money.
Just kept digging and fighting. Full Court Press at 16 to 1. What happened at the start towards the outside?
The 3 outside horses got a big bang here, and it was Critical Threat who took the worst of it. He looked like a ping pong ball in between those 2, Royal Realm and Rocco Strong, the first couple of strides. And listen, may not look as bad on camera. It softens it up a little bit, but those are hard blows, and when that happens, it can actually knock the wind out of a horse. So give him another look next time out. Critical Threat. He loomed up at the head of the stretch, then faded, but I think he's paid the price a little bit for that bang at the start.
Tom and Paul, Ricardo Santana pretending like he's on Maracuja, and another stretch tour with Malathon before tomorrow's Alabama.
Yeah, he had a great trip. He laid right against the rail all the way around the turn, just angled out quick enough to pass a tiring horse, went back to the rail. By the time Jose Ortiz or Mr. Luigi saw Full Court Press, it was too late. All he could do was tighten it up. He couldn't make him go around, but if he'd had it in his mind that horse was coming on the rail, I think he would have gotten over and made him do the dirty work to come around him rather than slipping through on the rail like that.
It was a heady ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. He did it yesterday. There was a horse that was a length ahead of him, and Ricardo stayed busy on the rail. We saw 3 or 4 horses come back on the rail yesterday, and we saw it again today, especially in the last race with Dylan Davis. And I think you're right. Mr. Luigi was clearing the stretch, and I don't think he thought anybody was coming to his inside. But I've seen more horses come up the rail at this meet than I've seen in any other meet in my lifetime.
Yeah, look, Jose Ortiz did make it tight on Full Court Press once he knew he was there. That was a very, very tight spot, and that's what race riding is all about. You know, you're going to try to make it as hard on the other horse or the other horses in a race as you can, Horses don't like to go through those tight spots. But for full court press, being urged by Ricardo Santana, it was no problem.
No, and the other part about it is they went 109, 122. It wasn't like Mr. Luigi was actually stopping. I know the horse might have been tiring a tiny bit and full court press was moving forward, but they basically buried the rest of the field.
They did. They did. And I mean, 16-1 on that winner. I mean, I'm not saying I had him on top, but he was certainly a player in this race. He's in my ticket. That's a big price on full court press, the 7.
Yep.
First after the claim, Horacio de Paz, Ricardo Santana dialed in. A son of dialed in. Full court press. Take a shot, Stables. Liberty House Racing up the inside. Able to outrun Mr. Luigi to the wire. 16-1 upset in the 8th. Full court press. Results, reaction when we come back.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
Tis the law. He's left the others behind. Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead. Venezuelan hug. Wait! Venezuelan hug! Venezuelan hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside and Anno Dorf, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Crowd still buzzing after the upset in the 8th. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Full court press. This Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by Phasic Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Tuesday, November 9th, after the Breeders' Cup. Sellers nominate your stars today. Full court press. That kind of race. Wide open at 16-1, 34-20. Ricardo Santana, Mr. Luigi, tough pill to swallow. Jake Rocks having to settle for third on this occasion, 7-6-4, 8th race at Saratoga. Over to Matt, trainer, Horacio de Paz in the winner's circle.
Here with Horacio de Paz, and Horacio, full court press, getting the win for you off the claim. You're lucky I like you. No, I'm just kidding. But well done, and a horse that benefited from a great ride by Ricardo Santana.
Yes, definitely. You know, he saved ground, and you know, this horse needs a strong rider on him. He's kind of on the lazy side, so you know, Santana's a very good finisher, so he suited him very well.
We've been talking about that on the show, just how good of a finisher he is, and a guy that you've reached out to a lot during the meet and have had success with. Does the relationship go beyond this? Had you worked with him before, or is you just notice how well he's been riding?
Well, I knew Santana when he was riding in Delaware. Ignacio used him a few times when we were there with Sagamore, and obviously his career has really, you know, taken off really well, and he's a solid rider. And I've been lucky with him. You know, we won that stake with Ginger and Rye up here, and he got a few live mounts, you know, when I was up here with Sagamore, so, you know, didn't want to change that.
What has been this progression for you? You know, you're a private trainer for Sagamore Farm, and then you stepped out to open a public stable a few years ago. What has that transition been like?
It's been good, because I've gotten, obviously, with Sagamore, you're dealing just with one owner and obviously one client, and now it's opened up, and I get, you know, horses for Barry Shorts. He breeds and buys at the sales, and then ventured into claiming now, and trying to get used to that as well. But it's been good so far.
Well-rounded trainer that you are. Congratulations here with Full Court Press.
Thank you.
All right, Horacio De Paz, Full Court Press up the rail to victory, guys.
Exciting horse race, Maggie. Horacio De Paz, solid meet. Horses are running. Full Court Press in this 8th of 10 on a Friday at Saratoga on the eve of the Alabama. That working relationship, Horacio De Paz, Ricardo Santana, winning races together. From the start of this one, that traffic towards the outside, Full Court Press unaffected. And rounding the far turn, Mr. Luigi hits the front, Gary, and relentless Full Court Press, Ricardo Santana on the fence.
Yeah, you saw Ricardo pull his crop through into the left hand and give him a couple of reminders as Irad tightened it up on him. And look, this horse liked it in tight and powerful finish, powerful ride, nice win.
Date with Maracuja in tomorrow's Grade 1 Alabama, Ricardo Santana. The Pick 5 follow along, what we've seen thus far, this one was tough. It felt tough going in, and while the first 2 legs were formful, the upset, 34-20, Full Court Press in race number 8, 2 left on the Friday program at Saratoga. Up next, you bet it's the 2-year-old Spendthrift race of the day. It's the main event of the Skidmore, the race that produced last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner Golden Pal. This one has been taken off the grass. Only one scratch, however. Coffee Maker, who was the 8-5 morning line favorite. Coffee Maker out regardless. Wesley Ward has him surrounded with a trio. Averly Jane, Golden Bell, and Overbore the Skidmore in 22 minutes. When we return, so how did last year's Skidmore winner do today overseas? Golden Pal racing in the prestigious Grade 1 Nunthorpe Stakes at the Eber Festival in York. The recap when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just a Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
The field is in the stretch, and it is Golden Pal in hand here with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Golden Pal opening up here by almost 5 lengths. Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes, and he did it impressively.
Golden Pal, the leader. Bodenheimer second. 4 lengths separate the top two. Momos in third. You better believe it. Looks for room toward the rail. Cowan runs from the outside, but well behind Golden Pal in the final furlong. A 5-length lead for Golden Pal. Then Cowan. Then you better believe it. Golden Pal. Cowan runs on from the outside. Golden Pal. Cowan is second. Golden Pal. Golden Pal wins it by a length on the line.
Such an exciting, fast thoroughbred. Golden Pal, Gary, broke his maiden, graduated in the Skidmore. Didn't race again until the Breeders' Cup and did that in the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Right, and his speed, early speed, has increased with every race, and he's been a little bit difficult to manage from that Skidmore last year to the Breeders' Cup. Remember, we've seen it, throwing his head going into the first turn. Irad Ortiz was able to get his attention, get him to settle down a little bit, and, you know, sometimes speed can be your undoing, and it sort of was today.
Almost like too much of it. He was blazingly fast and impressive in the opening day. Quick call here, and back overseas, his second trip to Europe. We saw him at Royal Ascot as a 2-year-old. This was the prestigious Group 1 Nunthorpe, all part of the Eber Festival at York. Gary, what did you see from Golden Pal early on?
I saw a firecracker, a lightning bolt, a lightning rod, quickly in the stride. That's not Irad Ortiz, that's champion jockey and world-renowned Frankie Dettori aboard, and he set him motionless there, but he got him running that first stride, and that's something you really don't have to do. He's going to take you to the lead without being forced, and the eventual winner is lane second right now. That's a filly, Winter Power. Seems kind of ironic. Wesley was beating the Colts with fillies, and that's what beat him today. But look, he's all done here. He's 2 furlongs out right now. He's all in, all cashed out. And look, this is a pretty simple course. It's a 5 furlong straight course. The ground was perfect today, and really had no excuse except on himself from showing too much early speed. And Irad has been able to control that over here, and this is no knock against Frankie, because I've got horses started before leaving there, and you give them one little gig leaving there, and it's lights out, game over, because they just explode underneath you. They think that they're going to go flat out for only about 500 yards, and it's 5 furlongs, not 110 yards. It's 5 of those football fields, as Tom likes to refer to them, and it was stretching him a long ways today. Look, he had to travel over there, and you know, Wesley was trying something very difficult to do on any terms, and those were the fastest sprinters in Europe. That's why the Group 1 Nunthorpe is such a famous race. It's a breeder's race. Horses that win that, they go into great stud careers, and Wesley thinks that this horse is going to be a heck of a stallion, and the Coolmore boys own him. They wanted to see him there. There was another race he could have run him in Ireland. It would have given him a bit more time, but it's going to be interesting to see where Wesley and the group decides where they're going to bring him back.
Run diagnostics and perhaps an explanation, because that just looked like an off day for Golden Pal. And so impressive on this day a season ago, the Skidmore, where Wesley Ward is looking to pad his stats, has 3 dangerous 2-year-olds pictured. Averly Jane, currently 9-5. The Friday feature is next, the Skidmore on Saratoga Live. Stay tuned.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won
the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
How much you know about Skidmore College, Gary?
Well, quite a bit. It's a beautiful campus.
Gorgeous campus. Private liberal arts college in Saratoga. I lost my notes. I don't have anything in front of me, Gary. Approximately, from memory, 2,650 students are enrolled. Skidmore, pursuing a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science degree in one or more than 60 areas of study. I could give you more details, but I don't have my notes on Skidmore College.
I did the best I could, Lafitte. Pulled that up for you.
The Skidmore 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs. Coffee Maker is out. Field of 9 again off the turf on the main track. And Averly Jane for Wesley Ward, one of 3 Ward-trained 2-year-olds, 9-5 with these 2-year-old fillies in the paddock. And that's where we'll start. Number 2, Averly Jane. Maggie in the Skidmore Paddock Report.
Yeah, it's been like an assembly line for Wesley Ward, who, as we were just saying before the break, is not here. So Rob Atras filling in, saddling duties. Well done to him. He's cranked out 3 saddles on these runners for Wesley Ward. Begin with Jane, one of 2 fillies in here, and I like her races. Obviously, she's undefeated coming in here, but she does come in off a bit of a break, but she looks really fit to me. And physically, you know, both of Wesley's fillies in here are big, robust types, so there's no problem whatsoever with them facing the boys today. She's very classy acting. One little thing I did notice, she's a bit cinchy when they tacked her up, meaning that when they put the girth and the overgirth on, she just was a little bit cramped up, but she walked out of it quite nicely here. She definitely has an air of class to her. But watching the replays, I actually kind of like number 7, Golden Bell, at least her dirt race in her debut. And she has a lovely walk in here. I just really like the way she moved over the Keeneland surface that day. So getting on the dirt here makes a lot of sense for her. Again, I can't really separate her and Averly Jane a bit physically. They both look the same. They both look fit coming back off respective layoffs. I just maybe gave the edge a little bit more to Golden Bell for the way that she's moving. Now, the male counterpart to the Wesley entourage here is number 9, Overbore. And as Wesley said, he entered him more for the mud. He's not going to get the mud, but he's not going to get the turf. But at least he's shown that he can handle any surface you throw at him. He is sharp heading in here. He's fresh. I don't necessarily remember him being this keen in the paddock back at Belmont for the Tremont, as it does look as though we might keep him away from the rest of the field here as he's getting on the muscle. So he isn't one that has shown that much early speed in his races, but he's hinting at being definitely forwardly placed here in this Skidmore. As we'll check in with Steve Asmussen's charge. That's number 6, Bonus Appreciation. He has been woefully slow in both of his efforts so far, but a good-looking horse that it feels as though there might be some ability, some talent in there. He's handled himself beautifully for his first time here at Saratoga, just taking it all in. He doesn't have much of a tail, which I don't know what happened to his poor tail. Sometimes they get chewed off by other horses in the field, or they get caught in something. But I think he'll run a bit better than those first races suggest, as we head across the paddock to Paul and Tom.
And thanks, Maggie, as we look at the 6 going out for the post parade, but we'll show you the paint for the Tremont. And Overbore was very, very good. 65 cents on the dollar. We're supposed to do this, Tom, but I'm still not convinced. I still think the other 2 Wesley Ward runners are better than this one.
I'm with you. I like the girls better than the boy here. Overbore, you know, broke, hustled to get position, comes around everybody, and does close and win. But, you know, the race before he got caught near the wire, and I just think Wesley Ward's girls are the ones for this race, not his lone boy in the 3 that he runs.
Yeah, you know, the first start that Overbore ran, he was so giant. He got dead left, and I think there was so much put on his plate a little bit. Now, Averly Jane has done nothing wrong. Tyler Gaffilon will be aboard.
Paul, watch this race.
2 for 2 lifetime.
So, I mean, the gray horse on the lead is not supposed to get beat. Averly Jane is not going to pass this horse, but something must go wrong here. The gray switches leads back to the left and just does no finishing whatsoever, and Averly Jane gets the appearance of going right by him, but I just don't feel that's really genuine. And for that matter, that's Bohemian Frost, the gray horse. That horse comes back, waits a month before he works again, and then lays off after that. So I'm not so sure that's a genuine race.
It's actually a good race to look back at.
We'll know in about 8 minutes, guys. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Skidmore. Brony Chesko at 12-1 to kick things off.
Yeah, this horse will try to show some speed today, and I think this one is a family that has better for turf than dirt.
Averly Jane, undefeated, untested in 2 starts.
Yeah, filly by midshipman. And it seems like Wesley picks out a lot of these midshipmans, and they're very, very fast, just like he was.
Back in the woods, the maiden entered main track only.
Yeah, not a bad effort first time out at Monmouth. She's still a maiden. She's been working great guns over at the Jersey Shore.
Catch the smoke, make the rider a red Ortiz.
Yeah, going back to the dirt, and you know, this is a horse that if it collapses on the front end, look for him to finish up.
Bonus appreciation off the turf maiden winner last month at Monmouth.
Yeah, 3 straight runners that we were showing you that are coming in from Monmouth. This one, Ricardo Santana looking for another one, and Steve Asmussen 17-1.
Golden Bell, not Golden Pal, but she does have ability.
She has a lot of ability on the dirt. She won. She was the most impressive maiden winner. I saw the entire Keeneland meet. She went to the grass after that. I love her coming back to the dirt.
Some rider changes to follow. Number 8, Pure Panic, make the rider Luis Saez.
Yeah, Luis Saez gets aboard this son of Summerfront, who was very good first time out at 7.5 to 1.
Overbore, who you guys just touched on, the 3rd member of Wesley Ward's Skidmore squad here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that's coming off a stakes win and did it in very workmanlike fashion.
On the outside, Baytown Warrior, serious edge and experience, but on paper is overmatched.
Yeah, I'm really happy here for Brandon Whitaker to get a ride up here at Saratoga. He's not a bad rider now, 11%, so don't dismiss here. 35 to 1 here, though. The horse is going to have to improve.
And that's the field, the Skidmore Stakes, otherwise known as the Wesley Ward Invitational. Does he have him surrounded? Maybe not. You have the trainer who's won more races than any other in North America, Steve Asmussen, standing by with Maggie.
Has a nice ring to it, doesn't Liffey? Also a Hall of Famer, Steve Asmussen, here in the paddock. And Steve, I know you entered bonus appreciation for the turf, entered him for the turf last time too. Is there a move forward in him? Because it seems on numbers he's a little bit light.
He does. Seems he's going to definitely have to pick it up. Very deep field for him. But as you mentioned, tried to run him on the turf last time out, rained off. He did all he could do, and he won fairly handily. And then obviously we're hoping to run again on the turf again today in the Skidmore. Rained off, but he's a nice physical. I think there's more in there, but he needs a big jump forward for the group today.
Well, a few that don't necessarily need a big jump forward is some of your big horses in the barn. Clarier tomorrow in the Alabama. I caught up with Rod Ortiz earlier. He said hopefully they go out in front of him and he can save ground from that inside post position. What are you hoping as far as trip tomorrow?
Well, we need to put it all together. Clarier's a very nice filly, you know, just regal pedigree. Love how she's acting. She's training beautifully. You know, to have the opportunity to run a filly as good as her in the Alabama here at Saratoga, just hoping for a good day and a big race from her.
Fast forward to a week from now, the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins, fastest 3-year-old possibly in the country. Jackie's Warrior, as he is coming off of a huge race in the Amsterdam. Steve, I know your admiration for this guy. It runs deep.
Very much so. He's just a very special horse. His 3 victories here at Saratoga are spectacular, and very much look forward to the chance to run him in the Allen Jerkins.
I can't wait either. Best of luck here, though, with bonus appreciation.
Thank you very much.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with Steve Asmussen. Looking forward to the next 2 weekends, but it all starts here with bonus appreciation, Lafitte.
He is must watch, Maggie. Jackie's Warrior. Can't wait to see him on the undercard of the Run Happy Travers, one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training. That's coming up next week. Here, the Skidmore, and the countdown to the Skidmore is presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. 4 minutes to post, 4 minutes out to the Friday feature. The Skidmore with these 2-year-olds. Steve Asmussen's bonus appreciation trying to pull off the upset. And then Pure Panic. Paul and Tom, what is he going to have to do? How much does he have to improve if he's going to deny the Ward 2-year-olds and take down this Skidmore?
Well, we're talking about the 8 Pure Panic here from Mike Maker, who seems to have everything going his way and running well at this point. But Pure Panic, who won on the grass and surely was entered for this race on the grass, runs a nice race on the outside, finishes well here to get up. When you look at that pedigree, particularly the sire Summerfront, you think grass with those kinds of horses. So Pure Panic has got to translate this race over to the dirt. And we always look at family as trainers in terms of where we want to put them. Short distances, long distances, turf versus dirt. And for Pure Panic, the 8, he's going to have to do something that his family doesn't necessarily do that well, and that is run well on the dirt as opposed to the grass.
Although you will see out of a Hansen mare on the bottom side, a little bop for you. That horse, a lot of people forget Hansen won the 2011 Juvenile, so precocity is there on the bottom side. Summerfront was able to, basically a turf horse, but was able to swing a little bit towards the dirt. Now the 7 at 7-2, Golden Bell, filly by Macho Uno. They paid $50,000 for, and like you said, Tom, she was so professional first time out in April. And obviously she went to Ascot after that. In a 27-horse field, she was 8-1, but this was their debut.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know it's 4 horses. We get a lot of that early on in the year with the 2-year-old racing at Keeneland. But let's take a good look at just how easily she wins that day. The second place horse came back to win, and they're well ahead of the rest of the field. This is all hands, never goes to the crop the late part of the race. And I really remember this race vividly, saying to myself, I think this was Wesley's most impressive winner at Keeneland this past meet.
Yeah, 51-2, and if you look at Averly Jane went 51-4, 51, if somewhere in that area. They could be the 2 fastest fillies in the race.
So let's talk about it, right? I mean, it's not a game of perfect. You're not going to pick them all.
No.
Okay? But if you think you see a vulnerability, and I really do think I see a vulnerability in the 2-horse, Averly Jane, because she's bet so hard as a heavy favorite, the odds are inflated on everybody else. You know, if you can find something that works, and you're right on how you see a race, it pays you. Pays you well.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. If you look at this field from the outside looking in, we all are on the 7 here. Who goes to the front end? Does the 1 show speed? Does both of Wesley's horses go after each other? Because they both could be very, very quick, both the fillies.
Right, but for Golden Bell, the 7-horse, there's no speed outside of her.
Okay.
So it's not like she's going to be crowded down in there. I think she's going to be very close to the pace, if not right on it. And she won't have anybody pressing her from the outside. I think that's advantage to Golden Bell, the 7-horse.
Gary, if you could ride one of these as we've reached post time, who would it be?
Fellow Hall of Famers ride. Johnny Velasquez and Golden Bell.
You're
I like the filly.
all on Golden Bell.
I was there for that maiden breaker as well, and I agree with Tom wholeheartedly. I thought that was the most impressive maiden victory for Wesley at the Keeneland meet this spring. And I love her post position. Everything, I'm ditto with everything that was said. I think she can pop the gate. She may lay just off of Averly Jane, but I think that Johnny holds all the cards.
But acting up a little as they continue to file in was Golden Bell. There goes Pure Panic. In now towards the outside over Bohr. And we're all set. It is post time for the Friday feature. All set for the Skidmore Stakes. Live from the spa. John Imbrial standing by.
There in the gate.
It's all here, guys. 1 second. Resetting the horse inside. Pick him up. Pick it up. Back it inside, guys.
Baytown Warrior and Averly Jane. Averly Jane quickly gets clear to lead by almost 3 lengths. Golden Bell is running in second. Baytown Warriors on the outside, next in third. And then comes Pure Panic, who is running in fourth. Baronchesco down on the inside in fifth. Back in the Woods runs in sixth, followed by Overbore in seventh. And then farther back, it is Catch the Smoke and a Bonus Appreciation. The quarter 21-4. Averly Jane leads here by a little more than a length, with Golden Bell running in second. Pure Panic the Gray is next in third, followed by Baytown Warrior in fourth, and Overbore is fifth. The field comes off the turn and enters the stretch, and it is the filly Averly Jane who is in command here. Averly Jane's in front now by 4 lengths. Then Golden Bell, Pure Panic, and on the outside it is Overbore. Averly Jane in front right from the start, and she is going to coast home here in the Skidmore Stakes to make it 3 for 3. Averly Jane won by 7 lengths. Pure Panic finished second. It's a photo for third. The time was 1 minute 3 3/5 seconds.
Fast filly, Smoke in the Skidmore from Averly Jane. That'll take some of the sting out of Wesley Ward for Golden Pal. Struggling in the Nunthorpe Overseas, Averly Jane runs them off their feet in the Skidmore, Gary.
This was a wow race right here, what we just witnessed with Tyler Gaffleon just sitting motionless on Averly Jane. You heard John Embryo say that she's undefeated, still undefeated, completely motionless. Everybody else struggling behind, and Golden Bell, no excuses for her, no excuses for the 8. Overbore.
The excuse is Averly Jane.
It's going to excuse a whole bunch of them. Beats the Colts today, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her, what she does in the future. Great future.
Guys, a Wesley Ward sweep with the fillies, 1-2 a couple of days ago in the Bolton Landing, and here Averly Jane in an absolute mismatch in the Skidmore.
Well, Paul, I said it wasn't a game of perfect. My handicapping was not perfect just now, but I mean, this race was over 10 steps out of the gate. I mean, this filly Averly Jane broke super duper sharp. She's on the front end. She's controlling everything. She's not having to be asked. Everyone's having to chase her the entire way around there. By the time they even get in a position to face her at the head of the stretch, it's game over.
You called it. I mean, I would say half a football field. She was 3 lengths up on this field right out of the gate. And I said, you know what, the 7's starting to run a little bit. You said, Paul, this horse is gone. You knew it on the backside.
Oh, you definitely knew on the backside. I want to make a comment about Tyler Gaffleon, who is our next big rider to come from the Midwest and be a great rider. He is one of the best gate riders I have ever seen.
Yeah.
He gets everything out of the gate well, and he certainly won this race today with how he got Averly Jane out of the gate.
Well, that's why I give kudos, guys upstairs, and I'm sure Gary too as well. For guys like Gaffleon and Santana that do not ride this circuit year-round, to come in here and have pretty good, solid meets, both of them, I got to applaud both Tyler and Ricardo.
I'm not feeling sorry for either one of them. Just Gaffleon, he's got Mark Cassidy. He rides these 2-year-olds, a few of them for Wesley Ward, and Ricardo has Steve Asmussen and a lot of outside business. But no, he is a great rider. He's got every tool. He rides the turf well. He gets horses out of the gate well. I agree with Tom. He is the next superstar. He continues to improve every day. He's got a confidence level. Reminds me of someone that I knew back about 30 years ago that rode very similar to him, I think. Looked a lot like me back in my heyday, and like he rides,
who are you talking
rides
about?
A smart race, and yours truly.
A young Gary Stevens. Tyler Gaffleon.
Listen, and he's not cocky, but he is confident, and he carries himself with, he's very polite, but he carries himself with an aura in the jockey's room. Like I said, he is very polite, but he has that aura about him that he knows he's good.
Just his 3rd full season, Saratoga. Top 5 rider, another stakes win, struck with Got Stormy in the 4-star Dave last Saturday, and here in the Skidmore. Sometimes a rider, a pilot, sometimes a passenger, as I was once told. Averly Jane rolls in the Skidmore.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's going to go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Kef Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. The Skidmore fittingly going to a filly today against the boys, and it was Averly Jane taking command from the start beneath Tyler Gaffleone. And Tyler, she was quick out of the gates today.
Yeah, she's a little rocket. Wes has been real high on her all year, and after her last race, we were able to get her some good experience. She was down inside, we were able to move out and pass the eventual second place finisher that day, but today she was much more professional, broke on top and just galloped around there.
It seemed as though this was a 5.5 furlong sprint. It seemed as though you had more left in the tank.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I just used what I needed. She was very comfortable, well within herself, so I figured we'd live to fight another day.
Jumping from 5.5 to 1.25 miles tomorrow, you'll be aboard Army Wife, reunited with her. Tyler, obviously, I'm sure you're familiar with her form, but since the last time you rode her, she has really gotten good, obviously winning the Iowa Oaks. How excited are you to climb back aboard? I know you said you were a little concerned about the post, though.
Yeah, you know, the post is not ideal, but she's been drawn inside her past couple races, but she's a very versatile filly. She shows decent speed. She should be able to put me in a nice spot, and hopefully we can get a good trip.
Tyler, you are climbing the ranks so quickly across the country. It seems like you're riding with so much confidence.
Yeah, you know, I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day. My agent puts me on live horses, so we're just having a lot of fun right now.
Congratulations. Job well done here with Averly Jane.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffleone bringing in yet another winner, taking the feature today, Lafitte.
And Maggie and grounded Tyler Gaffleone, versatile. On grass, how he's improved, saving ground. The pressure of the situation never seems to get to him. We saw that right on Got Stormy in the 4-star Dave, and with some of the bigger outfits starting to use him. Look at that smile. Tyler Gaffleone excited after that win in a huge Saratoga meet. Again, just his third summer here and a top 5 rider. And as the guy said, 5 steps out of the gate, Averly Jane was gone.
And this is what I appreciate most. When a filly or colt is winning a race of this caliber, with the ease that she's doing it, he put her, this was a non-race for her. I mean, it was an absolute walk in the park, and a lot of younger riders would have went ahead and maybe opened up another 10 lengths on this field, which she looked like she was fully capable of doing today. Yes, she was running, but that was in hand. He never, ever folded over on her and pushed the extra maybe 2 gears that she had left.
Just to lend perspective, Wesley Ward winning this last year, Golden Pal, the Breeders' Cup winner. He's won races in the Bolton Landing with Kamari, Stillwater Cove. They've gone on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. That's the type of talent we're talking about here. It's an ungraded stakes race. It's not like the Grade 1 Spinaway, the Hopeful, the Saratoga Special Grade 2, ungraded, but that's the kind of talent we're talking about in this Bolton Landing. And now in this Skidmore, Averly Jane, 520, the pick 5 follow along with one left on the Friday program. $40,000 maiden claimer to close the show. 3-year-olds and older off the turf on the main track. Distance change at 1 1/8, hence the defections, but still wide open. You have 3 of them now at 3-1. 21 minutes out to the nightcap at Saratoga.
Songbird set down. Beholder is alongside. Forever Unbridled is 2.5 lengths behind them. Furlong to run. Songbird, Beholder, they are nose to nose. This race living up to its expected power as they come to the wire. Their noses apart. It's Beholder.
Thriller in the 2016 Breeders' Cup Distaff. Gary, first thing that comes to mind when you see that replay?
Heart and Try, and the best mare, probably the best racehorse that I ever sat on for probably the best owner that I had the pleasure to ride for, and B. Wayne Hughes.
E. Wayne Hughes having passed away, prominent owner, breeder, everything that he did for the sport, Gary, and what can you tell our viewers, someone who never met B. Wayne Hughes, what do they need to know?
Class and just a real guy. He reminded me of a grandfather, somebody I could hold a conversation with. I wasn't intimidated by him any whatsoever. We go back a long ways. He had 6 Breeders' Cup winners, of which Beholder was 3 of those Breeders' Cup wins, and 4 Eclipse Awards. And we had just a personal friendship, and you know, never any pressure. I felt 0 pressure when I rode for Mr. Hughes. And I can't say that about every owner that I rode for, every situation, but there was pressure on us in that final race of her career. I knew it was going to be her last race, and she gave her all that day. Great training job by Richard Mandela. He has a great team at Spendthrift Farm. What he did with Share the Upside, with the stallion roster for breeders out there to give them an actual piece of these stallions into Mischief. #1 sire there, and that moment, me knowing that was the last time that I was going to sit on the great mare, and Wayne knew as well, and you know, just our friendship was a special friendship, and he's going to be truly missed, but he left a legacy, and you know, it's sad, but we all knew this day was coming. He was 86 years old and had a great life, and he loved these thoroughbreds as much as he loved anything, and you know, I'm going to miss him, and not just me, the Spendthrift team. I know Richard Mandela, I spoke with him yesterday on Steve Vick's radio show, and you know, it's hard that he's gone, but love out to Patricia and the family at Spendthrift. I know things are going to continue on the way that they've been in the past. He laid that in order, and looking forward to seeing the future from Spendthrift Farm and the rebuilding that he did there to make them the premier farm that they are once again.
That image that we saw with you and B. Wayne Hughes, that embrace, that's, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that says it all, what Beholder meant to you and the relationship with B. Wayne Hughes.
Well, and what she meant to him, he actually said that this filly is the first horse that he owned that he felt honored to own. You know, that she was part of his life, and he said, I can say what I feel with her with one word: pride. It's funny, when we won our first distaff with her, he was not aware that it was a $2 million race until we were standing in the winner's circle actually the champagne toast afterwards, and he looked at Richard and I, and he says, this race was worth $2 million. He said, I thought it was, and he didn't say only $1 million, but he said, I thought it was worth $1 million. So money was never an object with the prize money. In the Pacific Classic, the race that she ran beating the boys, I never felt what I felt that day. I never felt it again. It was probably her best race that she ran in her career. People ask me who the best horse I ever rode was. On that given day, there was no thoroughbred that I ever sat on that could have beat her on that particular day of the Pacific Classic.
Brilliant she was on that afternoon, and so many others. And for B. Wayne Hughes, the pride that he had in Beholder and having a chance to celebrate all those championship moments, the Breeders' Cup victories, and for the sport of thoroughbred racing, sorely missing B. Wayne Hughes and everything he contributed and did for the sport of racing. We still have one left here at Saratoga on this eve of the Alabama, but on Saturday, a trio of stakes races, the Lake Placid. And this filly, Technical Analysis, impressive winner. And the Lake George, can she go back-to-back, or does Runaway Rumor have other ideas? A look ahead to the Lake Placid when Saratoga Live continues.
Won the Del Mar Futurity. It is Practical Joke in the Preservationist. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse, Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint.
Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
Their track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today. And Nyquist is still unbeaten.
Our track record.
Street Sense will need some running room. At the wire, Natalia Doro wins.
Here comes the stern, and the colt is letting rip with a big run.
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. 9 down, 1 left. Horses in the paddock for the 10th. Getting ready for a big Saturday of thoroughbred racing tomorrow at the Spa. Alabama not the only graded stakes race for 3-year-old fillies. Also have the Lake Placid on grass. There is the field, 6 of them. All eyes on Technical Analysis. 6-5 morning line favorite for tomorrow's Grade 2 Lake Placid. Let's meet the contenders. This year's edition of the Lake Placid Stakes features a compact but competitive field of 6. Chad Brown saddles Technical Analysis, seeking a record-tying 3rd win in this contest. Technical Analysis enters this race off a win in the Lake George Stakes and received a career-best speed figure for that effort. Runaway Rumor looks to return to her winning ways after Technical Analysis ended her 3-race win streak in the Lake George. The filly finished 4th after a wide trip and found her best stride late. A win by Lovestruck would give Hall of Famer Bill Mott a record-setting 4th win in this event. The daughter of Tappet captured each of her starts, including the Teppan Stakes as a freshman, but was soundly defeated by Runaway Rumor in the Wild Applause Stakes on June 26 in her seasonal debut. Which filly will shine at the Spa in the Lake Placid? Grade 2 Lake Placid tomorrow here at the Spa. Paul and Tom, if you had Technical Analysis in the last race, you got paid. She was 7-1. at post time, not getting 7-1 tomorrow afternoon.
No, I think the secret's out, Lafitte. And you know, Paul, this race, small, compact field, not a lot of speed in here. And, you know, it really kind of falls to the horse that might make the lead, even with the blinkers off. Sometimes you take the blinkers off a horse, you still can make the lead, but it's designed to relax them on the lead. And perhaps that falls in the 5, Love Struck.
Yeah, and that could be dangerous because you know when they take the blinkers off, the design is when you take the blinkers off, you want to see your competition and to be able to compete a little bit more. So Love Struck could be the part of the pace in here. This is the race from Technical Analysis, and listen, it was a good race in the Lake George. Who did she beat in the race? I don't know. Toby's Heart is an okay kind of runner. I'm surprised she went off a little bit under 8-1. She was able to get it done in pretty easy fashion.
Yeah, she was. And, you know, she was aggressive early in this race. There wasn't a lot of pace, but she gets cover. And these horses, they want cover to just kind of settle in behind a horse. When she gets clear, kicks well, very well at the end of this race.
Yeah, and when I looked at Runaway Rumor, you know, Runaway Rumor, Santana had ridden her a couple times. And the first start of her career, Lescano rode her and got the W. Last time, the horse was caught wide most of the way and didn't really have the best of trips. Now, Lescano went back aboard for Jorge Abreu, and I think that's the other horse in here to Technical Analysis. But this filly by Kingman could be getting better and better. And a mile and 16th, I would think would be an okay distance.
Oh, yeah, no problem for this horse, Technical Analysis. Back to Runaway Rumor that ran the same race. You saw finishing in the outside there. You know, I would have liked to see, that was her first loss. She went into the race 3 for 3, and I would have liked to see a little bit more punch at the end to make me feel like the 2-turn distance suited her.
What do you do with Spanish Love Affair? I mean, she's got some speed on the outside. She's been she's been competitive, and then she runs into Santa Barbara. We know how good Santa Barbara is now.
Santa Barbara is the horse. Santa Barbara in here would be the horse.
Santa Barbara, the devastating 3-year-old filly. One thing to watch for with Technical Analysis, she can get a little bit aggressive. She can pull at Jose Ortiz a little bit. Just watch for that early on in the early stages of the Grade 2 Lake Placid. All part of a big weekend. What else is new at Saratoga tomorrow? Those 3 stakes races. Grade 1, Alabama, the Lake Placid, Smart and Fancy. On Sunday, the Summer Colony. Maggie will have paddock reports for all of them, but first, Maggie standing by with this paddock report after we show you the odds for this $40,000 maiden claimer off the turf of the main track. Distance change, 1 1/8. But despite the distance change and the scratches, still a good betting race. And as promised, Maggie's paddock report. One more time today, Maggie.
One more time, actually, Lafitte. You will not have paddock reports from neither Acacia or I tomorrow. We are taking part in attending that Clement wedding. So I'm sure you'll be in capable hands. So I'm sure Mr. Richard Migliori will be filling in quite aptly as we'll take a look at 2 horses here that are a little bit more of the lighter raced variety, and including number 8, Dearest Kitten, who's first off the claim for trainer Mike Make.
We lost contact. She's got a wedding to go to, as I just learned.
Well, I think her mic may have run out of batteries.
Been a long day.
It's tired, too.
Been a long day. You and I going to handle paddock report.
Let's go.
Duties tomorrow?
No, Mig. We got...
Maggie's like, I can't have that. Can't have that. Let's try again, Maggie.
I guess I'm back. I have no idea what happened because the mic's still giving me the green light, guys. But looking at number 8, Dearest Kitten, she comes out of a race that was okay for a maiden 20, to be fair, and she stumbled a bit behind, breaking from the gate on that sloppy track for the first time. And a lot of times when you're dealing with horses that probably do want the turf and that track slips away from them, that will lead to tardy starts. Now, she gets more distance to play with today, albeit on a fast track. I think more ground is going to help her. She is a big, rangy filly, and she was reacting badly to the kickback that she got in that 6-furlong sprint. So more ground, better. We'll see how she negotiates the fast track. Number 9, Sweet Mission. First off the claim for Mark Hennig. I don't often say that, but as Mark was pointing out, she has put on a good deal of weight and muscle mass. She comes in here sharp. Now, it's a bit of a negative that Todd Pletcher, who primarily runs more of his horses on the dirt, didn't go to the dirt with this daughter of Commissioner. She looks like she should handle it, though, and it looks as though she's doing well, and she is very sharp here in the paddock, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Have a blast at the wedding tomorrow with Acacia. And for this 10th and final $40,000 maiden claimer post parade, Celino with Manny Franco at 3-1 drawn inside.
Yeah, it took a little while to get that saddle on Celino. They had to put her on the walk and bring the pony in together, but she settled down nicely.
Little Nutter, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this one drops for 40, but, you know, Little Nutter's been in for 40, 0 for 12 lifetime. Like you said, Jose Lezcano in the irons.
A Malibu Anthem for Tom Albatrani, 11 race maiden.
Right now, Co's second choice was actually your favorite for a split second. 4 seconds from 11 starts, so she's getting closer and closer to that winner's circle.
Dearest Kitten, first after the claim, Mike Maker, Louis Saez, 5-1.
Well, she's been betting all 3 of her starts for Wesley Ward. Now, Michael Maker took the horse from Wesley, and you get Louis Saez.
Sweet Mission, as Maggie mentioned, a heavier Sweet Mission, looking to break through in her 3rd career start.
Yeah, making her first start on the dirt in a pedigree that suggests dirt. They call it the get-out race, Paul. The 9 is my get-out horse.
I like it.
At 5-1, but the favorite, guys, is Never Content towards the outside. 2nd and 2 for Mike Maker.
Yeah, listen, maybe this is just the Jose Ortiz and the Mike Maker factor. Horses never step foot on dirt, so an unknown. And usually the rule is in racing, it's really hard to take the favorite when the horses really never run on a fast track, but we'll see what happens today.
With Never Content, you saw Jose Ortiz in the Mike Rapoli colors and the Pick 5 Will Pays. And we had that bomb, that $34 horse, about an hour ago. It's been rather formful throughout. Averly Jane, the favorite, sensational, delivering in the featured Skidmore. And now one left, 10th and final. Again, off the turf of the main track, distance change of a mile and an 1/8, Gary. We touched on the jockey standings earlier, and Louis Saez, who's built that big cushion, trainer standings. And for Mike Maker, Kentucky-based outfit, runs horses all over the country, but primarily based in Kentucky. To come into New York, to come into Saratoga and have this kind of first 6 weeks, incredible, the numbers he's been putting up.
Yeah, but Tom told us early on in the meet, get used to this, guys. He came with so much depth, meaning that he has horses in every division. He's able to run them where he wants to run them. He runs them in spots where they can contend. He's not taking shots. He's running them with the intention of winning with them because of that depth. I talked about it with Louis Saez, this kind of depth that he has for the clients that he's riding for. And, you know, Tom warned us. He said these other trainers better get used to this because this is how it's going to go.
And, guys, a chance to add to his lead in the trainer standings in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure he does. And, you know, this is Mike Maker's game. He does well at all levels. And I think it's one of the reasons why a guy like Louis Saez is leading the meet, Paul.
Yeah.
A lot of these riders, the Ortiz brothers for sure, they're tied into certain stables. Louis Saez can spread his business out. He doesn't have just one barn, so he can go to a lot of different barns, and it's giving him a lot of collective wins, whereas the other guys are married to a specific stable, whether it be Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, and they can't spread their business out as much. No,
Listen, Mike's just had a tremendous meet. 3 Diamond Fars as well as you're looking at the 3 Diamonds Far Charge, even though Maker's got 2 in here. He's got Rapoli stable on the outside. The crazy part is, Lafitte, 45 for 86 in the money. That's the other part people don't get. A lot of people look at win percentage, but over 50% in the money, whatever horse he sends out. That's pretty impressive.
They've just been, since day one, since opening week, everything he's sent over. They say in a batting lineup that hitting can be contagious. In a stable, in a barn, like winning, horses running well can become contagious, and just at the right time at the perfect meet for Mike Maker.
Yeah, and listen, the staff, they get in a groove too. Everybody's got smiles on their faces. You see your fellow groom win a race, he's smiling. You don't want to be outdone. You're taking extra good care. Not that they're not getting the best care all the time, but it is contagious.
Dearest Kitten, pictured 9-2. Get back to the favorite, Malibu Anthem. And yeah, so why should today be the day? An 11-race maiden here. Gary, Javier Castellano is aboard, 5-2 with 3 minutes to go. There she is.
Well, you know, she ran a great race last time out to just be beaten. Javier Castellano back aboard today after getting to know her a little bit. Yeah, she was entered for the turf, but it was rained off the turf last time. It was a sloppy racetrack, sloppy sealed. Did that make the difference? Not necessarily so. I think that she handled the distance fine that day. You know, so going to try it again today.
Could be just the pattern, guys, with Malibu Anthem. The 4-5 starts back. She's run 5th, then 4th, 3rd. That second place finish, maybe it's her turn.
Yeah, I mean, that second place finish, she was hung out wide on both turns. She wasn't really asked the last 8th, Paul. I can see why the bettors are on her. When you look at her today, what do you see on the track there?
Well, I see a horse that looks okay. I mean, he can get the job done.
She's hot, man.
But you made a great point. Listen, the 6 is hot, Malibu Anthem, but you made a point in the paddock earlier about the 1 was really acting up and on track. She might be even more washed out than the 6, and there you see the 1 right there, Selena.
Maggie, yeah, looking at Salino, yeah, there's washed out, and then there's that.
I think anybody can see that she is pretty washed out. She just seemed agitated, too, back in the paddock. You know, they were trying to kind of sponge her off, and she wanted to rear up and get away from them. And then out in the track, she's gotten even worse out there. And what I noticed in her last start, which albeit was on the sloppy track, so fast track today, but she was lugging in late. And so, therefore, her rider, Brian Hernandez, could not really ride her through the lane. She is one I don't know, though. Maybe she's always like this, though I did not see the sweat on her. You can usually tell on replays. I did not see that kind of sweat on her in that Ellis Park replay. But Malibu Anthem, on the other hand, she's always like that and one I'm very familiar with, but she's pretty much always been a maiden, too, Lafitte.
That's the thing, and we have a horseman with us, and Tom Amos and Maggie, and how good they are at looking at these sort of things. Tom, like, what is the difference? We've been taught on a hot day it is humid. What's the difference between a horse sweating? Okay, good, that's healthy.
Right.
And then the flip side, okay, that's a little bit too much and a bad sign and an indication that that horse probably isn't going to perform at their very best.
So it's a matter of comparison, Lafitte. When the field hits the track, if they all have the same kind of look, then it's a no call. It's just that's the way the day is. It's hot and so on. But this isn't the case, the 2 horses we looked at. They are really, really wet out there. They have exerted some energy in this pre-race. Interesting point, guys, as they get ready to load. So this race was scheduled for the grass, and it's not on the grass. This race was scheduled for 1 mile and 1/16, and it's now 1 mile and 1/8 on the dirt. This race, the complexion of this race changes quite a bit from what we saw in the past.
And another note on these 2 fillies, extra washed out. As the 6 Malibu Anthem was being walked in the gate, she was actually striking at the ground. Salino, the same thing. She was acting up while off camera, and they're not happy. I mean, they're just, lead me over here another day. I don't really want to be out here. And you sense it as a rider during the post-parade. You're trying to do everything you can to soothe them, get them to relax, and then it becomes a point of, well, looks like I'm going to just be a passenger around here today. You'll give them a try. But again, getting back to earlier on the turf conditions, what you do when a horse is not handling the turf, these riders are going to sense early on if they're going to have any ability or not.
Post time.
And they're off. Malibu Anthem. There goes Dearest Kitten down at the rail. It's Salino. Dearest Kitten looking to get that lead going into the clubhouse turn. And it is Dearest Kitten who has the lead. Salino not far behind in second with a Malibu Anthem racing in third. And then it's a length on the outside is Sweet Mission. And then it is Little Nutter, and trailing the field is Never Content in sixth. As the field heads for the backstretch, the opening quarter mile in 24 seconds. Dearest Kitten leads now by 2 lengths. Malibu Anthem and Salino, they are heads apart second and third. Never Content has advanced into fourth. Then comes Sweet Mission, and Little Nutter is the trailer there midway up the backstretch. Dearest Kitten by 1.5 lengths. Malibu Anthem second by a head. Salino down on the inside in third. Then comes Never Content on the outside running in fourth, followed by Sweet Mission, and farther back is Little Nutter. Half mile went in 48 and 4/5 seconds, and they are still chasing Dearest Kitten, who takes the field into the far turn. Dearest Kitten now by 2.5 lengths. Salino and Malibu Anthem, they are heads apart second and third. Sweet Mission is fourth.
about 4 lengths from the front and moving up on the outside. Never Content has dropped back. It is still Dearest Kitten who has had the lead right from the start. Leads coming for the quarter pole. Ran 3/4 in 1:13. It is Dearest Kitten with the lead, Salino, and on the outside it is Sweet Mission, Dearest Kitten and Sweet Mission, and now they are right together as they pass the 8th pole, and now Sweet Mission has taken over the lead. Dearest Kitten is back running in second, and Sweet Mission pouring it on here in deep stretch. And this will be 2 for Tyler. Gaffleon aboard Sweet Mission, won by 5 lengths. Dearest Kitten was second, then Salino and Malibu Anthem.
High fives and smiles on around. Winning trainer Mark Hennig, 2 for Tyler. As Embriel said, the late double, Sweet Mission. I guess she runs a little faster when she's carrying a little bit more weight, as Maggie pointed out, Gary.
Carried a little bit more weight than Mark Hennig, first off the claim. Claimed last time out at Belmont Park, clear back in June. And Sweet Mission, watch this last 100 yards or so. This is what you call, I mean, in reality, winning in a gallop, because that's what she did.
But what about that?
I think that Dearest Kitten was so exhausted that by the time the 9-horse Sweet Mission crossed over, she had already stopped running. There was no interference because she was backing up just as quickly as, I don't see any inquiry on the board, and I don't think we'll have any claim of foul in that. Sweet Mission, she was doing, or Dearest Kitten was doing all of the dirty work up front. Looked like she was relaxed, but she was rattling off some fractions, and that extra 16th of a mile didn't help her, do her any favors today.
First after the claim, Mark Hennig, guys. Sweet Mission. Tyler Gaffleon graduates in her 3rd career start at 4-1, 9.816. She made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, we did the applaud button. I'm going to give the applaud button for my partner over here because, listen, you were dead on. And here was the other part about this. We saw the 1, we saw the 6 before the race, Salino and Malibu Anthem, just not loving it on the racetrack. And Sweet Mission was. Tyler Gaffleon actually backed this horse up a little bit, and you and I were both going, okay, what's he doing? But he knew he had much the best of the horse.
He did. And you know what? You know who gets the applaud button? Is Mark Hennig, who claimed this horse, had only run on the grass, was in the race today, came off the grass, went to the dirt. This was a horse whose female side of the family, and that's what we really pay attention to as trainers when we're trying to decide where to run our horses. It's slanted strongly to the dirt by a sire like Commissioner, and it showed today. This was a very, very easy win for Sweet Mission.
Yeah, very easy win. But again, guys, Dearest Kitten runs second. And who's aboard? Luis Saez. He puts his horse with a chance to win in front. Just Sweet Mission was just way too much today.
And by several guys, in a big smile, fist bump. Tyler Gaffleon, Mark Hennig, Windy Lee Farms, LLC. A couple of wins for Gaffleon. That incredible performance by the 2-year-old filly in the Skidmore. And here with Sweet Mission, one of the happiest places on the planet, Winter Circle at Saratoga. Get their pictures taken and celebrate this one. Sweet Mission by several, 9.816. We'll wrap it all up when we come back as Saratoga Live continues. Sweet Mission, here's Prick, geared down.
Performer is closing in and running on by. And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back here to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Sweet Mission was on a mission to break her maiden first off the claim for this guy right here, Mark Hennig. And Mark, a horse that you said you kind of took your time with first off the claim and really kind of rounded her into shape.
Yeah, I mean, we felt like she was a little light coming off. It looked like she had been at Gulfstream. She shipped to Mama, shipped to Belmont. So we just kind of wanted to take our time with her. And, you know, I was anxious to run her on the grass. But when it came off, I was like, you know, Commissioner was a pretty good turf horse, so might as well try her.
He nearly won the Belmont, going a mile and a half. So the stamina was there with her today.
Oh, no doubt. And you kind of need some stamina on this racetrack today.
And Tyler Gaffalione riding lights out, somebody that you might not use since you race primarily more in New York, but down at Gulfstream, I'm sure you have some experience with him.
I do get the opportunity to use him at Gulfstream, and I love riding him because he's always got something, you know, gives good info after a race. He's, you know, he's a sharp rider that pays attention and gives great feedback.
Also a horseman himself. Mark, congratulations boosting that first off the claim percentage.
Thanks. Thanks, Maggie.
We were joking, Lafitte, that Mark doesn't often claim horses, but now he's like 40%, you know, so he's doing pretty well with his first off the claim stats.
Yeah, something to follow moving forward, padding those stats. Hennig, first after the claim, a victory here. You saw Sweet Mission from the start towards the outside, and Tyler Gaffalione settling off the pace, and you can see where she attacks from, Gary. Covered in dirt is Sweet Mission putting away this field, and that's it. Doesn't look any easier.
And she may have found a new home on the dirt with the ease that she did that. Look for her to come back in a starter allowance race, protected, I would say, after the ease that she won with today.
And I can't, what has it been, almost 30 years since you won a Santa Anita Derby for Mark Hennig?
Yes, personal hope back in the day, and you should have known with the number 9 saddlecloth color of the Evans, a deep blue and a sort of a
those colors,
aqua, I guess you would say, color, turquoise.
4th in the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, with not the greatest trip in the world. He was a little bit suspect for the mile and a quarter, but he won the Santa Anita Derby with a lot of ease. And another former assistant to the great Wayne Lucas, Mark Hennig. And that was one of the things, he claimed this horse off of Todd Pletcher. And I'm like, you guys are like brothers. You guys, it's dog eat dog in this game.
All is fair in love war in the claiming game at Saratoga. Wondering if Pletcher sent off a text to Mark Hennig. Sweet Mission. And for the pick 5, here's what we saw thus far. There was that big upset right in the middle of it, 34-20 full court press. Aside from that, 4 and full handicappers doing a good job. 2,600 plus for the late pick 5 at Saratoga. Congratulations if you hit it, and congrats to Spaceman. Spaceman taking down the Saratoga Showdown, has all the bragging rights. 288.10 Spaceman in today's Saratoga Showdown. Just getting started on the weekend, however, one of the biggest weekends of the summer when you're talking about the Alabama mile and a quarter for 3-year-old fillies, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at the Spa, and championship implications. Malathat, how will she respond? Maracuja, can she beat Malathat again? Headline event, the Alabama Lake Placid, as we saw for the 3-year-old fillies on grass, Smart and Fancy, and on Sunday, the Summer Colony for fillies and mares on dirt. Get back to that Smart and Fancy. Have a chance to see a popular New York bred, Robin Sparkles. It looks like a 2-horse race on paper. It looks like it between Robin Sparkles, lead guitar. Let's start with Robin Sparkles, and the best news for her, Gary, she doesn't have to run into this monster Caravel, who she hooked in the Caress week 2 of the meet.
Nah, that was a grade 3, and she's dropping down into this listed stakes now. It's $120,000. It's the purse money, and look, she ran a nice race here. Nobody was staying with Caravel. She wound up winning by 2.5 lengths, and she was beat 3 lengths in total here. So it wasn't a bad race at all that she ran in the Caress.
Yeah, Caravel has grade 1 kind of talent.
Yes,
one of the best turf sprinters, period. Boys, girls, whatever. And Robin Sparkles finishing only 3 lengths behind her. Robin Sparkles even money, then lead guitar right next door. 2 starts back, Gary, at Aqueduct last fall in the autumn days, and this impressive performance from lead guitar has that sprinter with 2 moves. tactical speed, and she can finish.
In 1 second, but she doesn't care what kind of trip she really gets. I mean, she's going to be laying forwardly placed, especially with that draw down inside, and Robin sparkles to her inside with what looks to be the speed of the speed, but she's not going to be far away, and she can finish. It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the yielding turf tomorrow. The wind is blowing a little bit, but there's a lot of moisture in the air right now, so the humidity's going to make it stick around, and it's still going to be soft on the softer side, if not yielding again tomorrow with this humidity.
Louis Sides, yeah, with lead guitar, he has to keep her close. He can't let Robin Sparkles get too far away.
No, that'll be his goal, is just to track behind, I would say.
A great day of racing we look forward to on Saturday with the Alabama and that rubber match with Malathaat and Maracuja. Malathaat defeated her in the Kentucky Oaks. Maracuja upset her in the Coaching Club American Oaks, one of the biggest upsets of the meet. Remember, we've had 7 Grade 1 races. 6 have been won. 6 favorites have been denied. Nick Sko, the only favorite at post time to win a Grade 1 race at Saratoga. We'll see if that trend continues tomorrow with the Alabama. Thanks so much for joining us this evening. This great day of racing at Saratoga. Had a chance to see a special filly in the Skidmore, and Averly Jane. So much speed, undefeated, untested, onward and upward for her. Wesley Ward, another win in the Skidmore back-to-back. Tyler Gaffleone. And tomorrow, Maracuja, upset winner of the CCA Oaks, tackles the big girl again. Malathaat, even money, morning line favorite for tomorrow's Grade 1 Alabama. We'll see you then.
Run up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but run up, running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run up, and Horatio Carmanis run up to win it.